Chapter 335. Little Miss Zhao, there isn't much to look at here. The only interesting thing is when the Alliance attacks. However, I don't mind a beauty like you staying here. It is too dangerous. Lin Fan brought them to walk casually on the city walls. What was father thinking? Why did he want him to accompany them? Wouldn't it be over if he sent them away? Go Zi had seen Zhao Qingma and the others before and told young master about their situation in Martial Path Mountain. This woman was interested in Nine Demon, but luckily Feng Polio rejected and Nine Demon stayed. Lin Fan didn't care much about that. It was just a small matter. Also, he really didn't expect that they would find their way to U City. He just showed his face to Zhao Bufan. He really didn't expect that they would find him. So amazing. Zhao Qingma's eyes locked onto Lin Fan. Naturally, she had to give Lin Wani face. But she was really unwilling. How could they do that? The purple gold dragon essence pill was really precious, so how could she just let it go like that? Lin Fan felt that her gaze made him uncomfortable. He turned his head and asked, "Why are you looking at me like that? Is there anything?" That question was just so beautiful. Did he not know whether or not there was a problem? Zhao Qingma said, "The purple gold dragon essence pill is really important to the Zhao family. Did your cousin really consume it?" "Yes, why would I lie to you? Moreover, I have never lied to anyone in my life." Even he didn't believe his own words. Zhao Qingma didn't give up. Is there anything different about him? Lin Fan pondered for a moment and shook his head. No, there's no change. It's still the same as before. If you ask me, this stupid pill is really useless. Why are you guys so concerned about it? Could it be that this pill contains some big secret? She asked like she didn't know anything, but how could he not know? Wasn't it just dragon form? Only cousin's eyes turned into dragon form. He didn't know the exact situation. He really wanted to study cousin, but unfortunately, he wasn't by his side and couldn't satisfy his desire. Zhao Qingma tried to hide her gaze and said, "There isn't any secret." She muttered in her heart. He didn't dragon form. Good, that was good. If he dragon formed, then it would be a huge loss. The true use of the purple gold dragon essence pill was its dragonization effect. In their Zhao family, there were very few people who could dragon transform. If an outsider swallowed a pill and obtained dragon transformation and the Zhao family found out about it, they might even have the heart to kill themselves. In fact, the Zhao family would definitely get rid of this outsider at all costs. Lin Fan rolled his eyes. It was as if he was saying, "As if I'll believe you. You're really evil, old hag." Then he brought Zhao Qingma and the others to look around. At the same time, he brought them to the toilet in U City. He explained to them how the battle of shit and poetry happened. Zhao Qingma almost spat out a mouthful of saliva. It was too disgusting. The way they looked at Lin Fan became really weird. They didn't expect this person to be so disgusting. When they thought about how Alliance members were drenched in shit, they felt their stomachs turn and they felt like they were about to vomit. "Doesn't that mean that the Alliance has to kill you?" Zhao Qingma said. "This damn fellow did such a thing, so how would the Alliance let him off?" Lin Fan said calmly, that is the case. I am someone that the Alliance has to kill. Not only me but the entire U City is. Since all of you are here, why don't you stay here and fight against the Alliance with us? Although the Alliance likes to rape women before killing them, everything is to fight against the Alliance. So, no matter how much you suffer, it is worth it. Let me tell you about the Alliance's methods. When they deal with guys, they kill them in one strike. They won't let you breathe, but it's different for women. They will rip off all your clothes and use tweezers to pull out your nails one by one. Then, a bunch of naked guys will stand behind you and fix your limbs on the table. Then, Lin Fan's expression was really rich and he spoke like it was the truth. Initially, Zhao Qingma's expression was still calm. But gradually, her expression changed drastically as she listened to Lin Fan's words. "Young Master Lin, you are making it sound too serious." The old man standing behind Zhao Qingma said. He saw her expression change and knew that she was frightened by young Master Lin's words. Lin Fan said, "I am not lying to all of you. Also, have you been at the border before? Have you fought against the Alliance?" The old man shook his head. "No." "Then why are you saying that? You haven't even fought before, so how do you know that it isn't serious?" Lin Fan said in disdain. Now that he was in his own territory, he could really do whatever he wanted. His status as a rich family young master rose once more and normal people didn't dare to offend him. "You?" The old man frowned. This kid was just too much and didn't give him any face at all. "Little Miss Zhao, let me bring you somewhere else. My father gave me a heavy responsibility and if I don't treat you well, he will find trouble with me." Lin Fan smiled. Now, all the shops in Yu City were closed and most of the shop owners were experts. Now that they removed their identities as shop owners, they picked up their weapons to fight the alliance. Where would they find so much food? They didn't even have anything to play with. To Zhao Qingma, this trip was a failure and she didn't get what she wanted at all. Although she knew Lin Fan's identity and he admitted that he was the one who took the purple gold dragon essence pill, what could she do? There was nothing she could do at all. Lin Wani's name was like a mountain pressing down on her body. It seemed like she could only go back and tell her father. She would have to let him decide what to do next. Zhao Qingma was really unwilling, but what else could she do? It seemed like she could only return to the Zhao family and tell her father. That night, Lin Fan accompanied Zhao Qingma to many places and told her many terrifying things. If they were outside, he might have been able to keep his composure in case she was forced into a corner and attacked him. But here he didn't need to worry about such small things. Kachi. Who? Lin Fan was prepared to raise his strength. The pressure here was huge and if he didn't raise his strength, he might not be able to beat her. Just at that moment someone pushed open the door. Lin Fan thought that it was a beauty who wanted to earn money. Father, why are you here? Lin Fan heaved a sigh of relief. It was his father. However, he was really curious. Since he came back, his father's attitude towards him wasn't that good. But he could understand. Father knew that this place was dangerous, which was why he didn't want him to come back. This was the love of a father. Did you smell it? Lin Wani didn't give him a good expression. Why? Can't I come to see you? Father, I didn't mean that. I was just asking. Lin Fan was helpless. Who asked you to be my father? If anyone else dared to speak to me with such an attitude, I wouldn't dare to say much. I would definitely beat him up. Lin Wani looked at this unfilial kid and was really curious. What did he go through outside? The changes were just too huge. Could it be that people with good luck could only become stronger by going out? I told you to accompany her, so how did it go? Lin Wani asked in a gentle tone. No matter what, his son was so amazing and he was really proud. However, he definitely couldn't show it. He understood this unfilial son very well. With just a few words of praise, he would be able to climb up the roof and tear down the tiles. He had to give him a severe beating. In the past, you were so lazy and I felt like I couldn't save you, so I just let you be. But now that you gave me such a huge surprise, don't blame me for teaching you a lesson. Lin Fan said, Father, I will definitely complete your instructions. Zhao Qingma is really satisfied with me and I brought her to many places. I also told her many things about the alliance. I think she definitely gained a lot. Naturally, Lin Wani wouldn't believe Lin Fan's words. But as long as he didn't cause trouble, he asked, Let me ask you and you have to answer truthfully. After Zhongmao consumed the purple gold dragon essence pill, did he dragon transform? Dragon transformation was really hard. Even the Zhao family didn't have many. But for some reason he felt that Zhongmao would definitely be able to dragon transform. Maybe it was because he trusted the person that he personally raised. Unfortunately, this unfilial kid was so dumb to not consume such a good thing. But from this, one could see how well the unfilial kid treated his cousin. Facing such a precious pill, even blood brothers would plot against one another, much less a cousin. Lin Fan's expression turned solemn and he nodded his head. Yes, cousin did dragon transform. The part of the dragon transformation is his eyes. He didn't hide anything. If he could even deceive his father, then there wouldn't be much meaning to it. When Lin Wani heard that he really dragon transformed, his expression changed. It was obvious that he was shocked. It is good that he dragon transform. Although he had never taken the purple gold dragon essence pill before, he was very familiar with it. It contained the blood of a dragon. If he could really transform into a dragon, it meant that his body did not reject it. As long as he continued to cultivate, the benefits would increase. What do you think of Zhao Qingma? Lin Wani asked. When Lin Fan heard that, he was a little stunned. He then came back to his senses. No, she is too ugly and has a bad temper. She is also a little cunning. Father, I think that if she marries and gives birth to a child, the child might be surnamed Zhao. When his father opened his mouth, he knew that his father was up to no good. He even wanted to grumble. Dad, can you not always use this kind of thinking to treat me? I am still young and don't want to marry so early. Although I know that I am handsome and have a good body, I can't do that. Lin Wani wanted to scold this unfilial kid for not being in a rush to have a family and just thinking about it. But suddenly, he felt that his unfilial kid's words made sense. If he stayed in Yu City to defend against the alliance, his life and death would be uncertain. If he died, the Zhao family son would have no pressure and would change his surname to Zhao. Wouldn't that cause the Lin family to have no descendants? After Lin Wani understood that, he didn't continue to talk about what happened next. The Imperial Dynasty Emperor said that he would marry the princess to his son, so he just had to be the prince consort and not think about anything else. I'm just asking. Rest early and don't stay up all day. Lin Wani left with his arms behind his back. From start to finish he didn't say anything useful. Lin Fan looked at his father's back view and shook his head. He sighed helplessly. What was his father thinking? Can't you see how outstanding your son is? Forget it. Let's not think so much. In the future he would understand how amazing his son was. He looked at his rage points. 177466. This was a really overbearing amount of rage points. The Yin demons were so furious that they were about to explode on the spot. Unfortunately, the Yin demons weren't strong overall and there were only a few of them. Moreover, he teased the Yin demon king, causing some of them to explode. If he teased them more slowly, he wouldn't have gotten so much. Unfortunately, this bit of points wasn't enough to do anything. It was still too little. Improve. He consumed 80,000 rage points. True Heaven Body Secret Technique, Grade 6. The method of cultivating the divine body was indeed very powerful. His divine body was constantly strengthening. Although he was still in the yin-yang realm, his divine body had already been enhanced to an extremely terrifying level in this realm. He felt really terrifying. Now that he needed 80,000 rage points to raise one grade 6, the amount he needed later would be even more terrifying. After his cultivation rose to yin-yang realm, he hadn't cultivated any yin-yang realm techniques. This was something he needed to cultivate. He could raise his own strength in the same realm. Although his current strength was equivalent to an invincible existence in the same realm, he did not mind becoming stronger. This technique is not bad. Lin Fan chose Chaotic Yin-Yang Reversal. This was a fist technique and it was not bad. Improve. He consumed a total of 63,000 rage points. Chaotic Yin-Yang Reversal returned to true. Damn, how terrifying. Heart cultivation consumes too much. A Yin-Yang Realm Fist technique actually can't compare to the rage points needed to raise one grade 6. Till now, he had consumed 143,000 rage points and was left with 30,000. Lin Fan could sense the increase in his strength. It was much more terrifying than before. With his current realm, he estimated that he could casually hammer at Yin-Yang Realm, but at Domain Realm he would need to turn into a bug. Moreover, the bug had to be really strong, otherwise if he faced a strong Domain Realm expert he might be smashed to death. Thinking about the Alliance's 8-star Xiaohu, he was a really terrifying person. At the same realm, he might have been one of the most terrifying ones. That move from that day directly destroyed his bug body. He had a deep memory of it and he remembered it clearly. If he faced him again, maybe it wouldn't be so bad, but he probably still wouldn't be his match. As he hadn't fought before, it was hard to say. The next day, Go Zi's return made Lin Fan's life much more exquisite. The moment he opened his eyes, he brushed his teeth and washed his face. He ate a sumptuous breakfast and then walked around to relax and breathe in the fresh air. Another place. Zhao Qingma said, "Uncle Lin, I have something to do, so I won't disturb you." She basically had nothing to do here. Since she couldn't find the purple gold dragon essence pill, then what was the point? It was best if she went back to tell her father about the situation. The most important thing was that the alliance that Lin Fan had mentioned had truly frightened her. If it was yesterday, Lin Wani might not have been willing to let her leave. But after Lin Fan's reminder, he was a little afraid. If she wanted to leave, then so be it. It was better for his son to be with the princess. Since that is the case, then I won't make you stay, Lin Wani said. Outside. Lin Fan looked at Zhao Qingma and smiled. Miss Zhao, why are you in such a hurry to leave? If you don't stay for a period of time, you might even face the Alliance's attack. Zhao Qingma's body shook. Alliance's attack? Stop joking. I didn't come here to defend against the Alliance. If what he said really happened, I would even want to die. Young Master Lin, I have something to do, so I won't stay any longer. I hope that young Master Lin can come to the Zhao family as a guest. Zhao Qingma said. Although during this period of time both sides were quite friendly, it depended on whether or not the place was good. This was the border. How could she, Zhao Qingma, be so stupid as to do as she pleased here? Okay, if I have the chance, I will definitely go. Lin Fan smiled and then looked at Ying Jiu. You look familiar. Aren't you junior brother Feng Polio? In the past, you followed Insect Valley, so why are you with the Zhao family now? Out of the three of them, the one he was most familiar with was naturally Ying Jiu. No, it should be Yen Jiu, that was his real name. Lin Fan continued, it isn't a good habit for you to change so many times. You need to change it. When Yanjiu heard this, his face turned green and white. It was obvious that he was a little angry. What did he mean by changing many times? 9-bug gang was wiped out. Naturally, he had to join someone stronger. Was there anything wrong with that? Zhao Qingma said, Young Master Lin, he is an Insect Valley disciple. My Zhao family loves talents. 9-bug gang wasn't a good place for him, so he became a guest after my Zhao family invited him. Yanjiu looked at Miss Zhao gratefully. His impression of Lin Fan wasn't that good. It isn't early. Young Master Lin, goodbye. Zhao Qingma cupped her fists. Lin Fan smiled. Okay, I won't send you off. If you face danger, run back. If you can't, don't let him fall into the hands of the Alliance. Otherwise, the outcome will be unimaginable. You will be. Zhao Qingma was terrified of Lin Fan's words. The main reason was that they were just too disgusting. They were just too unfriendly to girls. Very quickly they all left. I have to be careful of the Zhao family. Lin Fan retracted his smile and slowly became solemn. Zhao family found out what he did, so naturally, it wouldn't be so easy to solve it. The reason why everything was calm now was because his father was here, so they didn't dare to go overboard. If they were outside, one could see what would have happened. Since the purple gold dragon essence pill was so important and he snatched it, then the Zhao family would probably want to kill him. As expected, it was important to have a strong father. Outside Yu City. Little miss, what should we do now? The old man asked. Zhao Qingma's face turned terrifyingly cold and there were even flames of rage burning in her eyes. That damn fellow, if we weren't here, would he even have the chance to stand and talk to me? The old man was helpless and there was nothing he could do about it. Little miss, luckily you can bear with it. Otherwise, with Lin Wani's personality, he might have killed us and destroyed all evidence. The old man sighed. Luckily, everything was calm and nothing happened. He dares. Zhao Qingma didn't believe it. No matter what, she was the Zhao family 8th miss and had a high status. The old man was sure, I don't know whether or not other people dare, but if it is Lin Wani, he really dares. Don't look at how harmless Lin Wani is and how he calls little miss your niece. However, to reach his strength and status, no one is kind. Especially if someone threatens his son, he won't be kind. The old man said as if he knew many things. Zhao Qingma looked at him curiously. How much do you know? Tell me about Lin Wani's history. What has he done? Okay, then I will tell little miss about the past. I hope that you won't be frightened. The old man said calmly like he was talking about something really normal. There were too many legends about Lin Wani and many of them were things that others didn't dare to imagine. Zhao Qingma was really curious but she was really unhappy about this trip. She didn't gain anything and it was a complete waste of time. If he wasn't Lin Wani's son, she would have brought him back to the Zhao family. But now, she could only return empty-handed. How hateful. Alliance main camp. Zhu Daoshan wasn't in a good mood recently. What happened here spread across the Alliance. Even if the Alliance headquarters locked down many platforms, there were some things that couldn't be avoided. General, we have mostly calmed them down. Those who want to leave will be treated as traitors. The bespectacled guy reported the situation. Although the calming effect was good, there were still many members who were resistant to the outside world. It was like that matter had left a deep scar in their hearts. That was true. Normal people really couldn't take it. Shit was such a terrifying experience. Now, they paid a lot of attention to the defense in the sky because they were afraid that something like that would happen again. During this period of time, let everyone rest and prepare to attack once more. No matter what, we have to raise our morale. Zhu Daoshan knew that he couldn't continue like this, otherwise, it would only lower their morale and affect the entire war situation. The Alliance headquarters was trying their best to rope in the various powers. They hoped that they would send experts to help. This was a good chance and also their only chance. Before the natives were united, they could destroy all the border defenses in one go. That way the Alliance would be able to catch a breather. Yes, General. The bespectacled guy replied. That was what he was thinking too. Young master, what are you looking at every day? Gozi asked. There wasn't much to look at. Lin Fan looked into the distance. Look, that is the Alliance's territory. I am thinking about how to make them feel that this place is dangerous and that all of you will die if you stay here. Go-Zi felt that this question was a little profound and he actually didn't know how to reply. Go-Zi informed Liang Yichu to collect all the shit in Yu City. Maybe it will be useful in the future. Lin Fan instructed. Now he would collect it and seal it up to ferment. Maybe its quality would increase by 1 or 2 levels. Yes, young master. Gozi replied. Naturally, he couldn't let young master do it himself. He was the only one who needed to do such a small thing. Very quickly, Gozi hurried towards Yu City. When Gozi passed young master's words to Liang Yichu, he was really pumped up. He felt like the battle had begun and his blood was boiling. Go back and tell Brother Lin not to worry. Leave this to me. Liang Yichu knew that he was weak and couldn't help much against the alliance. All he could do was transport some resources. But the situation was different now. He felt that he could help out against the alliance. When Liang Yichu informed the entire city, everyone was pumped up. They rubbed their palms together. As Liang Yichu's wife, when Qin Yifei learned that her husband was going to collect shit, she covered her face in disbelief. Why did he have to compete with shit? Yichu, remember to wash up when you come back. Don't make the house smell like shit. I know. After that last time when Liang Yichu returned home, the smell changed. It became so smelly that it was unimaginable. At this moment, everyone in Yu City started to search for shit. Maybe a new shit war was about to erupt. On the city walls, Lin Fan touched Nine Demon's head and thought about what was going to happen next. With the current situation, the Alliance definitely wouldn't take this lying down. They would definitely attack. There were a total of 8 border cities. Apart from Maigu City, which had been broken through, there were 7 more. Yu City was under the most pressure. They faced more Alliance troops than the other border cities. The pressure was huge. Naturally, Lin Fan was nervous. Sometimes he was even a little afraid. If Yu City was broken through, he might die. Tiske. What was he thinking about? It was natural for him to be nervous. The main reason was that he wasn't strong enough. If he raised his strength to the peak, then no matter who they were, they could come and fight him. Nine-headed bug, aren't you amazing? If I merge with you, how strong will you make me? Lin Fan was really curious. Nine Demon was an exquisite bug. It didn't eat humans or grass. It just liked to eat Gozi's cooking, and it also liked to eat special internal strength. Although he didn't have a deeper level of contact with the nine-headed bug, he believed that it wouldn't disappoint him. Nine Demon raised its head. Although he didn't know what it wanted to express, it seemed like it was looking forward to it. Lin Fan patted its head and got up. He placed his hands on the city walls and looked into the distance. He wanted to continue to cause problems for the Alliance. But after thinking about it for a long time, he couldn't think of a better idea. He couldn't throw shit as it wouldn't succeed. After the Alliance experienced it once, they would definitely be wary. Moreover, it would be of great use in the future, so he couldn't waste it. Damn. He didn't expect that shit would be so popular. Old Master, Young Master is collecting shit in the city again. Old Wu was helpless. He didn't expect Young Master to come into contact with shit once more. Lin Wani's expression was really rich. He had many things he wanted to say, but he didn't know what to say. This unfilial kid. These 3 words showed how helpless Lin Wani was towards Lin Fan. Couldn't he do something decent? But he had to admit, this unfilial kid's actions were really successful and dealt a heavy blow to the Alliance. This was something that they couldn't do after such a long time. Maybe this was the way young people thought. Their way of thinking had already solidified. Old Wu said, "Old Master, I don't think this is a good action. Once Young Master becomes a peak expert, this will be a black mark that can't be wiped away. Maybe his enemies will give him a nickname and it will be passed down." Brother Wu, do you think this unfilial kid will give his enemies a chance to give him a nickname? Lin Wani asked. Such actions were just so despicable. He was even more vicious than when he was young. Old Wu was speechless. It seemed like what Old Master said was true. With Young Master's personality, Lin Fan really didn't have a chance. A few days later, Lin Fan had nothing to do every day. He just laid on the city walls and waited. He really didn't believe it. Why wasn't the Alliance attacking? Suddenly, the area in the distance was a little off. A thick aura covered the area. Guangdang. Lin Fan stood up excitedly. "Father, enemy attack!" he shouted at the top of his lungs. His voice shook the area. Numerous auras exploded from all around. Lin Wani was the first to appear. He flipped his palm and a halberd appeared. He looked into the distance with a solemn expression. "Hurry up and back off." Who knew that after a few days the Alliance finally couldn't take it anymore and wanted to attack? "Father, I can't retreat. I am part of the fight against the Alliance, so you just have to look after me. You don't have to worry about anything else," Lin Fan said. He looked at Gozi and said, "Bring Nine Demon to the back. This battle isn't something you can handle." "Yes, Young Master, be careful." Gozi knew his place and knew that he was weak. If he stayed here he would just drag them down. He left without hesitation. "They are finally here." I've been waiting for a long time. Lin Fan's palms were sweaty. Later on he would have to use his skills. At the same time he was really excited. If he did it well, the rage points he would get would be shocking. It didn't matter if he was a 9-star general or not. What he needed was numbers. In the distance, Zhu Daoxin's expression was solemn. Gang Xiong's face was cold and one could see the flames of rage burning in his eyes. Gang Xiong, don't be rash. Calm down. He was most afraid that Gang Xiong would be too rash and spoil the plan. Gang Xiong didn't reply. It was like he was saying that after going through all these things, if he could still tell himself to remain calm, then he could persuade others. All of you stop. Zhu Daoxin raised his hand and his voice spread out. The army stopped and floated in the air. He looked at Gang Xiong with a strict gaze. I am asking you a question. Did you even hear me? Gang Xiong looked at Zhu Daoxin. How can I not be rash? Do I rely on my will or on myself? I really want to rip that bastard into pieces and toss him into the Alliance's shit pit to drown him. Pui. What cruel methods. A 9-star general couldn't help but laugh. But when he saw Gang Xiong's furious gaze, he shut up and turned his head. It was like he wasn't the one who said those words. Rely on what? Rely on the Alliance. For the Alliance to win, who cares about personal matters? You need to look at the big picture. If your rash actions cause the entire Alliance to lose, you will be the Alliance's sinner. Now tell me, can you suppress the rage in your heart? If you can't, then you don't need to fight this battle. Zhu Daoxin looked at Gang Xiong. He definitely wouldn't allow a single person to spoil the plan, not even a 9-star general. Gang Xiong took in a deep breath and suppressed the rage in his heart. Understood, I can. He knew that if he couldn't head over, then he wouldn't be able to vent the rage in his heart. I hope that you can remember what you said. Let's go. Zhu Daoxin said and then struck forwards. The army moved out once more. At the same time there were some high-tech things. Chapter 336. I have waited for a long time. Lin Fan stood with his arms behind his back and looked really cool. The U-City experts floated in the air and slowly gathered their auras to the peak. Wind blew and clouds surged. An unimaginable battle was about to occur. Young master, remember not to be rash. Just stay behind us. Old Wu's expression was solemn. He hoped that young master wouldn't be too rash. If he was too rash, then it would be problematic. Old Wu, can I take your words to mean that you don't have much confidence in my strength? Lin Fan felt that he was looking down on him. Old Wu smiled awkwardly. Young master, I am just worried about you. I accept that reason. Lin Fan nodded his head calmly. He could sense Old Wu's concern towards him. He was really curious and filled with anticipation towards what was going to happen next. The existence of the Alliance was the only thing on his mind. At the same time he was worried about something. Each time someone died in U-City, there would be one less person. Without any new strength injected in, it was a slow suicide. On the other hand, the Alliance could replenish their strength. This was an extremely frightening matter. How long could they last for? No one was sure. Not long later, the Alliance experts arrived. General Zhu Daoxin led the Alliance members and floated in the distance. He didn't start the battle right away and it was as if he was waiting. As experts of their level, they would usually speak a few words first and not start a fight right away. Their cultivations were extremely terrifying. Once they started fighting, it would be a world-shaking sight that could only be described as a strange phenomenon. In the darkness, Lin Fan felt a terrifying gaze staring at him. He raised his head and looked out. Right, it was you. You were the one staring at me. General Gang Xiong's eyes locked onto Lin Fan. It was as if everything around wasn't important to him anymore. Lin Fan smiled and actually nodded his head at Gang Xiong. It was like he was greeting an old friend that he hadn't seen in a long time. Such a provocative action totally infuriated General Gang Xiong. But when he thought about Zhu Daoxin's warning, he suppressed the rage in his heart and didn't explode. Young Master Lin is being stared at by that fellow. Pay attention later. Drunk Fragrance Pavilion Manager Zhang Sheng said softly. Zhu Shen acknowledged his agreement. The surrounding experts also took it to heart. Thinking about it, it was indeed so. They all saw how Gang Xiong turned into a dung beetle, so it was natural for them to be angry at young Master Lin. No rage points? Lin Fan didn't expect that Gang Xiong didn't provide him with rage points. It seemed like during this period of time, Gang Xiong provided him with rage points every day and he had reached his limit. If he wanted to obtain it again, he would have to wait for a period of time. But it didn't matter. Gang Xiong didn't have any rage points, but those alliance members had new rage points. They didn't provide any as they didn't know who did it. Lin Wani, I really don't want to fight to the death with you. You and I are in the same generation. We could be very good friends, drinking and chatting in some place, and looking forward to the future of the age and not at each other's throats as we do now. The Alliance headquarters is willing to give you a chance. We just need enough resources and you can become the new emperor of the Imperial Dynasty. You can improve together with the Alliance headquarters. I hope that you can consider it and not miss this chance. Zhu Daoshan didn't attack right away and continued to use words to tempt him. His words were sincere and he really hoped that Lin Wani could work with the Alliance. They were the pioneers of this era. Shua. Lin Wani raised the halberd in his hand and waved it towards Zhu Daoshan. At that moment, a heaven-splitting light roared forwards like it was about to rip open the sky. Zhu Daoshan moved and the cold light stuck to his body as he disappeared into the distance. Lin Wani, is this your choice? Zhu Daoshan's voice became dark and sunken. He had said enough. At the same time he had high hopes for Lin Wani. But unfortunately Lin Wani didn't care. The other party didn't appreciate his kindness and didn't even think of anything else. Why are you still talking nonsense? I have been here for so long, so how can a few words of nonsense from you change my mind? Lin Wani hollered in rage. His fighting intent boiled and he smashed open the clouds in the sky. This was a battle between experts. It wasn't a battle of strength but a battle of aura and comprehension. Lin Fan was really eager. He had been waiting here for this day. If they were to fight, wouldn't all their previous efforts be in vain? Father, can I say a few words? Lin Fan shouted. He knew that it was useless to shout like this. If his father cared about him, then the sun would rise from the west. He had to rely on himself. Alliance. Lin Fan gathered his energy and hollered. To attract the attention of the Alliance members, he nearly broke his throat from shouting. The atmosphere on the battlefield became suppressed and a battle could erupt at any moment. The nervous Alliance members all turned their gazes and locked onto Lin Fan when they heard that. Lin Wani was shocked. What was this unfilial kid thinking? Cough cough. Lin Fan coughed. Have all of you forgotten the day you were ruled by shit? As expected. When Lin Fan said shit, the expressions of the Alliance members changed. It was as if Lin Fan's words had awakened them. Their faces were filled with terror. They thought back to that day. The originally clear sky was filled with shit. It rained on their bodies and smelled in their hearts. Right, all of you are right. I did all of this. I gathered all the shit in you city and sent it to you. Remember my name, I am Lin Fan. In the past, maybe you weren't familiar with me, but now you should remember that I will be your nightmare. Lin Fan was really calm. The reason why he revealed the truth to the public was so that everyone would know that he was the one who had caused all of this. Why weren't they getting angry? Young master, you. Old Wu looked at Lin Fan with his mouth agape. He really didn't expect young master to say such words. Wasn't that the same as announcing himself to everyone? To make all the Alliance members furious? Uproar. Loud noises spread out from the Alliance side. Old Wu, it is okay. We should tell them. Lin Fan said. The Alliance members stared at Lin Fan. Slowly they all started to get angry. Rage points plus 666. Rage points plus 999. Instantly. Rage points exploded out. Lin Fan was shocked. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. The noises from the Alliance side meant that they were furious. What was the most humiliating thing in their lives? Everyone would probably say that when shit covered their bodies, that was when they were the most furious. It is him, this native did it. That damn thing, I'm going to rip his body into pieces. Later, if any of you have a chance, go kill him. Okay. The rage of the Alliance members was really high, about to dye the entire area red. There were many God Essence realm and above experts. Don't think that they were weak here. If they were in the Alliance city, their status and identity would be really high. However, there were too many experts here which gave one an illusion. You unfilial kid, do you know what you are saying? Lin Wani really wanted to beat Lin Fan to death. It was okay that he offended the 9-star general, but now he wanted to offend all the Alliance members? Father, I know what I am doing. This battle is unavoidable. Father, attack, I will cheer you on. Lin Fan clenched his fists and supported his father. Damn. Lin Wani took in a deep breath to calm his raging heart down. If not for the current situation, he really wanted to teach this unfilial kid a lesson. He had already returned to U City and had a strong backer. He wasn't interested in fighting, but he could still cause some problems for the Alliance. Lin Fan was unhappy and hollered once more. What is going on? Did all of you shit people forget the day you were drenched in shit? He felt that these alliance members weren't strong enough. Rage points continued to explode. How far had he gotten? Maybe the path to the peak was just so simple and not as difficult as he thought. He took a look at his rage points. Terrifying. He had already accumulated 500,000 yuan. As expected, mocking a group was the most overbearing. As long as he raised his strength, he would be able to do whatever he wanted. The alliance members wanted to forget those scenes that they couldn't bear to look back on. But this damn fellow kept reminding them like he was afraid that they would forget. Shut up. Zhu Daoshan didn't expect the kid to infuriate the alliance members. Lin Wani, you really have a good son. I think he is walking further and further on the path of death. Even you won't be able to protect him. Lin Wani smiled. If I can't protect him, then it will be time for me to die. With your strength, you aren't strong enough to kill me. Father, I am so touched. Lin Fan sniffed. Father's words were just too overbearing and he treated him as a treasure. Thinking back to those days outside, it was really painful. No one cared about him. When he said his father's name, people would beat him up even more fiercely. Look at how overbearing the current situation was. With his father here, who would dare to bully him? Aha, that's right. If you want young Master Lin to die, then let's see whether or not your alliance has the ability. You shit people are just asking for trouble by saying such words. Zhu Shen was really overbearing. He didn't hold him in any regard at all. He even mocked him without any restraint. Lin Fan looked at Zhu Shen and felt a little helpless. This was someone who knew how to steal the show. If he could also absorb rage points, maybe he would absorb more than him. Chapter 337. After this matter, Lin Fan had become someone the alliance had to kill. Especially General Gang Xiong. From start to finish, his eyes were locked onto Lin Fan and didn't shift at all. His gaze was like he had killed his father. Truthfully, it was a little terrifying. As expected, I attract too much hatred. I feel like numerous eyes are locked onto me. Are they going to fight me to the death? Lin Fan felt really uncomfortable, but he didn't fear anything. This was the path he chose. If he wanted to become stronger, then he had to pay a price. General Zhu, when do we attack? Gang Xiong's voice was hoarse as he asked. He couldn't wait any longer. A ball of rage burned in his heart. He wanted to pinch this kid to death. But even if he died, it wouldn't be able to reduce the rage in his heart. Fight. Zhu Daoshan didn't say much. He hollered and his aura was shocking. He turned into a streak of light and clashed with Lin Wani. Their battle opened up a new domain. Normal people couldn't get close at all, otherwise they would definitely die. Ah! General Gang Xiong hollered in rage. His body was covered in flames as he slashed towards Lin Fan. He was really quick and the space around him was like a wave that was being ripped apart. Zhu Shen blocked Gang Xiong. What do you want to do? Scram, I don't want to kill you, I just want to kill him. Gang Xiong treated Lin Fan as his top target. He didn't need to kill anyone else but him. Dumb, do you think you can choose who you want to kill? Your brain is filled with shit. Lin Fan glanced at Gang Xiong. His words were a little vulgar but they made sense. There was indeed something wrong with his brain. He didn't want to kill Lin Fan and just wanted to kill him. He then sat on the chair and waved his hands. Teach him how to be a human. His words were a little exaggerated. But such a situation made him reminisce about his rich family days. General Gang Xiong was really strong and it was due to his ability that he was called the strongest general on land. Zhu Shen laughed. Don't worry, young Master Lin, I will teach him how to be a human today. Shwa. The machete in Zhu Shen's hand wasn't an ordinary item. It had been blessed. Other people were blessed by monks and they might have used their mouths or other parts of their bodies. But his machete was specially used to kill the alliance. Zhu Shen's aura changed. The machete in his hand shone brightly and he hollered. Pig slaughtering 18 forms, bloodletting. Rumble. Zhu Shen moved his wrist and the blade flashed. He disappeared and an intense battle erupted. The aura was really shocking. Gang Xiong wanted to kill Lin Fan the most. Now that Zhu Shen blocked him, rage surged into the sky. He punched forwards, causing the space around to shake. He, who was known as the invincible God Fist, just wanted to destroy everything in front of him. Lin Fan didn't know what these people from the alliance had that made them so fearlessly fight with them. Is it love? Or had they been brainwashed? At the scene he was the youngest and this battle was not supposed to be fought by a young man like him. It had always been the main battlefield for the middle-aged and elderly. Old Wu and the others blocked the Alliance 9-star generals far away. I'm afraid I won't be able to help in this battle between marshals. He wasn't underestimating himself. That was really the case. The 9-star generals were just too strong. Although they didn't dare to say that heaven and earth were collapsing, they could flip the yin and yang and 5 elements around. Especially the domains that they formed, the situation within was just too terrifying. General Gang Xiong started to pay more attention to Zhu Shen. He wasn't weak and his fighting style was really fierce. It wasn't something that normal 9-star generals could compare to. But he was unwilling. Everyone listen up. Find an opportunity to kill this brat for me. He was being held back and definitely couldn't attack, so he could only rely on others. With the current situation, someone would definitely be able to find a chance to charge through the defense line and kill this person. Only then would he be able to vent the rage in his heart. Although Lin Fan seemed really relaxed as he laid there. But he didn't look on coldly as others fought with their lives on the line. He touched his stomach and a sword seed appeared. With a flick of his fingers, the sword seed shot into the air. He didn't dare to make too many sword seeds. Last time, the Alliance 9-star generals noticed him. If he continued, the outcome would probably be the same. In the distance, the battle was really intense. Native die. An Alliance expert hollered. His blade was about to land and he was about to kill a U-City expert. A streak of light swept over. He was so shocked that he didn't dare to be careless and blocked with his blade. With a pung. A terrifying power spread forwards, shattering his blade and stabbing into his body. With a loud explosion, the sword seed exploded. The U-City expert was terrified. Death covered him and he had no chance of living at all. Who knew that the situation would change and he would actually be killed? That made him heave a sigh of relief. He then looked towards Lin Fan. Thank you, young Master Lin. Lin Fan nodded his head as a reply. He felt that it was a waste. He didn't expect that another one would die and he would lose a portion of rage points. What a waste. With his current strength he could be said to be really strong. But he was the top target of the Alliance 9-star generals. He didn't dare to guarantee that if he appeared, those 9-star generals wouldn't give up some things to kill him. Other 9-star generals didn't dare to guarantee that. But Gang Xiong would definitely do that. He was probably the one who hated him the most. The sword seed gathered all his sword cultivation and at the same time, it was his most terrifying move. If he didn't have unlimited true essence, he wouldn't be able to use it so casually. Another sword seed floated out. Lin Fan looked at the situation and realized that another U-City expert was about to be in danger. He flicked his fingers and the sword seed struck forwards. Long. In the distance, the Alliance expert was about to kill the native, but he didn't expect a terrifying power to strike him. It shocked him so much that his expression changed. The impact of the explosion caused his blood to rumble. If he wasn't slightly stronger, he wouldn't have just been injured. Damn. That was an 8-star general. He locked onto Lin Fan and knew who did it. Lin Fan raised his hand lazily as a form of greeting for the other party. Such actions infuriated the 8-star general and he felt like Lin Fan was insulting him. Young Master Lin, amazing. The U-City expert laughed out loud. He was originally at a disadvantage, but who knew that young Master Lin would actually help and strike him? Now it was time for him to shine. Gozi, bring some desserts over. Lin Fan shouted. Gozi, who was hiding below, hurriedly replied, Yes, young master. Ace, damn, I didn't expect that in the end I would need to use a sword move. Lin Fan was helpless. He had to admit that the sword move's destructive ability was just too strong. Moreover, it was really fast and strong. It wasn't that he overestimated those sword cultivators but that they were really strong. Of course, this strength was based on the fact that they had unlimited true essence. If it was someone else, once they took out the sword seed it would be over. But to Lin Fan this was just the beginning. Slowly. The 9-star generals noticed what was happening to Lin Fan. Kill this kid. A 9-star general hollered. They were held back by the U-City expert and couldn't be distracted. So they could only rely on the 8-star generals to kill him. They couldn't guess how strong this kid was. But his sword cultivation was just too strong. The aura that exploded out was just too terrifying. Even the generals were affected. Based on normal situations, normal people wouldn't be able to use such terrifying moves so frequently. But it seemed like there was no end to it, which terrified them. Go-Z carried some exquisite desserts and walked to young master's side. Young master, do you need a massage? Lin Fan waved his hands. There is no need, continue to hide below. The 8-star generals listened to the 9-star general's orders and tried their best to kill him. But the U-City natives blocked him such that he couldn't do anything at all. Damn. How despicable. Those scenes made him think about something. That was the evil aristocrats. Everyone was protecting this kid, but what was he doing? Oh my God. Who could take a look at what he was doing? He laid there leisurely and sent the exquisite desserts into his mouth. He even nodded his head in enjoyment. Damn. He was actually sucking his fingers. Evil aristocrats. Others were fighting to the death, but he was enjoying it. You dumb fellow, look at what the person you are protecting is doing. Is he worth your protection? The 8-star general hollered. What? Can't young Master Lin eat something? The U-City expert replied. The 8-star general hollered, all of you are risking your lives to fight us, but he is enjoying it so much. Is it worth it? How is it not worth it? If I am hungry, I have to eat. Okay, stop talking nonsense with me. If you want to pass, then you have to step over my dead body. The U-City expert stared at him in rage. Fighting was a common occurrence and he had many friends who died to the Alliance. No matter what, he could only fight to the death. As expected, you are such a dumb thing. The 8-star general knew that he couldn't reason with him anymore. He looked into the distance. That damn kid was actually smiling at him. Was he provoking him? Damn, he was just too despicable. In the distance, General Gang Xiong hollered in rage. His attacks became more and more intense. He really lived up to his title as the strongest general on land. On the contrary, Zhu Shen wasn't weak either. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the battle between the two was earth-shattering. Instantly, there was a loud explosion and the two of them separated. Fresh blood dripped from Zhu Shen's wrist and there was a fist mark on the back of the machete. There were many wounds on Gang Xiong's body that were left just now. Oh. Gang Xiong panted and his expression became more and more solemn. The person in front of him was really strong and actually made him feel pressured. A maniacal smile appeared on Zhu Shen's face. His title as the top blade of the imperial dynasty wasn't just for show. Suddenly, a voice spread out from behind him. Zhu Shen, move aside. Lin Fan shouted. With a xiao, a huge vat struck towards Gang Xiong. Zhu Shen was confused and didn't understand what young Master Lin was doing. What? Gang Xiong grabbed the vat with one hand and stared at Lin Fan in rage. Kid, don't be happy. I will kill you later. He then clenched his fingers in rage. The vat shattered. Chapter 338. A soft sound spread out. The 9-star general who was fighting with drunk fragrance pavilions Zhang Xing used many killing moves. Moreover, Zhang Xing was fighting 1 against 2 with ease. But to kill these 2 Alliance 9-star generals was just too difficult. But suddenly, the 2 generals stood there in a daze. They were just casually looking at the situation, but they saw everything that Gang Xiong had gone through. This, walala. Gang Xiong crushed the vat in rage. The liquid in the vat flowed out and drenched Gang Xiong. A stench surged into his face. Zhu Shen covered his nose and retreated. He then said exaggeratedly, it really stinks. Young Master Lin, is this shit again? Lin Fan stood up emotionally. He didn't expect that Gang Xiong would fall for it. Normally, he would smash it in the air, but he didn't expect Gang Xiong to actually confidently use his hand to catch it. He even clenched his fingers and crushed the vat. Those scenes were a little shocking. Right. Lin Fan replied. His tone was filled with disbelief. Zhu Shen laughed out loud like he was really excited. Shit, General Gang Xiong, I really didn't see it personally. Now that I have, I'm really excited. Lin Fan's desire to live was really strong. This has nothing to do with me. I was only in charge of throwing the vat. You crushed it yourself, so don't blame me. But he knew that Gang Xiong definitely wouldn't take his words to heart. Look at how he was now. He was cold and didn't say a word. He stood there without moving and allowed the dirty water to drip down from his body. To Gang Xiong, the entire sky seemed to have entered a state of silence. This is bad. The 9-star generals on the side of the Alliance were terrified. They knew that since Gang Xiong was drenched in shit, his mental state was on the verge of exploding. Every day he wanted to hammer him to death. Now he was drenched once more. His mental state might have exploded to the point where it was totally different from before. Gang Xiong lowered his head. His face and body were covered in the extremely dirty liquid. His body trembled and his breathing gradually became rapid. Instantly, Gang Xiong roared towards the sky. The liquid flowed into his mouth, but it still couldn't stop him from roaring. His eyes opened wide and blood patterns appeared on the whites of his eyes. He seemed like he had gone mad. The long howl covered the entire battlefield. If one had to choose which one was more domineering, the aura or the stench. In fact, the stench was more domineering. From Gang Xiong's body, Lin Fan sensed a terrifying and explosive aura. It was the chaotic aura that a person gave off when they were in a frenzied state. If Marshal Gang Xiong's body was wrapped in lightning and his hair stood up, that would be too terrifying. Perhaps he would immediately kneel down and beg for mercy. They shouted for the great Master Saya to spare their lives. Unfortunately, other than Gang Xiong's angry voice being a little loud, he didn't have any frightening characteristics. Zhu Shen, he will depend on you later. Lin Fan shouted. The situation was a little complicated. Looking at how Gang Xiong was acting, it was obvious that if he didn't kill me today, this matter wouldn't end. Zhu Shen's mouth opened wide and he looked at Lin Fan with a stunned expression. Young Master Lin, how am I supposed to fight him? Lin Fan was a little awkward. It's hard on you. If not, there's nothing I can do. Zhu Shen was helpless and he even thought about dying. Not to mention how disgusting Gang Xiong looked. Just the stench alone was something normal people couldn't handle. He was really afraid that if he continued to fight Gang Xiong, he would be suffocated to death by the stench. Suddenly, Gang Xiong stopped shouting and stared at Lin Fan with a fierce and furious gaze. His gaze was terrifying, like that of a wild beast staring at him. It is useless for you to stare at me like that. I just threw a vat. You pinched it yourself, so you can't blame anyone else. Lin Fan said. The original situation wasn't like this. At the start, he wanted to use the vat to threaten the Alliance people. He wanted to remind them of the strength of shit. At the same time, he wanted them to understand that there were many of such things. If they didn't pay attention to his side in the blink of an eye, they would be sprayed. But now he was helpless. General Gang Xiong knocked into it himself, so who else could he blame? Zhu Shen looked at Gang Xiong solemnly. Gang Xiong was on the verge of going crazy and it would be problematic if they fought. He didn't want to touch this person covered in shit. But he had to ensure young Master Lin's safety. He definitely couldn't let Gang Xiong break through his defense. Otherwise, if he got close to young Master Lin, the outcome would be catastrophic. Lin Fan didn't like Gang Xiong's gaze. What an annoying gaze. Lin Fan moved his fingers and the dimension appeared. A new vat appeared and he pushed forwards. His target was General Gang Xiong. How displeasing. What kind of gaze is that? Do you really think this young master is someone who can be easily frightened by a gaze? What a dream. Bah. A shattering sound. Lin Fan found it weird and looked at Gang Xiong in disbelief. Damn, he didn't expect General Gang Xiong to stop dodging. Another vat of shit smashed onto his body. At that moment, the area suddenly quietened down like everything was in a state of silence. Why does he keep targeting General Gang Xiong? Is he really not afraid of dying? The Alliance members were all shocked. Many people saw General Gang Xiong being sprayed, but they knew that there was nothing they could do about it. But now they were truly dumbfounded. A general had a really high status. Now that they were being bullied like that, which general would be able to take it? Zhu Daoshan hollered in rage, Lin Wani, don't you find it disgusting? Lin Wani was shocked by Lin Fan's actions. He didn't expect such a situation to occur. Damn. Did this unfilial kid know what he was doing? Scoff, I don't know whether or not it is disgusting. You have to ask Gang Xiong. Lin Wani gave Lin Fan face. Calling him an unfilial kid was a display of love. In front of outsiders, he was really protective of him. Zhu Daoshan took in a deep breath and suppressed the rage in his heart. He really didn't expect that things would become like this. Gang Xiong couldn't suppress it anymore. If he continued, he was really thinking about whether or not Gang Xiong would beat him up too. Actually, he didn't need to think about it, and that was really possible. If this happened to him, he definitely wouldn't be able to take it. Suddenly, something happened in the distance. The Alliance was in chaos. Run. Damn, how can you be so disgusting? Shit, they are all shit. Zhu Daoshan looked into the distance and saw many vats exploding. A sky full of yellow things flew about. Damn. The U-City experts retreated quickly. They were all stunned by those scenes. Damn. Why was young Master Lin's attack so different? It was originally a really depressing battle, but for some reason it was a little funny. The Alliance experts were a little traumatized by all this. When they saw it once more, they panicked. They didn't want to end up like Gang Xiong. Kid, I will kill you. As expected. General Gang Xiong exploded. It was like he had gone mad and attacked Lin Fan without caring about anything. Wishful thinking. Zhu Shen hollered in rage. He could only bite the bullet. Damn, he was going to fight the shit man later. Just thinking about it terrified him. A light barrier stuck to his body and he hoped that it could block the shit on Gang Xiong's body. Pig killing 18 strokes, dragon bone blade. The blade in Zhu Shen's hand gave off a weird glow. one could see a bone dragon roaring out. With a schwa, a really deep wound appeared on Gang Xiong's body. Zhu Shen was delighted. But at that moment his hair stood up. He didn't expect that Lin Fan would actually ignore his attacks. Even if he was injured he didn't care at all. His goal was simple, which was to kill young Master Lin. Not good. Zhu Shen exclaimed. He hollered and struck forwards. If he got close to young Master Lin, then he would really be in trouble. When Lin Wani saw this he was shocked. He wanted to save him but Zhu Daoshan stopped him. If you want to save your son, then let's see whether or not you have the ability. Scram. Lin Wani hollered in rage. But how would Zhu Daoshan let him succeed? Scoff, you deserve it. Lin Wani, I told you that I would make you send your son off. Lin Fan looked calmly at Gang Xiong and a look of disdain appeared on his face. Tisk, if a shit man like you touched me, I would have to soak in hot water for a long time to wash away the stench on my body. Forget it, I will give you a chance. He was confident that he wouldn't die in Lin Fan's hands. Young Master Lin, move aside. Zhu Shen hollered. Worry appeared on his face. He couldn't catch up, he really couldn't. Gang Xiong was just too quick. In the blink of an eye he appeared in front of Lin Fan. You dog, I want you to die. Pung. He didn't feel the pain that he expected. Instead, old Wu pounced over, hugging Gang Xiong and rolling to the side. Zhu Shen, you jerk. Old Wu scolded. If he hadn't reacted quickly and focused on young master, then what happened next would have been disastrous. Suddenly, old Wu's hairs stood on their ends and a terrifying sense of danger struck him. Go to hell. The 9-star general who had been fighting old Wu took the chance to punch old Wu. It was obvious that he wanted to use this chance to kill him. The other party threw a punch and an extremely muffled sound suddenly erupted. Old Wu opened his eyes wide. He didn't expect young master to block in front of him. Pui? Lin Fan frowned. How painful. His blood boiled and a terrifying power surged through his body. A terrifying energy wave surged from his back and smashed into the ground, ripping it open. Young Master Lin. Zhu Shen was shocked. The machete in his hand stabbed into the 9-star general's back. With a slash, a thin and long wound appeared. Lin Fan raised his hand and slapped his face. Since you punched me, I would slap you first to remember this debt. Recover. The existence of the blood demon reversal technique was indeed monstrous. It could instantly heal his injuries. Zhu Shen hollered in rage and sliced the 9-star general into half. He grabbed Lin Fan's hand and headed towards the city walls. Gang Xiong hollered in rage. A terrifying aura exploded from his body and blew old Wu away. Zhu Shen, don't worry about me. Go help old Wu. Lin Fan said. Young Master Lin, then you? Zhu Shen looked over and was shocked. What was going on? Young Master Lin suffered a blow from the 9-star general and even if he didn't die, he would have been badly injured. But looking at the situation, he didn't look like someone who was injured at all. I'm okay. Let's go quickly. Lin Fan waved his hands to tell Zhu Shen to move quickly. It seemed like cultivating the god body to a high level had huge benefits. His life-saving methods were really strong. But without the blood demon reversal technique, he would have died. As expected, it was a practical technique. Chapter 339. As expected, everything changed in the blink of an eye. A 9-star general died just like that? Lin Fan exclaimed and was filled with disbelief. Each 9-star general was terrifyingly strong, so how could they be so weak? No, it shouldn't have been because he was weak. Zhu Shen was much stronger than this 9-star general. At the same time, the blade pierced his back and sliced him in half. There was definitely a special power that pierced into his body. If he thought about it that way, then there was no problem at all. Kiki, the Alliance has suffered heavy losses. Their first 9-star general has fallen here. What a waste, what a waste. Lin Fan didn't feel anything. To him, everything was normal and he didn't feel like there was anything wrong with it. Gang Xiong was infuriated. He was so close to killing this kid, but who would have thought that someone would spoil his plan? He looked at old Wu and hollered. A berserk aura exploded out and hot steam spread out from his body. Die. A scorching glow exploded from Gang Xiong's fist as he punched towards old Wu. The aura was just too terrifying. Cracks appeared in the space around his arm. At the same time, the space shook and ripples spread out like waves. There was a gap between old Wu's cultivation and General Gang Xiong's. Especially when Gang Xiong was in a frenzied state, the power that exploded out reached an extremely terrifying level. Old Wu's expression was solemn. He couldn't block that fist, but even then he couldn't retreat. Long. At that moment, Zhu Xin held the machete and slashed forwards. The blade clashed with Gang Xiong's fist and caused a terrifying shockwave. Zhu Xin's machete had 4 finger marks on it. "Old brother Wu, you have to compensate me." Zhu Xin felt pained and wanted to cry. He didn't expect the machete to be so weak. The shockwave swept old Wu's 2 sides and blew his long hair. 2 long motes appeared on the ground behind him. The shockwaves from a battle between experts were extraordinary. What is the point of saying all this at such a time? Old Wu stepped forwards and fled. The stench on his body made him feel helpless, but it didn't matter. To save young master, it was worth it even if he had to sacrifice something. Zhu Xin didn't let him off. "Don't think about bluffing me so easily. Once this ends, you have to compensate me. But this isn't a loss. I just killed an Alliance 9-star general and this is a lesson to them." Bang! Gang Xiong punched Zhu Xin away and hollered in rage. His eyes became redder and even his body started to give off a red mist. His anger had reached the pinnacle, and even his blood was boiling. What a troublesome fellow. Zhu Xin didn't dare to be careless. Apart from Zhu Daoxin, Gang Xiong was the most terrifying. If he wasn't strong enough, he would have been crushed. Old Wu looked at the guy who had been cut in half, and a smile appeared on his face. Well done. He had finally killed an Alliance 9-star general. This was a huge blow to the Alliance. Zhu Daoxin saw one of the Alliance's 9-star generals being killed mercilessly and hollered in rage, "Lin Wani, the Alliance will fight you to the death." Lin Wani chuckled and said, "You speak as if we didn't fight to the death in the past. You don't want to fight, but I want to kill you." Well done. No matter how many 8-star generals died, it wasn't as exciting as the death of a 9-star general. After noticing that the unfilial kid was fine, he heaved a sigh of relief. He was just messing around and nearly lost his life. Once this ended, he was going to teach this kid a lesson. "Young master, how could you fight a 9-star general head-on? If anything happened to you, even if I killed you, I wouldn't be able to save you," Old Wu said. At the same time he was touched. He didn't expect young master to block in front of him. But he really wanted to ask, what happened just now? Could it be that the 9-star general was a fake? Looking at young master's appearance, he was perfectly fine. There was only a hole in the front of his chest and nothing else. "Old Wu, this smell is a little pungent," Lin Fan said. At this moment in Lin Fan's heart, Old Wu was a true hero. Don't tell him that killing many 9-star generals was a hero. Compared to Old Wu, who dared to push a shit person to the ground, they were just little brothers. Old Wu looked at Lin Fan like he wanted to say that he was doing this for young master. Did he really think that he wanted to pounce on him? He had no choice. "Young master, you can't blame me." Old Wu wasn't young, but his heart was still young. Thinking back to when he roamed the world with old master, he had done all sorts of despicable things, but he had never experienced something like this. He might not have faced such a situation even in a few lifetimes. Just at that moment, Zhu Xin shouted, "Old brother Wu, if you are fine then come and help. This fellow is crazy." Gang Xiong was about to go mad. He suffered twice in a row and it impacted his willpower. No matter whether or not he had an invincible heart, when he faced such a thing he was pretty much on the verge of collapsing. Gang Xiong's mental state was decent. The first time he faced such a situation his mental state exploded, but he still bore with it. But the second time was like a landmine exploding right away. It totally infuriated Gang Xiong. He didn't care about Zhu Xin at all and just wanted to kill Lin Fan. "I am coming." Old Wu turned into a streak of light and slashed towards Gang Xiong. Gang Xiong was injured, and when he took Zhu Xin's blade head-on, he was already injured. Now that Old Wu and Zhu Xin worked together, they restricted Gang Xiong. One had to say that Gang Xiong was really strong. Even then he wasn't at a disadvantage. He wanted to find a chance to kill Lin Fan. But unfortunately he only had one chance. If he missed it, then he would have really missed it. There definitely wouldn't be a second chance. The Alliance was in a mess. They were attacked by shit and didn't dare to get close. Some of the Alliance members were covered in shit and their faces were ashen white. Some people who were clean freaks wanted to take off their clothes and wash their bodies with clean water. But there were some overbearing people. The Alliance members who felt that they were experts didn't care about the shit on their bodies when they faced the City experts. They smiled evilly and licked their lips. "All of you are dead." Those scenes shocked many people and caused them to vomit. To them this fellow was just retarded. That was just too disgusting. He could even do such actions and he was really familiar with them. Most of the City experts felt a chill down their spines. "Young Master Lin, your move is really beautiful, but it is just too vicious. All of us are going to be dragged down." Gang Xiong, you bastard, just wait to be sent to the Alliance court. Zhu Daoshan hollered in rage. He pressed down with his palms and the sky turned red. Numerous meteor-like red balls landed with long tails. Lin Wani waved the halberd in his hand and a light exploded from the tip. Many golden dragons roared out and clashed with the red meteors, giving off an eye-catching glow. Zhu Daoshan was furious. Such a thing shouldn't have happened. But all this was because Gang Xiong made a decision and caused chaos on the battlefield. The enemy had a chance to make the Alliance lose a 9-star general. When Gang Xiong, who was in a frenzy, heard Zhu Daoshan's words, his body shook. But very quickly he came back to his senses. Since that was the case, then what else was there to say? He had already lost a 9-star general, so he had to get a bigger reward. You bunch of bastards, I'm going to kill all of you. Gang Xiong hollered in rage. He didn't care about the injuries on his body at all. Instead, because of his injuries, Gang Xiong looked even more berserk. He was like a demon that had returned from the abyss. Gang Xiong stepped on the ground with a vicious expression on his face. Power spread out. Battle the sky. A thick word filled with the power of heaven and earth exploded out from Gang Xiong. There was a loud explosion. The earth was trembling as if a giant was constantly trampling on it. The earth quaked and the mountains swayed. Popping sounds rang out incessantly as cracks appeared on the ground. Each crack was really deep and one couldn't see what was deep within. It was like it was connected to the abyss. Zhu Xin, his aura is rising too quickly. He is going to fight to the death. Old Wu said solemnly. It was impossible for the strongest 9-star general of the Alliance to not have some skill. It seems like Gang Xiong is going to fight us to the death. But it is okay. If he wants to, then I will fight with him. Let's see who wins. Zhu Xin's expression was solemn and he didn't fear anything at all. The sound of things swelling up spread out. His right hand that was holding the machete swelled to twice its original size and he pointed it towards the sky. The space shook and the power of heaven and earth gathered over. A terrifying aura wrapped around Zhu Xin's body. Zila. Two terrifying forces were colliding. Gang Xiong raised his head. His eyes were cold and filled with rage as he hollered, "Invincible." This shout was really loud, like all the power in his body was exploding out. Long. An aura pillar charged into the sky. The pillar destroyed the ground and formed a deep hole. This power was just too terrifying. Zhu Daoshan frowned and then relaxed. Lin Wani, Gang Xiong has gone mad. This power will definitely kill one of you. If you want to die, then all of you will die. Don't think about taking advantage of us. Lin Wani knew that he wasn't lying. With the aura that Gang Xiong gave off, it wasn't so easy to block. Between Zhu Xin and Brother Wu, one of them would definitely die. Zhu Daoshan felt that Lin Wani's attacks were getting stronger and stronger. He laughed. You want to save them? Stop dreaming. With me here, you can forget about going anywhere. Just watch them die. Gang Xiong hollered in rage and continued to accumulate terrifying power. Suddenly, a yellow waterfall descended from the sky and poured onto Gang Xiong's body once more. Lin Fan controlled the vat to float above Gang Xiong's head. He then tilted it and the liquid inside poured down. Gang Xiong was stunned and looked at Lin Fan with a stunned expression. His expression of disbelief was really obvious. Maybe even he didn't expect that. Don't look at me like that. I just saw that you were a little angry and wanted to cool you down. But don't blame me, there is no water source around, so I can only make do with this. Lin Fan was really calm and felt really helpless. It was like he was talking about something really normal. Gang Xiong still hadn't reacted. He only had one thought in his mind. This was the third time. The U-City experts all looked at Lin Fan like they wanted to ask, "Young Master Lin, was there really a need to grab onto Gang Xiong?" It was easy to make one collapse. Chapter 340. Young Master Yu. Old Wu was speechless and didn't know what to say. They all saw how furious Gang Xiong was and even they were shocked by Gang Xiong's gaze. Maybe one could say that his gaze wasn't that of a human. It was the gaze of an infuriated beast. Lin Fan smiled. His smile was really calm and he didn't care much about this at all. Maybe to him, even if Gang Xiong was so furious that the sky collapsed, it didn't have much to do with him. There were only two situations. Either he had balls to fight him. Otherwise he would just suck it up and leave with his tail between his legs. Lin Wani, your son is just too much. Zhu Daoshan hollered. He couldn't take it anymore. He thought that Gang Xiong was someone who couldn't suppress the rage in his heart, but looking at the situation, he knew that no one would be able to take it unless they had brain problems. Aha, too much. Your alliance is as dumb as a pig, so who can you blame? Zhu Daoshan, your alliance can forget about breaking into you city. As for all of you staying here, I can ensure that all of you will be wiped out. Lin Wani hollered in rage. He shouted in his heart. Good kid, well done. But his gaze towards Lin Fan was like, you unfilial kid, you are finished when you go back. As expected. Just like what Lin Fan thought, his father wasn't good at expressing his emotions. Was it really so hard to admit that someone was amazing? My chance is here. Zhu Shen saw that Gang Xiong was stunned and knew that his chance had arrived. He waved his arm and a mysterious power wrapped around the machete. This power was really foreign to Lin Fan. If he had to describe it, maybe this was the power of the Tao. At that moment, Zhu Shen slashed down with his blade and the entire area turned gray. It was as if a streak of light had turned the originally clear sky cloudy. Shocking, it was just too shocking. This power is too terrifying. Lin Fan looked on expressionlessly. He sensed how terrifying this power was. No wonder he couldn't beat the 9-star generals. There was a gap in strength. Gang Xiong, who was stunned and furious, was shocked when he sensed this power. He raised his head and noticed that the blade light pierced through the sky and locked down all his paths of retreat. Damn. Gang Xiong hollered in rage and took it head-on. Rumble. A shocking rumble resounded throughout heaven and earth. The machete in Zhu Shen's hand was wrapped in an eye-catching glow. Gang Xiong blocked with his bare hands. You dog, move your shit-covered hands away. Let me kill you with one blade. Gang Xiong's face was filled with rage. He could even say such shameless words. If he let go, then he would be the one to die. Anyone with a brain would know what to do. A terrifying shockwave spread out with the two of them at the center, causing the surrounding space to distort. Is the battle prowess of cultivating one's physical body really so terrifying? Old Wu muttered to himself. He knew that Gang Xiong cultivated his physical body, but this was just too terrifying. Zhu Shen's strongest move caught him off guard. Who knew that Gang Xiong would be able to block it? Although he was at a disadvantage, he wasn't in any danger at all. Lin Fan furrowed his brows. The shockwave that was formed between the two of them wasn't something that just anyone could take part in. Even he was in a precarious situation. If he was the slightest bit careless, he might lose his life here. Suddenly, a sense of danger struck him. He looked into the distance and saw a weird giant thing appear. From afar it looked really high-tech. Cannon? Although he didn't know what it was, the Alliance members were injecting something into it. Look, what is that? Lin Fan reminded everyone. The U City experts who were fighting were shocked when they saw the item. Young Master Lin, that is the Alliance's weapon. It can shoot out light pillars that are really strong and can even kill domain realm experts. Lin Fan knew that the Alliance's technology level was really high, but he didn't expect it to be so high. But if the Alliance had such a weapon, they wouldn't even need manpower to attack. They just needed to prepare a few hundred or a few thousand and they would be able to destroy everything. Based on the situation before, it might have been because the weapon required a huge amount of energy and couldn't fire so many times. Now wasn't the time to think about all this. He felt a sense of danger. Moreover, the cannon was aimed right at him. Damn. Who did he offend? Why did he have to shoot him out of all people? What happened to him? Old Wu blocked in front of Lin Fan. Young Master, leave. You can't stay here. What do you mean? Lin Fan didn't understand. Old Wu said solemnly, I have experienced this weapon before and its range is really wide. Although I don't know whether or not I can block it, it is best if you leave and don't stay here. In the distance, the Alliance tech members injected energy into it and their expressions were really vicious. Damn fellow, who asked you to use shit to water us? I will blast you to death with one cannon. They didn't choose any other target and just stared at Lin Fan. They wanted to kill him. Lin Fan didn't leave. Refresh. The bug controlling technique's special true essence spread out. Gather. Gather crazily, gather all the insects in the surroundings together. Under the buff of his special true essence, numerous bugs started to mutate. They were at least several times stronger than before. Charge. In the depths of the ground, numerous bugs sped about. The mud was like tofu in front of them. The researchers controlling the weapons were all very young. They were all in their 30s or 40s. Their mouths were full of profanities as they operated and cursed at the same time. Damn. I will blast you to death. Damn, I want you to die without a single corpse left. On the control platform, the energy display gave out a beeping sound. It is full, charge complete. Okay, don't aim anywhere, just aim at that fellow. The researchers were really excited. This was the weapon they specialized in researching. At the same time, it was to prove to those Alliance experts that technology could easily destroy them. Fire. The researcher hollered and pressed the button. A buzzing sound spread out. A bright ball of light floated at the mouth of the cannon and it felt like particles were being attracted over. Along. A light pillar exploded out. It was really quick and it felt like it exceeded the speed of sound. No. It was even faster than the speed of sound, so quick that one couldn't react at all. Suddenly, the ground caved in. Oh damn. Exclamations spread out. The base of the cannon was unstable and it caved in. The muzzle tilted and the path of the light pillar changed. Some Alliance experts were at the back and looked around warily. Their battle with the U-City natives was too intense, so they split up and didn't continue to fight. They were waiting for the 9-star generals and Gang Xiong's situation. Instantly, they sensed that the space behind them was a little off. They turned around. Damn. The light pillar covered them and there was no reaction at all. The researcher who had caved and climbed up and looked at the situation in the distance. His eyes opened wide and his face was ashen white. No, Lin Wani, the Alliance won't lose this battle. All of you will have to pay the price for your rejection. Zhu Daoshan said. Lin Wani didn't know what that meant. Maybe that was what the Alliance dogs usually said. Scoff, we won't lose? Look at your situation, your losses are worse than ours. They had suffered huge losses in this battle. But the Alliance's losses were the most terrifying. U-City also sacrificed many experts. This was something that no one could accept. But U-City was prepared to die. This wasn't their fate but their choice. Since they stayed in U-City, they had already chosen their future path. There is no point in talking so much. Lin Wani, today I will fight you to the death. Let's see how long you can last. Zhu Daoshan hollered in rage. He was much older than Lin Wani, and he knew that Lin Wani was a peerless expert among the natives, as well as the most talented person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to fight with him to such a degree despite their age difference. If he was given time. Zhu Daoshan didn't think that he could restrict him. True perverts didn't listen to reason. Lin Wani was one of those unreasonable people. Suddenly, Zhu Daoshan frowned and felt that something wasn't right. He noticed that Lin Wani was smiling. That smile was really cunning. Not good, something was definitely wrong. Behind him, Zhu Daoshan turned his head and slapped. But when he saw the light pillar, he was stunned and dodged right away. Long. The light pillar charged into the sky and left a long tail. Zizi. It sounded like meat being barbecued. He lowered his head and saw that his entire right arm was covered in black smoke. He dodged really quickly, but he was still a little too slow. He clenched his fingers and his right arm was wrapped up in light and slowly recovered. Not good. He realized that Lin Wani had disappeared in front of him and then appeared below. His halberd pierced a person. And that figure was Marshal Gang Xiong. Goyalo. General Gang Xiong didn't die, but he spat out blood from his mouth. His eyes were opened wide like he didn't expect this to happen. To Lin Wani and Zhu Daoshan, any mistake would result in an irreversible outcome. General Gang Xiong was in a tragic state. He fought against Zhu Shen and was slowly starting to fight back. Who knew that a light would sweep him? When he came back to his senses, he realized that his chest was pierced. He looked at the person and didn't expect it to be Lin Wani. He knew that he was finished. If it was any other general, he might have been able to survive. But since he fell into Lin Wani's hands, he had no chance at all. Haha, General Zhu, the heavens, the Alliance really didn't want you to win. Lin Wani laughed. He didn't expect that the Alliance would actually help him. That was really unexpected. Zhu Daoshan's expression was really ugly and his face was so dark and sunken. Lin Wani, release Gang Xiong. Zhu Daoshan hollered. Lin Wani laughed and then retracted his smile. His arm shook and with a pang, Gang Xiong, who was pierced by the halberd, was ripped into pieces. He was dead. No. Zhu Daoshan hollered in a heartbreaking manner. Lin Wani stabbed the halberd into the ground and his voice was like thunder. Alliance, listen up. Today your 6th general has fallen here. If you dare to come again, you will be killed. The aura formed by the word, kill, was really terrifying. It caused the Alliance experts to feel dizzy. It was too terrifying, really too terrifying. Was this the native that the Alliance headquarters wanted to get rid of? Gang Xiong, the strongest land general in the Alliance. Who knew that he would die here? Who would have believed it? If they hadn't personally witnessed it, no one would have dared to believe it. Lin Wani was like a war god. He stood tall and his long hair danced in the wind. As expected, he was handsome. His education level was a little low and he didn't even graduate from primary school. But that didn't affect his aura. As long as one was strong, one's aura would naturally stand out. Lin Fan thought back to something that Lu Sun said. When one had money, 90% of one's worries would be gone. One's IQ and EQ would be greatly increased. But the key was that Lu Sun didn't say where the money was. Father was in such a situation now. The battlefield was silent and a little suppressed. The morale of the alliance members was really low. They had lost 2 9-star generals in one battle, and that was something unimaginable. Especially when General Zhu was there to restrict Lin Wani. Who would dare to believe that? No one dared to believe it. Shua. Zhu Daoshan looked behind him with a dark and cold gaze. That was where the researchers were at. The researchers were stunned until now. They didn't understand what had happened. Why did such a thing happen? They sensed the furious gazes and fearfully headed forwards. As expected, it was General Zhu's gaze. They wanted to argue for themselves that they were innocent and that they didn't do it on purpose. It was all because the ground wasn't hard enough and collapsed. How could they be blamed for that? General Zhu moved his lips. Other people couldn't hear it. But there was a thunderous roar in their heads. Just wait to be executed. Long. The researchers sat on the ground and beads of sweat dripped down their faces. Since General Zhu said that, then they had no way out. At that moment, Lin Fan controlled the bugs and they slowly merged together. They became bigger and bigger and then pounced towards the cannon. They covered it and formed a ball shape. They then rolled towards them. What? The researchers panicked. Someone dared to steal from right under their noses. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly. General, it is him. It is all because of him. It has nothing to do with us. The alliance experts looked at the rolling black ball and hollered, stop it. Lin Fan obviously wouldn't let them. Special True Essence was free. Many bugs spread out from the black ball and they charged towards the sky without fear of death. They then formed into all sorts of creatures. Scythes, fists, etc. But in the eyes of these experts, bugs were small and weak. They were easily crushed to death. When Zhu Daoshan saw that, he didn't stop it. He just looked at Lin Wani with rage in his eyes. To him, these bullshit scientific weapons would only kill his own people. If he hadn't dodged, Lin Wani wouldn't have had a chance and General Gang Xiong wouldn't have died. Lin Wani, listen up. I won't let you off in my life. Zhu Daoshan said coldly. Lin Wani smiled in disdain. Come, I will wait. 6 9-star generals. These were 6 9-star generals. Forget about the first 4. They didn't expect Lin Wani to be so bold as to counterattack. As for the last 2, they shouldn't have died, especially General Gang Xiong. His sacrifice was a huge blow to the alliance. It was just too difficult for another 9-star general like Gang Xiong to appear. We are here. Lin Fan smiled. He was really curious about the alliance's weapon and it was worth studying. Although some people tried to stop him, he was safe and luckily nothing happened. But if Zhu Daoshan and the other 9-star generals attacked, this thing wouldn't have been able to come so easily. Maybe it would have been destroyed. He didn't expect that Zhu Daoshan and the others didn't stop him. Was it because of the situation just now which made them angry at the weapon so they didn't care? That was possible. Retreat. Zhu Daoshan raised his hand and the alliance members retreated like a wave. They came aggressively but retreated like dogs that had lost their homes. Old Wu exclaimed, this battle was too dangerous, but luckily we won. It was indeed too dangerous. There were many times when his life was in danger but they were all solved. Maybe he was just too lucky. My machete. Zhu Shen wanted to cry but no tears came out. The machete in his hand was so broken that he wanted to die. It shouldn't have ended up like this, but he had no choice as the enemy was a little strong. Old Zhang, you have to take the blame. If you weren't careless, my machete wouldn't have ended up like this. Zhang Sheng's mouth was agape as he looked at Zhu Shen. Scram. Damn. Did he really think that the old man was easy to bully? What did it have to do with him? Gang Xiong wasn't his match and you were the one who restricted him. Father, I am still okay, right? Lin Fan smiled and took the initiative to praise him. Lin Wani's face was cold. I will tell you when we return. His tone was a little unfriendly. What happened? I didn't make you angry. But forget it. Even if he was angry, he had gained so much this time. He had to go back and improve. Lin Fan didn't leave and just listened to Old Wu and the others report the situation. He pricked up his ears and secretly listened. According to the situation, the losses should be very small, and he did not feel that many people had died. Old Master, we lost 8 Domain Realm experts, 48 Yin Yang Realm, 31 5-Element Realm, 53 Void Realm, and we haven't counted the God Essence Realm, but it might have exceeded 100. Old Wu said solemnly. Although this was much less than in the past, no matter what, those who died were people they were familiar with. They were comrades who had been in U City for over 20 years. Remember their names and bury them. Lin Wani said solemnly. Yes. Old Wu replied and brought people to clean up the battlefield. Lin Fan looked at his father's back view and realized that his aura was a little off. He gave off a dangerous aura. Luckily, who was going to be unlucky? Lin Wani stood there and sent off those who died. Their deaths weren't worth it, but it was for the greater good. Many familiar faces disappeared from his eyes. Alliance. It was totally silent. No one spoke and no one dared to speak. The researchers lowered their heads and didn't dare to look at one another. They had caused a huge problem. Accidentally injuring General Zhu was a small matter, but they had killed many Alliance experts. Many members looked at the researchers in rage. If not for them, such a thing wouldn't have happened. Because of their mistakes, the Alliance suffered heavy losses. Even an expert like Marshal Gang Xiong perished in the other party's hands. Apart from Zhu Daoshan, the remaining 11 generals didn't say anything. The rage in their hearts was no less than that of the others. Damn, it is an honor to die to the natives, but I didn't expect to die to our own people. A 9-star general hollered in rage. He had spoken out everyone's thoughts. That was indeed the case. If they died to the natives, they wouldn't be so furious. They would just turn their rage into strength. At that moment, those researchers were pulled out. General, please spare us. This has nothing to do with us. It was all done by that native. The researchers who controlled the particle beam cannon were all crying. They really thought that it was their fault. But they realized that it wasn't their fault. It was all done by that native and it had nothing to do with them. Shut up. Zhu Daoshan hollered in rage and looked at them with a dark and sunken gaze. Your actions have caused us huge losses. All of you have to die, otherwise we won't be able to calm down. The researchers were terrified. They were finished, they were really finished. It was obvious that they were going to be used to vent their anger. General Zhu, we are from the Alliance Research Office. You have no right to decide our life and death. A researcher said fiercely. His position in the research team was slightly higher and he was one of the Alliance's researchers. He knew that Zhu Daoshan wanted them to die, so there was no point in saying anything. Why not just fight him head-on? Pucci. Suddenly, this researcher covered his neck and large amounts of blood flowed down from his fingers. This scene caused everyone to tremble in fear. Those researchers who knelt on the ground looked at Zhu Daoshan in terror. Some of them raised their trembling fingers like they wanted to ask how dare he. But the moment those words reached their throats, they swallowed them. Zhu Daoshan said, I don't need to say how he died. Everyone understood. In such a situation, even if he died, he would just die for nothing. When they reported the situation to the Alliance headquarters, it caused a huge uproar. 2 9-star generals died in this battle? What were they saying? It was like they didn't understand. Gang Xiong, who was known as the strongest 9-star general on land, also died there. When they found out about the situation, no one dared to believe it. No one even chose to believe it. The people from the Alliance headquarters were in an awkward position. They definitely couldn't take the blame for this. Moreover, they couldn't. This was a form of disdain and suspicion towards what they had researched. Moreover, the fact that the particle beam cannon was taken by the natives infuriated the Alliance headquarters. Lin Wani's name became a target that the Alliance headquarters had to kill. It was fine if anyone didn't die, but he had to. But an even more terrifying thing happened. What happened at U City was actually spread out on the public platform. This had a huge impact. Even if the Alliance headquarters wanted to control the spread, it was too late. On the streets of the various cities, people started to doubt and panic towards the war. At the same time, there were those who wanted peace. They wanted to live peacefully with the people of rich land. But at that time, the war cries within the Alliance rose up and they were suppressed. Especially when they broke through Jianghu City, it made all those who wanted to fight excited. It was as if victory had arrived. But now, U City's loss allowed them to find a breakthrough point. They called for peace and didn't want more casualties. Chapter 341. Jianghu College. One of the top schools in the Alliance and took in many outstanding students. At least 10% of the 9-star generals came from Jianghu College. This was why Jianghu College had a really high position in the Alliance. Deputy Principal's office. At that moment, the deputy principal was in his office. With a pung, someone pushed open the door and entered. He was really anxious and rushed to his desk. Deputy Principal, I want to head to the border defense. The vice headmaster was originally angry, but when he saw who it was, he said helplessly, What are you doing there? Cultivating in the academy is the most important thing for you right now. That's not a place you can go. No, my master was killed by the natives there. No matter what, I have to go. The news spread long ago that Alliance General Gang Xiong died at the border. This was a huge blow to the Alliance. This student was the disciple that Gang Xiong took in. After learning that his master was killed, his thoughts were really simple. He just wanted to take revenge for his master and he didn't have any other thoughts. I understand how you feel, but the situation there isn't something you can control. You are too weak, and even if you go there, you will just be asking to die. The Alliance headquarters won't let General Gang Xiong die for nothing. Go to class. The deputy principal didn't want to say anything more and definitely wouldn't allow him to leave Jianghu College. This was because Di Kai was a genius of Jianghu College. If he calmed himself down, he would definitely become a 9-star general. But if he went to the border defense now, he would just be asking to die. Di Kai was unwilling. Seeing that the deputy principal focused on his work and didn't care about him, he knew that it was impossible for the college to allow him to head there. He walked in the college. He was really depressed. General Gang Xiong was his master and was like a father to him. Now that he died at the border defense, if he couldn't take revenge for his master, he wouldn't be able to accept it. He clenched his fists tightly and his expression was really dark and sunken. When the students passed by saw Di Kai's expression, they quickly avoided him. Don't offend him. His master was killed by the natives at the border defense. General Gang Xiong is known as the strongest land general in the Alliance, so how could he die? The natives aren't easy to offend. Don't have a sense of superiority, otherwise we will just die. If the natives weren't strong, then we wouldn't have fought them for so long. Di Kai was very popular in the academy. Because he was tall, mighty, and handsome, he was very popular with the girls. But now, when someone came within a few meters of Di Kai, they would be shrouded by a gloomy aura, making them panic. The students on both sides of the road all locked their gazes on Di Kai. No one came near. No one said a word. On the street outside the academy, a group of people were holding banners, and at the same time, there were flyers placed on a table. A man said as he handed out leaflets to passers-by, "I think that the Alliance should coexist peacefully with the people of the rich lands and not invade them through war. Both the Alliance and the rich lands will suffer great losses. I am a research student in the rich land. I have interacted with the people of the rich land who have been captured. They don't want war to break out either. All the wars were started by the Alliance headquarters. We need peace so we can communicate with the people of the rich land and trade with them." The people who passed by were all Alliance citizens and they paid close attention to the border battle. Many of their children were students of the academy. Or maybe he was working at the Alliance headquarters. Therefore, many people were in favor of peaceful coexistence. Bang! Just at that moment, Di Kai kicked the table over and the leaflets scattered all over the floor. He grabbed the collar of the guy who was distributing the leaflets and said with red eyes, "Many Alliance people are bleeding on the front lines and you scum are actually trying to mislead them. Who are you? How are we misleading the masses with our lies? War will only increase the misery of the people," retorted the man who was distributing the leaflets. More and more people came over and started to whisper, Look at that person's attire. He looks like a student from Jianghu College." No, he is from Jianghu College. The commotion attracted many people. Di Kai really wanted to beat them up. Peaceful coexistence? Then wouldn't his master have died for nothing? But very quickly, Jianghu College students passed by and at the same time they recognized Di Kai. They pulled him down and told him not to fight. These were just normal people. If they did, there would be casualties. Be it Di Kai or Jianghu College, it would have a bad effect. The guy who pulled Di Kai away was also a student of Jianghu College. His father was the dean of Jianghu College and was in charge of all the factions in the college. "Di Kai, don't be so rash. If something happens, it won't do you any good." Lin Sin wasn't as handsome as Di Kai, but he was really sharp and had an aura that Di Kai didn't have. "I know that your master Gang Xiong died at the border, but you have to remember that a peaceful faction has appeared within the Alliance. If not, do you think these normal people have the ability to spread news?" Lin Sin's family was at the top and knew many things that no one else knew. "I just want to take revenge for my master and kill all these natives." Di Kai's voice was really weak, but it was filled with rage and endless killing intent. Lin Sin said, "If you want, then team up with us. Recently, I've already contacted a few geniuses in the academy, and we're preparing to go to Jianghu City. From there we'll enter the rich land. Are you willing to go?" "If you want to go, I can bring you along." "Jianghu City? Why not you city?" Di Kai asked. What he wanted to head to the most was Yu City. Only there would he be able to meet those annoying natives who killed his master. Lin Sin shook his head. Not Yu City, that place is too dangerous. If we go there with our strength, we are just asking to die. Now that the alliance has broken through Migu City, it is the safest place to enter the rich land. I've heard that there are many opportunities in the rich lands. We're all geniuses of the academy, and according to the data, we're all people with great luck. Once we get there, we'll definitely reap great rewards. This is an opportunity for both of us. However, if you really want to go, then you have to promise me to listen to orders and not be rash. Lin Sin had high hopes for Di Kai and hoped that he could bring more reliable people over so that they could take care of one another. But Di Kai was too rash and easily caused problems. If he couldn't change his temper, then even if he had high hopes for him, he wouldn't bring him over. Di Kai kept silent like he was thinking about something. Okay, I promise you. Without going through the procedures, he wouldn't be able to head to the border. But Lin Sin was the son of the dean and had a high status. It wouldn't be a problem for him to complete the procedures. At the same time, he wanted to head out to train with the other geniuses of the college. He even wanted to see what kind of improvements they would make. Alliance headquarters. All the higher-ups were gathered here. This was the place that represented the highest authority in the alliance. On the giant projection screen there was a fixed portrait. The person on the screen was Lin Fan carrying the vat. Perhaps they had already come up with some kind of plan just now, and it was specifically used to deal with Lin Fan. Old Master, didn't you notice that the war situation has unknowingly changed? Old Wu said. He thought about it and felt that there was a possibility. There were only the two of them in the room. After this battle, the alliance would stop for a while. After all, they had suffered heavy losses and he didn't believe that they would continue to attack. Lin Wani was confused. What change? Old Wu said, Old Master, after young master returned, didn't you feel that we are slowly gaining the upper hand? This has never happened before. That was indeed the case. Before young master returned, their conflict with the alliance was one where both sides lost their core strength. If such a situation continued, with the endless support from the alliance, unless Yu City had new blood, one day they would be dragged to death by the alliance. At that time, they would be the only ones left and they wouldn't be able to stop the alliance. But now the situation was changing. Especially after today's battle. 2 9-star generals died here and they didn't pay a high price. At most, Zhu Xin's machete was slightly damaged. Lin Wani frowned. Brother Wu, what you mean is that unfilial kid can still help after he returns? Old Master, that is what I mean. Young Master naturally can't fight 9-star generals, but his methods to deal with the alliance are really something normal people can't imagine. Old Wu wanted to say that was not something a human could do. But thinking about it, wasn't that his young master? He couldn't say that he wasn't a human, right? Not to mention the alliance, even when he saw young master use shit to water the alliance, he felt disgusted. As for pouncing on Gang Xiong, that was because it concerned young master. If it was someone else, he wouldn't care so much. He couldn't let shit touch him, right? Lin Wani didn't agree. This is the hard work of all the Yu City experts. What does it have to do with that kid? Old Wu said, Old Master, no matter whether you admit it or not, it is the truth. They all said the same thing. If young master hadn't angered Gang Xiong, he wouldn't have had the chance to kill him. Gang Xiong's death dealt a huge blow to the alliance. After all, he was the strongest land 9-star general and was much stronger than the other 9-star generals. It was the same as breaking the alliance's wings such that they wouldn't do anything too extreme in the near future. Old Master had no choice but to admit it. Young Master was really amazing, so amazing that he was a little too amazing. At the same time, he had many secrets. Young Master was hit by a 9-star general and was actually perfectly fine. Just thinking about it, one could sense that there was definitely a problem with this. How could he be perfectly fine? Even if all of you say that, I still have to find trouble with this kid. He actually used such disgusting methods, he just lost my face. You can leave, I will go talk to that kid. Lin Wani finally understood why this kid couldn't find a wife. So this was the reason. It was too disgusting and caused others to dislike him. Chapter 342. Young Master, what is this? Go. Z and Lin Fan squatted in front of the particle beam cannon and looked around. They even touched it carefully. Their hearts felt cold and it gave off a mysterious feeling. They didn't dare to use too much strength as they were afraid that they would damage young master's spoils of war. This is a cannon, a really strong one, Lin Fan said. He was also thinking about how to use this thing. They took up more than half of the room. He couldn't throw it away. He had witnessed the might of this weapon with his own eyes. A single blast from it was truly terrifying. Not to mention a yin-yang realm cultivator, even a domain realm cultivator would be reduced to ashes. It was just too terrifying. Z looked at it for a while and didn't understand what was so special about it. Since young master said that it was a good thing, then it was a good thing. If I can understand how to use this cannon, it will be of great help, Lin Fan said. He continued to think about it but was still unable to understand it. Although the Alliance's technology wasn't foreign to him, it was just too high-end. He was just a normal person, so how could he understand such a high-level weapon so easily? But it was okay. If he didn't understand it, then forget it. Anyway, he had time. He still had to raise his cultivation. The rage points he accumulated this time were a little explosive. Old Master. Z saw Old Master walk over and got up right away. Lin Fan turned around and realized that his father was here. He smiled. Father, look at this. This is a weapon from the Alliance. It is a little interesting, but I don't know how to use it. Lin Wani looked at the unfilial kid. He had many things to say, but all of a sudden he didn't know what to say. Actually, he was really happy deep down. In the past, when Lin Fan was in U City, Lin Wani nearly fainted from anger. Who knew that after going out for a period of time, he would give him such a huge surprise? Amazing, he was really amazing. But he wouldn't say it out loud. What if this kid became arrogant? This was why he had to teach him a lesson. Lin Wani looked at the black and weird thing in front of him. It would be a lie if he didn't say that he was really curious. He muttered to himself that this kid was quite skilled to actually be able to snatch this from the Alliance. He knew how strong this thing was and it was really terrifying. However, the requirements were harsh and even the Alliance didn't dare to use it too many times. Do you know that you almost died on the battlefield? Lin Wani scolded fiercely. He didn't want to talk nonsense with Lin Fan. He just wanted to find a key point to beat him up. The situation at that time was really too dangerous. Gang Xiong attacked with all his strength, causing him to break out in cold sweat. He thought that something was going to happen, but luckily, Brother Wu was strong enough and didn't fear Gang Xiong, who had already turned into a shit man. Only then did this unfilial kid survive. Lin Fan was really calm. I know, but I believe in my own strength. I definitely won't be killed by him. Bullshit. What's the use of your strength? Do you know how strong Gang Xiong is? Do you think he's the same as the other marshals? Lin Wani glared angrily. This brat was really confident. Was he getting cocky? If he left this place he wouldn't even know how he died. Lin Fan said helplessly, Father, can you have more confidence in me? Actually, I'm really strong. The main thing is that with all of you around, I don't have much room to show off. I can only help out a little. Was that even a small help? He had completely attracted all the firepower. He forced an Alliance 9-star general to risk his life to kill him. What kind of infuriating thing did he do? But he could understand him. No matter who it was, they wouldn't be able to take it anymore. Okay, don't talk so much to me. Let me ask you, what realm did you cultivate the bug controlling technique to? Also, what level has your cultivation reached? Lin Wani asked. Damn it. What kind of fortuitous encounter did he have to have such strength at such a young age? If he hadn't personally witnessed it, he wouldn't have believed that such a thing could happen in the world. Lin Fan said, Father, I have cultivated the bug controlling technique to the highest realm. But it doesn't mean that it will remain the same forever. I realized that Insect Valley's secret technique is really terrifying. It actually becomes stronger according to one's own strength. Also the bugs, I noticed that the buffs from normal bugs are too weak. If I have the bugs from Insect Valley that were specially raised, then the strength of the bug controlling technique would increase by several times. Wait. Lin Wani stopped him. I didn't ask you about the bug controlling technique. Be honest. But deep down he was shocked. Like he didn't dare to believe it. He had interacted with Insect Valley before. Although he didn't cultivate the bug controlling technique, he knew that it was really tough. It was really tough to cultivate it to the highest realm. Do you think I am a fool and you can bluff me like that? Lin Wani thought about it and still didn't dare to believe it. He felt that after this unfilial kid went out, he started to speak in a glib tone. He estimated it. Only 3 to 4 months had passed since this unfilial kid left U City. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it wasn't right. What a scumbag. You're treating me like an idiot. Insect Valley's top geniuses didn't dare to say that they could cultivate the bug controlling technique to the highest realm in a few years. This unfilial kid actually said that he could cultivate it to the highest realm. Who was he trying to slap in the face? Lin Fan was helpless. Father, this world lacks trust. I will tell you the truth. You said that I treated you like a fool, but no matter what, you can't scold yourself for being a fool. If you are a fool, then what am I? Little fool? There was nothing wrong with his words at all. It was a perfect question and answer. Lin Wani took in a deep breath and provided 66 rage points. He was furious. This unfilial kid went out and came back. He felt like he dared to go against him. Father and son going against each other was really fun. This kid, it seemed like he really had to be beaten up. Father, what are you looking for? I will help you find it. Lin Fan felt that things weren't right, like something terrifying was about to happen. Lin Wani smiled. There is no need to find it this time. I have already prepared it before I came. Shwa. Lin Wani took out a bamboo stick and pulled it out. He was really aggressive, like something huge was about to happen. Father, what are you doing? I didn't do anything wrong, right? Lin Fan retreated slightly. His face was filled with panic. Was he going to use violence against him? Lin Wani laughed. It is natural for a father to beat his son. My hands are itchy and I want to teach you a lesson. Don't run, stand on the spot and don't move. Shwa. How could Lin Fan still listen to his father's words? He immediately slipped away as though there was oil on his feet. His speed was truly frightening. With his current strength, he was still able to deal some damage to his father. But he would be struck by lightning. This was why it was best if he left quickly. Young Master. Gozi looked at Young Master's back view and felt that it was better to be a servant. At least he wouldn't be beaten up. As for Young Master, he was often beaten up by Old Master. Old Master was someone who felt wronged. There weren't many people in the Lin family. Maybe apart from bullying Young Master, there was no one else he could bully. In the camp that was occupied by the U City experts, Lin Fan's exclamation spread out. Behind him was Lin Wani, who held a bamboo stick and was prepared to teach this unfilial kid a lesson. Zhu Xin held the machete and was a little sad. Such a good weapon had become like this. How tragic. Yeah. What are the father and son doing? He didn't understand. Why was Young Master Lin being beaten up for no reason? But he was used to it. This wasn't the first time Young Master Lin was beaten up by Old Master Lin. They had seen it many times in the past. Forget it. Everyone was used to it. The commotion this time was slightly bigger and they chased after him all over the place. This kid is amazing, he is actually at Yin Yang realm. Lin Wani muttered in his heart. He was filled with delight and pride. He really wanted to tell those bullshit aristocratic families and top sections. Compared to my son, your genius disciples aren't even worth a fart. When my son reaches my age, he will be able to obliterate all of you with a single finger. That night, Lin Fan dragged his exhausted body back. He felt that his father was really vicious, chasing him like that and showing no signs of letting him go. Moreover, when he learned that he was at Yin Yang realm, he didn't hesitate to attack. Damn. He just wanted to ask what kind of father would do such a thing in public, to actually be so violent. Wasn't he afraid of being laughed at? But when his father realized that the bamboo stick didn't do anything to his but the way he looked at him was a little off. Lin Fan laughed in delight. Internal and external dual cultivation, Yin Yang realm. What welcomed him was a series of beatings. It was like he was too outstanding and his father felt like he lost face. He could only bully him when he was slightly weaker. Fun. Lin Fan smiled and then started to cultivate. Although he dealt a heavy blow to the alliance, this was far from the end. As long as the alliance still existed, they would definitely rise again. Don't worry, father, I won't let you die. Lin Fan was firm. Even if the alliance was really strong, he wouldn't retreat. He would raise his strength to a level that others feared. Then, no one would dare to offend the people around him. His father might be strong to others, but to Lin Fan he wasn't strong enough. For a true expert, as long as others heard of his name, they wouldn't dare to attack him. Moreover, the alliance dared to provoke him several times. This was why he wanted to become someone that all alliance experts would scram the moment they heard his name. He looked at his rage points. Kiki. So scary. True Heaven Body Secret Technique was only at grade 6. There was no need to talk about anything else. It directly rose to the peak. Chapter 343. The Heavenly Body Secret Technique was already considered a very domineering technique for cultivating the divine body. It helped the god body a lot. He was able to take one strike from a 9-star general at initial Yin Yang realm and wasn't instantly killed. Most of the credit was due to this technique. Improve. He consumed 90,000 rage points. True Heaven Body Secret Technique, Grade 7, a swelling sound. It wasn't the swelling of his body, but something in his body was stimulated and swelled up. This power is really strong. Lin Fan exclaimed. His god body cultivation might have been at Yin Yang realm, but his true strength was even more terrifying than peak Yin Yang realm. At that moment, he thought back to Gang Xiong. That fellow's god body cultivation was really high, but he still died in the hands of his father. At the same time, at the start, he was thinking that since Gang Xiong's cultivation was so high, would he have the ability to regrow limbs? Now that he looked at it, he realized that he was thinking too much. Gang Xiong couldn't be more dead. There were no bubbles at all. He knew that he was thinking too much, but it was hard to say. Maybe his father was too terrifying, directly locking down all of Gang Xiong's weaknesses. Even if he had the ability, he wouldn't be able to revive. He accumulated a lot of rage points in this battle. It was hard to say how much he could improve, but he just wanted to become stronger. He didn't have a strong desire to become strong. His goal was to be a rich family young master, to live a luxurious life. But others didn't allow him and even wanted to destroy his current life. That was something that he couldn't accept. Only by continuously becoming stronger, defending one's rights, and defeating all those who wanted to stop one from enjoying life, then everything would become peaceful. Improve. He consumed 100,000 rage points. Improve. He consumed 110,000 rage points. True Heaven Body Secret Technique, Grade 9 Peak, Hong Long. A terrifying power spread out from Lin Fan's body. He lowered his head and saw that his body was actually crystallizing, like many small crystals were forming up his body. It was a magical feeling and a magical scene appeared. Very quickly, the crystals disappeared like they were merging into his skin, filling up every pore and even every cell. This was probably the shocking phenomenon that appeared when one cultivated a technique to the highest realm. What a powerful aura. Lin Wani looked at the book, Spring Colors, and thought about life. His brows furrowed as he looked through the window at the night sky outside. A smile crept onto his lips as he shook his head helplessly. What was this stinking brat doing? Lin Wani didn't disturb him. If he could become stronger, it would be a blessing from his ancestors. Something was not right. The ancestors of the Lin family were all farmers. Before him, there wasn't a single outstanding existence. They were all obedient farmers. Lin Wani was thinking about the same thing. His ancestors were all farmers, so why did they change when it came to him? Moreover, this change was too big. In his own words, he had always been very ordinary, so ordinary that it was a little too ordinary. In the end, a mutation occurred and he was born. Migu City. Yu City lost and 2 generals fell. One of them was the strongest land general Gang Xiong. Mao Shintai's face was cold and rage appeared on his face. Gang Xiong had a decent relationship with him. Now he heard the bad news. Naturally he was sad, but more of it was rage. General Xuedu said, "The situation isn't good. What is the Alliance headquarters planning to do? If we allow Yu City to exist, we won't be able to improve at all. Only by destroying the Yu City defense line and killing Lin Wani can we solve this problem." Mao Shintai clenched his fists. The Alliance doesn't have so many top generals to send out unless those people from the headquarters are willing to take a risk. But the possibility isn't high because Lin Wani is too dangerous and they don't dare to take the risk. They are greedy for power and have become fearful. General Xuedu smiled. They might have been generals, but to be more direct to those in power at the headquarters, they were top fighters. As for letting those people fight with Lin Wani, that was basically impossible. They all knew that in a life and death battle with Lin Wani, there would definitely be casualties. There would definitely be deaths. Who would die? No one was willing to die. If they died, then there would be nothing left. If it is possible, I hope that Monster Emperor can head to Yu City and help solve the situation there. Mao Shintai said. General Xuedu frowned. I think that it isn't possible. Monster Emperor isn't a fool. Even if he is sick in the head, he knows who he can offend and who he can't. If he dares to head to Yu City, Lin Wani will kill him first. He won't give him any chance at all. Moreover, I don't need to say more. Monster Emperor definitely thinks the same way. Mao Shintai frowned. Xuedu's words made sense. He said, since that is the case, then let me head to Yu City. You take charge of Migu City. If this continues, it won't be a good thing for the Alliance. You are saying that the Alliance headquarters has started to ask for peace? Xuedu asked. Mao Shintai nodded. That is indeed the case. Based on the news I received, there are people asking for peace in the various cities. They are saving those natives who are treated like animals and displayed in front of people. Maybe they want to use them to pull strings. General Shuedu raged, "They are traitors. We have fought for so long and sacrificed so many people. They actually want to ask for peace. They are just asking to die. No, they aren't traitors. They were the ones who took the initiative to fight, but in the past few decades, they have experienced too much and lost their ambition. They just want to make peace and develop peacefully with the natives. That's why they appeared in this war and even infiltrated the headquarters. That's why many 9-star generals are waiting there, waiting for us to lose. As long as we lose, they will use this as an excuse to tell the citizens to stop fighting. The most terrifying thing is that some of the young people in the alliance want to stop." Mao Shintai was a little worried. The situation wasn't good for the alliance, and if they weren't united, it would be tough for them to accomplish anything. Shuedu was shocked. He didn't pay attention to such a situation. All along, he felt that the people wanted the alliance to wipe out the natives and expand their territory. What is going on? Did the natives infiltrate the alliance and brainwash them? To him, that was the only possibility. Otherwise, what else could it be? "I just found out about this. At first, it was because of the natives we captured. They were kept in cages like animals for the people to admire. But the first time it happened was many years ago. A kid fell into a cage that locked up the natives and beast. When everyone thought that the kid had died, the natives actually fought with the beasts and saved the kid. From then on, there were many discussions about the natives on the alliance platform. At first, no one paid much attention to it. But gradually the situation changed. One after another, there were incidents of the natives saving people. This made many citizens feel that we were invading them. Moreover, the natives weren't as bad as they thought they were. From then on, the people who wanted peace slowly appeared. Mao Shintai didn't dare to believe that things would become like this. This was something that he found out about when he was free on the alliance platform. There were many similar cases. He felt like he had been fucked. Such a thing just happened out of nowhere. He wanted to let the people see how vicious the natives were. Who knew that they actually knew how to save people? Actually, one couldn't blame the natives. If it was an adult, they would have killed him. But an innocent kid fell down and they hesitated whether or not to save him. In the end, they still saved him. Maybe it was because they were saints and felt like it had nothing to do with the kid. Who knew that it would have such an effect? What happened at U City spread to many border cities. Everyone was so excited that they didn't know what to say. Who knew that the alliance would suffer such heavy losses? That was just great. This was a huge blow to the alliance's morale. Laoshan City. Brother Lin will definitely shine and teach the alliance a lesson. Hu Luo smiled. Lung San said, "You didn't even see it and you knew who did it." Dong. Lu Siki knocked Lung San's head. "You are just jealous and envious." Lung San didn't want to say more. Forget it, whatever they said, he just didn't believe it. But Lu Siki's attitude towards him became much closer. Although it was hard to say, he could sense that she was really happy. Zhang Rongming smiled and felt that it was really possible. He met many people in Laoshan City. At the same time, there was an expert who saw that he was talented and was willing to teach him. However, he didn't take him as a master. After all, he was a disciple of Giant Sword Sect, so how could he take someone else as a master? Wouldn't that make him a traitor? Phew, not bad. I'm starting to step into domain realm. Lin Fan took in a deep breath. He felt that the phenomenons would be a little shocking, but since he had already reached such a stage, there was no point in thinking about it. Improve. The 540 true energy in his body started pulsating, and before he had even reached the primary stage, a resounding boom rang out in his body. It was as if the world had been split apart, and a resplendent light burst forth from his body. The yin-yang ocean that was opened up mixed with the 5 elements and started to change. This change was really mystical and it was hard to describe with words. However, he could feel how terrifying the power that was condensed was. Lin Fan didn't bother about it. He continued to improve his god body. At such an important moment, he had to raise his god body cultivation to domain realm. Long. An invisible power spread out from his body. It was a light barrier that was a little dark. The area that was covered was in a gray world and it continued to expand. At that moment, within the occupied main camp of the Alliance, countless experts stood up in shock, their faces filled with disbelief. This was a domain. It was really unfamiliar, but it was really strong. Who was it? Chapter 344. The commotion caused by Lin Fan was a little too big, and the entire base was affected. But he didn't sense that the domain that he spread out had already covered the entire camp. When they were enveloped in this domain, the scenery in everyone's line of sight turned gray. It was as if they had arrived in a different dimension. The people who were enveloped by the domain were all wondering what was going on. What kind of domain was this? How did it become like this? The darkness god domain that had been silent actually underwent a shocking change when he became a domain realm expert. It was like it had merged with his own domain. No, maybe it couldn't be said to be a merger, but the darkness god domain in his body had an actual form. Originally, there was only a gray mist floating about, but now the gray mist became thicker and thicker, like there was a change in quality. Some of the domain realm experts in the camp were enveloped by the domain, and they realized that their bodies were being restricted. Many people came outside. They raised their heads and looked into the distance before looking into the sky. It was like a giant net had covered all of them. What is going on? This domain is too foreign, and it isn't something that people like us have. I don't know, but it shouldn't be an enemy. Also, this should be a domain. They were all domain realm experts and were familiar with domains. But the appearance of such a domain shocked them. It was like it had overturned everything they knew. Domains existed, but they couldn't see it with the naked eye. One could only sense it. Domains were formed by the yin and yang ocean and the 5 elements. It was a small world, but it was fake. But now, this kind of domain gave people a real feeling. This domain actually has its own aura. It seems a little dark. No, it isn't dark, but sinister and terrifying. The mist around seems to be able to affect our mental state. To experts who were good at using domains, they were really familiar with them. But this domain was really foreign to them. It felt like there was a problem with common sense. There was a huge change, and there was a huge difference. In the distance, Old Wu was awakened right away, and he quickly came to Lin Wanni's side. Old Master, this domain spread out from Young Master. Do you think that Young Master broke through to domain realm? Do you think that is possible? Cultivation isn't as easy as drinking water. You were just at Yin Yang realm, how could you reach Grand Dominion realm so quickly? Lin Wanni refused to believe it. However, he frowned, feeling a bit worried. If that wasn't the case, then what was going on? Without any nonsense, he quickly rushed towards Lin Fan's location. He didn't sense any enemy attack. Naturally, there was no need to worry too much. But what was going on? Where did the domain come from? Moreover, there was something wrong with this domain. Old Wu followed behind, thinking about what Old Master had said. Indeed. How could one's cultivation increase so quickly? It was the same for them. All of them had cultivated painstakingly and obtained some fortuitous encounters at the same time. Only then could they reach their current level. How old was the young master? To be able to cultivate to the yin-yang realm was already heaven-defying. Perhaps it was something impossible. True enough. When Lin Wanni and the others landed outside, they confirmed that the domain had spread out from here. Don't worry. He raised his hand and did not disturb her. Although he didn't know what was going on, if that unfilial kid was really breaking through and they charged in like that, it might affect him. That would really be a problem. Very quickly, Zhu Xun, Zhang Xing, and the others came from afar and looked at Lin Fan's house in shock. Master Lin, this. They were confused and found it hard to understand what was going on. Lin Wanni told them to wait and not rush in. Everyone waited outside. This commotion is a little huge. Lin Fan sensed everything within the domain. The area that was covered was all within his senses. He knew how many people were outside. He wanted to continue to study the domain situation. But looking at the current situation, it wasn't possible. There was finally some movement in the darkness god domain. However, it was a little small and he had to think about it himself. The rage points consumed this time were just too terrifying. To raise his cultivation to domain realm, he cultivated many cultivation techniques. Heart cultivation Emperor Heaven scripture also rose to grade 12. He had to cultivate 8 cultivation methods to allow his divine body to withstand the requirements of leveling up. Now he was left with 4,466 rage points. A pitiful amount. However, the consumption was huge and he felt like it would become even more terrifying in the future. It would become harder and harder to improve. Who knows whether or not I can fight against the 9-star general now? He was really confused. Maybe he would only know when they fought. It was best if he headed out. The commotion he caused was a little huge and attracted his father over. He wanted to be low profile. But looking at the situation, it was impossible and he couldn't hide it anymore. He withdrew his domain in the blink of an eye. The domain that enveloped the camp shrunk to a point and disappeared without a trace. To the people outside, everything in front of them changed. It wasn't gray but a night covered by moonlight. Lin Fan pushed open the door and noticed the people waiting outside. He said helplessly, "Father, why are you here?" Lin Wani squinted like he wanted to see through Lin Fan. But regretfully he couldn't see through this unfilial kid anymore. What was that domain just now? He didn't sense anyone else's aura, which meant that the domain had something to do with Lin Fan. He just wanted him to believe that the unfilial kid had reached domain realm. In the end he still didn't dare to believe it. Lin Fan didn't hide anything. "Father, didn't you see it? The situation is like that, the domain is mine." "Nonsense. Didn't you tell me that you are dual cultivator yin yang realm? How did you reach domain realm in the blink of an eye?" Lin Wani scolded. He felt that the unfilial kid didn't tell him the truth. Lin Fan said, "Father, that was before. Now is now. The difference is huge. What's the saying? A scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at differently. I am an outstanding genius, so 3 days is too long. My improvement is just a little faster." You. Lin Wani wanted to say something, but before he finished, he shut his mouth. Lin Fan didn't give his father a chance to ask. He released the domain and then retracted it. It was just so simple. "Oh my god, young Master Lin is actually at domain realm." "That's right, that is too quick." They were all people who lived in U City and obviously knew about young Master Lin's situation. But the situation now was a little shocking. If they hadn't personally witnessed it, they probably wouldn't have believed it. "Father, you should believe me now, right?" Lin Fan said. If they still didn't believe him, then there was nothing they could do. Actually, he didn't want to be so outstanding. But he had no choice. No matter how outstanding people hid themselves, they would shine like stars. Even darkness couldn't block them. Lin Wani was pumped up. He wanted to lift Lin Fan up and shout excitedly that he was a genius. But he was just thinking about it. This unfilial kid was already so old, so it wasn't appropriate to lift him up. Although Lin Wani's expression was solemn, deep down he felt happy. He had finally grown up. The process wasn't important and the outcome was the most important. To be able to reach such cultivation at such a young age was just too terrifying. Even Lin Wani would have to eat dust behind him. He wouldn't even be able to see his shadow. Jushin's eyes opened wide. Oh my god. Young Master Lin became a domain realm expert. That was just too shocking. As expected, a tiger father wouldn't have a dog son. Master Lin was such a terrifying person, so it was impossible for his son to be so weak. So, he had been thinking too much. If he gave young Master Lin some time, with his talent and ability, how could the Alliance fight them? Drunk Fragrance Pavilion manager Zhang Sheng was shocked. He had nothing to say. Young Master Lin was too amazing. One could even say that even Master Lin wasn't as amazing as young Master Lin. This wasn't flattery but the truth. What is going on with your domain? Why is there such a situation? Lin Wani asked. When one was covered in the domain, everything around turned gray. That was just too shocking. He had never faced such a domain before. Lin Fan shook his head. Father, I don't know the exact situation. Maybe it is due to my talent. He knew that this had to do with the Darkness God domain. But he didn't understand it himself. If he said too much, it would be too high profile. Lin Wani really wanted to ask how he cultivated. After all, his cultivation speed was just too quick. But he suppressed the curiosity in his heart. He didn't ask. Everyone had their own secrets. Okay, all of you can disperse. Lin Wani waved his hands and told them to leave. He then looked at Lin Fan. Since you have reached domain realm, then do well. Don't think that you are invincible just because you have some strength. You are not strong enough in front of the Alliance. Father, don't attack me all the time. Lin Fan objected. Why do I always get hit by my father when I just come back? It really makes me sad. Lin Wani said, attack? No, I am speaking the truth. With your current strength, if you aren't here you might be strong. But here, even domain realm won't be able to ensure your own safety. Lin Fan was helpless and didn't want to say anything. Actually, he wanted to tell his father that although he was at domain realm, he could fight those above him. So, if he faced 9-star generals he might be able to fight them. Not long later. His father and the others left. Lin Fan thought about it. Father didn't want to admit that he was strong. Domain realm said that he was nothing. It seemed like he had to become a peak expert. When that time came, if his father still said such words, then he would really be impressed. Chapter 345. Old Master, Young Master is really at domain realm. That is just too terrifying. Who knows, in just a short while, young master might become a Dao realm expert. Old Wu was filled with excitement and disbelief. It was really unimaginable. After all, this was just too quick. He was also so young to reach such cultivation. That was just shocking. If the young master reached their age in the future, how terrifying would he be? Just thinking about it made him unimaginable. Maybe it was just too surreal. What I am worried about now is whether or not there is someone behind Fan. Lin Wani's expression was solemn. Old Wu kept silent. Old master's words made sense. The main reason was that young master's cultivation speed was just too quick, which raised their suspicions. Old Wu said, "Old master, I don't think so. Otherwise, with your strength you would definitely be able to tell. Moreover, young master cultivated the bug controlling technique due to luck. Why don't we call Zhang Tianshan over to ask him?" Young master spent a period of time in Martial Path Mountain and see whether or not there was a mysterious person. Lin Wani nodded his head. He did need to ask. If there was really no one behind Fan, then that would be amazing. Lin Fan comprehended the Darkness God domain and could sense that there was a close connection between him and the Darkness God domain. Moreover, he could control the gray mist in the Darkness God domain. Domains are formless, but mine has a form. Is this Darkness God domain really a god country? Lin Fan's thoughts exploded. He dared to think about things that others couldn't think about. This Darkness God domain was actually a god country. The current situation was most likely due to heavy injuries, which was why it became like this when it came to him. It seemed like he needed to continue thinking about it. This unknown thing was filled with mystery. The next day, Lin Fan wanted to find his father to ask some things, but when he thought about how his father would scold him, he felt really annoyed. "Manager, you are not busy now, right?" Lin Fan came to find Zhang Sheng. The two of them were really familiar with each other. At least when everyone was hiding their identities, he was an old customer of Drunk Fragrance Pavilion and ate a lot of silver. Zhang Sheng said, "Young Master Lin, if the alliance doesn't come, then I won't be busy." What is the matter? Now that Lin Fan had reached Domain Realm, everyone knew about it. Everyone was shocked and curious. How did he do it? This situation had already broken the psychological understanding of many people. Truth be told, it's not a big deal. Right now, my cultivation base is already at the Grand Domain stage. Thus, I was hoping that shopkeeper could tell me about the later stages so that I can have an idea of what to expect. The cultivation technique he got from his father only allowed him to reach the Domain Realm. The rest were gone. In the Alliance, Domain Realm was only an 8-star general. As for what 9-star general was, he didn't even know. It would have been easy to ask. Even so, there was no point in asking. His cultivation was so weak, yet he wanted to know about the next realm. It would only make his heart itch. But now it was different. Now that he had reached the Grand Dominion realm, it was about time for him to know what he should do next. Oh, so that's what it is. No problem, it's just a small matter. After the Domain realm is the Dao realm. However, there's a huge difference between the Dao realm and the realms before it. In my opinion, it's more like the difference between a celestial being and a god. The Dao realm is split into 9 stages, and each stage has a shocking ability. The first stage is the Dao pattern. This is a crucial step in the Dao realm, which is to condense all your cultivation techniques into a Dao pattern. Of course, the strength of the Dao pattern is related to one's comprehension of the technique. Zhang Sheng explained the situation of the Dao realm to Lin Fan incessantly. Lin Fan was shocked. He didn't expect it to be so complicated. After a long time, Zhang Sheng coughed a few times, waking Lin Fan from his thoughts. "Young Master Lin, this is the Dao realm situation." Zhang Sheng smiled and said. Lin Fan touched his chin. As expected, it was a little mysterious. "Shopkeeper, what realm are you at?" Lin Fan asked curiously. Zhang Sheng said, "I am only at stage 3 Yin Yang 5 element." Lin Fan really wanted to know what realm his father was at, but Zhang Sheng didn't know. He could only guess that he was at stage 6 or 7. When he heard that, he felt like his father was only at stage 6 or 7. But from what the shopkeeper said, that was already top cultivation. Dao Realm Stage 9 was a cultivation level passed down from ancient times. After so many years, no one had heard of anyone reaching Stage 9. Some people even felt that the last few realms were just legends and didn't exist at all. The path was only so far. Lin Fan nodded his head. It seemed like he had to open up this path himself. Let him be the first to become a Dao Realm Stage 9 expert. "Thank you, shopkeeper." Lin Fan waved his hands and went back to study the canon. Anyway, he had nothing to do, so he had to study it. He just didn't know when the Alliance would attack again. He was filled with anticipation. Zhang Xing looked at Lin Fan's back view and muttered, "How sick in the head." Apart from that, he really didn't know how to describe it. 3 strongholds that the alliance took down. King Wudong was already there. But he was really awkward now. Within the huge hall, King Wudong sat on the dragon throne. This throne was just made and he didn't want it, but that dog Lu Xian insisted on getting it. In their words, although he hadn't taken down the imperial dynasty, he still had to have a ceremony. He directly proclaimed himself emperor. Now that wasn't the main point. More importantly, another group of experts had arrived. He had no idea where these experts had come from. They were not from any sects either. They had appeared out of nowhere, claiming that they were hermit experts who had come out of seclusion to support the true emperor. Everyone present, apart from King Wudong, wanted to rebel. King Wudong felt that he had fallen into a terrifying state. There was no turning back and they were all serious. As a strategist, Lu Xian felt like his status had risen. He knelt on the ground. "Your Majesty, now that the alliance is pressuring the border and there are many battles, the imperial dynasty has sent many experts to support them. This is a good chance for us." King Wudong sat on the dragon throne with a solemn expression. He had wanted to kill Lu Xian long ago, but he hadn't found a suitable chance. He could only say that Lu Xian followed the rules, and if he found a random reason to kill him, he would attract suspicion. The alliance found him and wanted to work with him. Lu Xian even took the initiative to get close to the alliance envoy. He thought that it was a secret, but actually he knew about it long ago. It is indeed a good chance, but it isn't big enough. We have to wait for a better time. With old ancestor Su at Zhou City, it will be tough for us to cross Zhou City and trample the imperial dynasty. Gather the troops and when the best time comes we will act. King Wudong said. He could only delay it. He definitely couldn't attack the imperial dynasty. The situation at the border was urgent and the alliance was eyeing them aggressively. If he led troops to attack the imperial dynasty, wouldn't he bring huge problems to the imperial dynasty? Your Majesty. Lu Xian wanted to say something, but when he saw King Wudong's terrifying gaze, he swallowed the words he wanted to say. Your Majesty, actually you don't have to worry. I don't think that I am much weaker than old ancestor Su. If he dares to stop us, I can kill him. The old man sitting below said. Kill your head? What was he bragging about? This old man was a reclusive expert of unknown origin. His words were quite pretentious, especially when he mentioned the Su family's patriarch. His expression was clearly saying that this old man didn't take him seriously at all. Of course, I know how strong Old Wei is. But as the country protector, old ancestor Su is really strong and can't be underestimated. To ensure that nothing goes wrong, we have to wait. King Wudong calmed everyone down. Damn. A bunch of traitors. Things weren't supposed to be like this. He was really familiar with his brother's plans and knew what to do. But who knew that there would be so many changes? He was caught off guard and didn't know what to do next. Brother replied that he would rely on his own senses and judgment and that there was no need to contact him. King Wudong could only think about it alone. At least, he couldn't do anything and definitely couldn't bring trouble to the imperial dynasty. Your Majesty, I think that we shouldn't be too rash. Now that we have occupied the fortress, we should stabilize our strength and not send an army over. Otherwise, all our efforts might go to waste. Another strategist said. It wasn't that this strategist was someone from King Wudong's side. Actually, he was an active rebel, but he had conflicts with Lu Xian. This was why he didn't want Lu Xian to show off in front of King Wudong. His intentions were obvious. He was going to go against him. You suggested His Majesty to attack and I suggested not to. No matter what, I was going to go against him. That's true. King Wudong nodded his head and agreed with those words. His gaze towards him became much more pleasant. Lu Xian squinted and looked at him. Damn, one day I will kill you. You actually went against me at every turn. King Wudong felt really bitter and the pressure was huge. Each step he took could push the imperial dynasty into the abyss. Monster Emperor, where are you? King Wudong missed Monster Emperor. In the past he worked with Monster Emperor and hoped to uproot 9 Bug Gang. But now he suddenly realized that Monster Emperor was a decent person. Although Monster Emperor was sick in the head and was a little sick in the head, he helped him stop many sects from joining him. In Monster Emperor's words, all of you trash sects wanted to rebel? Scram to the side. But now that Monster Emperor wasn't stopping them, they could open their eyes and see how many sects joined them? Not much. There were at least dozens of sections. All of them gathered together was a power that couldn't be underestimated. If they really headed towards the imperial dynasty, then the outcome would be catastrophic. At that moment, the Alliance envoy arrived. Your Majesty King Wudong, it is time for you to act. The Alliance envoy walked in from outside and stood in the center. King Wudong frowned. I need your orders when to act. Moreover, Su family is defending Zhou City. Do you want me to send people to their deaths? The envoy smiled. Don't worry, Your Majesty, we have blocked old ancestor Su and he won't appear in a short period of time. It is enough for Your Majesty to take down the various cities and push towards the imperial dynasty. King Wudong was expressionless, but deep down he was shocked. What did that mean? Could it be that the Su family's patriarch was in danger? Chapter 346. Your Majesty, the Alliance headquarters is sincere in working with you. Please let us see your sincerity. The envoy said. Lu Xian was surprised. Your Majesty, if old ancestor Su isn't in Zhou City, we will be able to attack. When the time comes, we will be in control of the imperial dynasty. To Lu Xian he was really excited. He didn't expect that the chance to rebel was right in front of his eyes. So quick, it was just too quick. As long as he succeeded, he would be a huge contributor. In his words, it wasn't too much to become a minister, but he needed some merits. If Lu Xian knew that the first person King Wudong wanted to kill was him, he would be so frightened that he would fall to the ground. Damn. What did that mean? His Majesty wanted to rebel and he was cooperating so well, so how could he kill him? King Wudong said, Don't worry, I have my own plans. The envoy smiled. It is good that you have your own plans. I will take my leave. Imperial dynasty. The emperor frowned and he felt really depressed. The situation had become really complicated and was totally different from before. His brother was probably in a tough situation. Based on the news that came, many sects had joined him and there were even envoys who went to contact them. They had already laid out a huge net. If his brother couldn't grab it tightly, he might end up being trapped. The imperial dynasty's calamity has arrived. The emperor thought about it for a long while and said helplessly. There was no way out. There was really no way. The alliance's attacks were getting stronger and it was hard to say whether or not the defense could hold on. The top sects didn't do anything. It wasn't that they were watching a show but that they were waiting for a chance. As long as bad news spread from the defense, such as the alliance breaking through, then the top sects would attack and occupy the land mercilessly. From then on, they wouldn't be controlled by anyone. The only hope was that the defense could block the alliance. As long as they could, the top sects wouldn't dare to attack. Do all of you have to see other races invade and kill so many people? Old ancestor Su was furious. He knew that these people weren't from the alliance and were experts from the top sects here. It was obvious. These top sects had an agreement with the alliance and now they appeared to restrict him. They had been fighting for several days. He had no intention of stopping at all. If this continued, the situation would be very bad. Su Changxing, stop struggling. Hurry up and surrender. Seeing as we are old acquaintances, we will spare your life, said one of them who had his face hidden. Old ancestor Su said, if you have the guts, show me your true face. Don't talk to me about old acquaintances, I don't know who you are. That won't do. We might be familiar with each other, but since you don't know who we are, just pretend that you don't know. In order to deal with you, we have made ample preparations, the man said with a smile. Even the voice seemed to have gone through a special transformation, making it impossible to tell who it was. Old ancestor Su frowned and felt a headache coming on. If it was just one of them, he wouldn't take them seriously at all. However, now that the three of them had joined hands and were so well prepared, it was truly troublesome. His route had actually been discovered. That meant that someone in the top sects that he had visited had betrayed him. Forget it. Since that was the case, if they wanted to fight, they would fight. What was there to be afraid of? A few days later. Fuck. Lin Fan exclaimed 3 times and was totally stunned. He seemed to have succeeded with the cannon. After a few blindly fiddling with it, he actually found out how to charge it. There were many densely packed buttons on the particle beam cannon. It was a little complicated and he couldn't understand it at all. He pressed each button and then a part of the seamless panel retracted, revealing a hole. He tilted his head and took a close look. It was circular inside and there were many patterns on the surface that gave off a green light. There was also a picture imprinted on it. He recognized the picture and the meaning was obvious, which was danger. Lin Fan eagerly picked up the cannon and flew up the city wall. He didn't dare to experiment here as if an accident happened, then he would lose everything. Young master, where are you going? Gozi asked. Lin Fan said, don't come over. Let me study this first and I will tell you once I am done. He came to the city wall and aimed the cannon at the Alliance. He then took in a deep breath. He was a little nervous and hoped that nothing bad would happen. He reached his arm in and a sizzling sound spread out. The circles of green light became even more eye-catching and at the same time, it felt like something was sucking on his arm. Suddenly, Lin Fan's body shook and he had a different feeling. It was like the true essence in his body was being absorbed. It was really intense and the suction force was really strong. Moreover, it was really quick and there was no pain at all. It was like it had touched some kind of nerve and it actually caused the true essence to disappear even faster. Does this row of gray boxes represent energy? He didn't understand. Not long later, one of the small boxes lit up. He used all his strength to pull his arm back, and the little man that had lit up suddenly turned gray. Along with the danger picture from before, he understood what it meant. It meant that if he didn't have enough resources, he could use true essence to charge it. But when he retracted his arm, the energy from before would dissipate. It was called a waste charge. This thing seems to be made for me, but the Alliance must be sick in the head. Just filling up a small space sucked up close to a third of my true essence. If I want to fill up a whole row, how much true essence would I need? I would probably be sucked dry. He thought about it for a moment. He felt that it was really normal. If not, he wouldn't have been able to wipe out so many Alliance members in one shot. He continued to reach his hand in. He started to crazily absorb true essence once more. The energy box lit up once more and 2 boxes absorbed all the true essence in his body. But there were still many boxes left. Maybe only 9-star generals could take it. After a long while, a beeping sound spread out and the energy boxes were all full. Terrifying, it absorbed at least 20 complete true essences. If it was a normal person, they would have been sucked dry. Lin Fan shook his head. How terrifying. No wonder the Alliance didn't have many such weapons. It was because the resources were hard to find. Now that the energy boxes were full, it was time to test its strength. He retracted his hand and started to study the machine. Which button was the one to fire? He looked around. He noticed a fist-sized red button that was really eye-catching. Logically speaking, it should be this one. What? Lin Fan didn't say any nonsense and pressed the red button. A light dot formed at the center of the cannon. It got bigger and bigger and the surrounding light particles gathered over. Long. There was a shocking explosion. A streak of light shot out from the cannon. It was really quick and shot into the distance. Alliance main camp. There were a few guards smoking at the entrance. General Mao Shintai, who is defending Jianghu City, is here. Do you think a war is about to occur? That is possible. Our situation is the most unstable and we haven't made any progress. We even lost a few 9-star generals. We have suffered heavy losses. Why were we sent here? Just thinking about it makes me regret it. I heard that the people in Jianghu City are eating and drinking well. Their lives are very comfortable. Nothing happened, unlike here. Before he could finish his words, there was a loud rumble. A streak of light shot past not far away from them, leaving a semicircular mote on the ground. It flew really quickly and not long later, there was an explosion in the distance. Shortly after, a shockwave swept over. The guards looked on with their mouths agape. The cigarettes in their mouths fell to the ground and they were all stunned. What is that? I don't know. His voice started to tremble. He then raised the alarm. Zhu Daoshan was talking to Mao Shintai. When he heard the explosion outside, he was so shocked that sweat appeared on his forehead. To Zhu Daoshan, he was in a state of panic. Any movement could terrify the old general. Maybe he was terrified of those people from Yu City? Let's go take a look, Mao Shintai said. Very quickly, they were outside and realized that the members in the camp were all terrified. Although they didn't know what had happened, they were all shouting in terror. The natives are attacking. The natives are attacking, be careful of the sky. To the Alliance members, they were terrified of the shit rain from the sky. Maybe it had already formed a shadow in their hearts. When Zhu Daoshan looked at the circular moat that stretched into the distance, he was stunned. General, I saw a streak of light strike from the natives. It looked like a particle accelerator cannon. The guard said. He was so terrified that he peed his pants. He was even thinking that if the position of the light shifted slightly, wouldn't that mean, damn. So terrifying. Who could save them? Zhu Daoshan looked into the distance and his face was filled with shock. Impossible. How did the natives know how to use the particle accelerator cannon? That was impossible. Moreover, without energy stones, it wouldn't have enough energy. Oh my god, this is just too overbearing. Lin Fan exclaimed. He didn't know whether or not he hit it, but the particle accelerator cannon was really strong. One shot was enough to scare one to death. Anyway, he had nothing to do, so why not fire it every day? It was a good choice to spend his days like that. He didn't know whether or not the cannon destroyed the Alliance, but that wasn't important anymore. Who cared whether or not it hit? As long as he fired, he would definitely hit it. He shifted the particle accelerator cannon and shifted its direction. He continued to charge it. Brother Zhu, what is going on? Mao Shantai asked. He felt like the situation here was different from what he had expected. It was even more complicated. Zhu Daoshan said, those natives snatched the particle accelerator cannon, but I didn't expect them to actually use it. They don't have energy stones, so they can't charge it. Also, how would they know how to switch it? The moment he said this, a terrifying streak of light struck from afar. This time the target was the main camp. Zhu Daoshan was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat and exclaimed. If the main camp was hit, the outcome would be catastrophic. His hands tore open the space. The space was like a piece of paper that wasn't ripped into half. A long crack appeared in the dimension. The light entered the dimension. A terrifying power clashed with the dimension. Zhu Daoshan was expressionless, but he was under a bit of pressure. Not long later, the light disappeared. The dimension closed. This was the ability of Dao Realm Stage 2 dimension control to be able to shift the attack. But there was still some pressure, but to experts like Zhu Daoshan it wasn't much. How is that possible? Are the natives crazy? Zhu Daoshan was shocked and filled with disbelief. If this continued, something would happen. In the distance, damn, there is no reaction at all? Lin Fan was shocked. He could see an explosion just now, but now he couldn't even see a fart. Chapter 347. Girls love dolls and naturally boys love to play with cannons. When they were free they would fire a few cannons. Once they grew up, their energy wouldn't be able to keep up, so they fired fewer cannons. But in their hearts, everyone had a goal to fire cannons. This thing is quite interesting. Lin Fan touched the cannon that he snatched from the Alliance. It was really strong and one shot was enough to fill it up. That feeling just now should have been the so-called satisfaction. He saw Gozi and 9 demons standing in the distance and waved for them to come over. The cannon was safe and there wouldn't be any accidents. 9 demons' body became bigger and he didn't know how big it could grow. If this continued, it would probably grow into a small mountain. Looking at 9 demons' body, Lin Fan had a magical thought. If he fixed the cannon on 9 demons' head, wouldn't he be able to shoot wherever he pointed? He had an idea. That was really interesting. Young master, do you understand this thing? Gozi asked. Let me show you just how strong this thing is. Lin Fan smiled and placed his arm inside. Instantly, a strong suction force came over. Gozi and 9 demons stood at the side and were really curious. What kind of shocking scene would happen later? He was really curious. In the distance, Alliance. Mao Shantai looked at Zhu Daoshan. Brother Zhu, why did you look on as the natives stole the particle accelerator cannon? Zhu Daoshan wanted to say something, but he didn't know how to reply. He witnessed the natives snatch the particle accelerator cannon. The main reason was because he was annoyed with the Alliance's researchers. What kind of crap did they come up with? It was really strong. But it consumed too many energy stones. With the Alliance's current situation, they weren't able to provide too many energy stones. At the same time, that cannon had wiped out his own people and that infuriated Zhu Daoshan. He really wanted to kill all those researchers. Now that the U-City natives used the particle accelerator cannon to retaliate, Zhu Daoshan was stunned. What was going on? How did the natives do it? Not to mention the complicated operating system, but how did they solve the problem of energy stones? He didn't think that the natives would know what energy stones were. After fighting with the people of the rich land for so long, the Alliance knew that while the rich land was strong in martial arts, their technology was basically useless. Therefore, it was basically impossible to understand what an energy stone was. Of course, the particle accelerator cannon had a way to pour in true essence and recharge energy, but this method was the most terrifying. Anyone below the level of a marshal would be sucked dry. When he had first heard of this design, he had considered the possibility that the particle accelerator cannon would be seized by the enemy. In a situation where there were no energy stones, if the enemy used spiritual essence to charge the cannon, then they wouldn't even need to lift a finger. They would be sucked dry by the particle accelerator cannon. Mao Shantai said, Brother Zhu, it is best not to let your emotions affect your decisions. I know about the research team, but no matter what, we are an alliance and belong to one body. We have to be united against the natives. Sigh. Zhu Daoshan sighed and regretted his actions. Just as he was about to say something, his expression changed. Damn! An Alliance 9-star general actually cursed. That was just so embarrassing. But now he had no choice but to curse. In the distance, a streak of light shot over. It was the particle accelerator cannon again. Zhu Daoshan didn't dare to hesitate and ripped open the dimension. The dimension was a deeper layer of space and one could only control it when one reached Stage 2 of Dao Realm Stage 2. But to tear the dimension, one had to bear with the pressure from it. If Zhu Daoshan wasn't strong enough, he wouldn't have been able to tear so many times. Brother Zhu, the situation is not good. Mao Shintai's expression was solemn. The natives were lucky to fire the first cannon. Then they had to be wary of the second one. Did the natives know how to use the particle accelerator cannon? Now that the third one was here, it was a little terrifying. At that moment, Zhu Daoshan was so nervous that his face turned white. Based on the situation, the outcome would be catastrophic. The Alliance members in the main camp were terrified by the commotion. They didn't know what was going on, but when the particle accelerator cannon shot over, they all saw it. Some of them were so shocked that their mouths opened wide. Some of the researchers in the main camp had dark and sunken expressions on their faces. An old researcher raged, Zhu Daoshan is too arrogant. When the natives snatched our particle accelerator cannon, he didn't stop them at all and just watched them snatch it away. Now that they are using our weapon to retaliate, let's see what he can do. We have to report this to the Alliance headquarters. So what if he is a 9-star general? Can he act alone? The old man was obviously someone with status. His words caused a lot of people to agree with him. They were all researchers and Zhu Daoshan's actions had made them unhappy. But considering that the particle accelerator cannon had accidentally wiped out many of their members, they didn't say much. But now the situation changed. The natives got the particle accelerator cannon to attack them. If they were hit, the outcome would be catastrophic. There is no reaction again. Lin Fan looked into the distance. Nothing happened to the cannon at all. Thinking about it, it was obvious that they had noticed and thought of a way to block the beam. Old Wu told him about the strength of the beam. It wasn't a joke. That was something that could blast experts to death. Young master, the cannon's aura is really huge, Gozi exclaimed. He was from the countryside and had never seen the world. He followed young master to see the world. Hey. Lin Fan smiled. Young master, this is the Alliance's weapon. Now that I am using their weapon to attack them, let's see what they can do. Gozi didn't care so much. Anyway, he just needed to brag. Young master is amazing, you are just too amazing. Lin Fan nodded his head in satisfaction. Gozi was so good. Not only did he know how to take care of people, but he was also so good with words. Young master, do we have to do it again later? Lin Fan waved his hand and said, there's no rush for now. In my opinion, the other party is already on guard. There's no point in continuing to attack. Later, when they think that I won't continue, I'll catch them off guard. In the distance, Zhu Daoshan looked solemnly into the distance. He was waiting for the next beam, but after waiting for a long time, he didn't see any more. The natives don't have enough energy? He suspected, but he didn't dare to confirm the exact situation. Mao Shintai said, don't be careless. If this cannon really hits, you know the outcome. The particle accelerator cannon was indeed really terrifying. Even 8-star generals would die if they were hit. Of course, if one could warn them, they would be able to run. Unfortunately, not everyone in the main camp was a general. Zhu Daoshan frowned. Unknowingly, he realized that the situation here had become a little complicated. If possible, it is safest to snatch the cannon back or destroy it. Zhu Daoshan said. Mao Shintai said, that is impossible. The particle accelerator cannon is in the hands of the natives. Unless we wipe out Lin Wani and the others, the headquarters have to send more experts over to trade lives for lives and destroy Yu City. Mao Shintai was just casually saying that. If he really wanted to do it, it would be really difficult. No one would be willing to trade lives for lives. If someone asked him if he was willing to trade lives with Lin Wani, he didn't even need to think about it. Wasn't it good to be alive? After a long while, still nothing happened. Is it going to end just like that? Zhu Daoshan frowned and was really confused. He thought that the light would strike, but it seemed like it had stopped. He looked at the time and a long time had passed. That night, the Alliance main camp was really silent. Suddenly, a beam of light in the distance was really bright and it lit up half the sky. Zhu Daoshan's expression changed as he was talking to his granddaughter. With a schwa sound, he disappeared from the spot. In the blink of an eye, he appeared outside. He appeared outside. The beam of light in the distance was about to reach here. Selah. The dimension ripped open. Long. The light struck into the dimension. Damn, they actually attacked at such a time. Zhu Daoshan was so furious that his guts were about to explode. He thought that it was about to end. Who knew that they were just trying to numb them? The explosion was really ear-piercing. In the main camp, those alliance members who were asleep were all woken up. The first expression on their faces was one of shock. What was going on? What happened? Where did the noise come from? Then, as if they had thought of something, all of them got up in shock. They quickly packed up and ran outside. Not long after Zhu Daoshan appeared, Mao Shantai appeared beside him. He was only wearing a pair of pants and his upper body was naked. There were some red lips marks on his body. Mao Shantai wasn't young, but he was really warm. He had a habit of tutoring young girls at night and hoped that they would be able to adapt to the fast-paced lifestyle. It seems like we are thinking too much. The natives probably have energy stones that we can't imagine. Based on the current situation, we have to move the main camp. Otherwise, we will definitely be destroyed. Mao Shantai said. Move? Zhu Daoshan's face was dark and sunken. Where would they move to? The particle accelerator cannon's range was really far, and if they moved it, they would have to retreat. If the Alliance headquarters found out about the situation here, they definitely wouldn't allow it. Right, we have to move. We don't know how many energy stones the natives have. Do you really want to defend here and rip open the dimension? Mao Shantai said. Damn. He suddenly realized that U-City's defense line was a little vicious. He knew that Lin Wani was tough to deal with, but he didn't expect that it would be to such an extent. If they didn't deal with the particle accelerator cannon, they would all be restricted. Zhu Daoshan kept silent. Damn, that was just so vicious. The price to pay to move the main camp was a little huge. He was a little unwilling. Gozi, I will sleep first. Look at this grid. As long as it lights up, press this button. Lin Fan laid on the chair and covered himself with a blanket. He stretched his arm into the machine and told Gozi how to operate it. He didn't say anything more. He just needed to automatically replenish energy. He would bombard it for a night and come back tomorrow morning to see the situation. Chapter 348. Go-Zi was a responsible person. Although he always felt that he was a servant to Lin Fan, he treated Go-Zi as his family. Moreover, Lin Fan wanted Go-Zi to experience how it felt to be able to wipe out an expert with just a press of a button. Young master passed such an important matter to me, so I definitely can't disappoint you. Go-Zi was filled with motivation. Seeing that young master was already asleep, he didn't want to disturb him. To him, young master was just too tired. DD. The particle cannon gave out a sound. The energy bar was full. Go-Zi raised his hand and pressed down. The light that gathered at the mouth of the cannon stunned him. What a shocking scene. Not long later. With a shio. A streak of light shot out, lighting up the dark night sky. It was really eye-catching. What a beautiful light. Go-Zi's pupils shone brightly. 9 demons' 9 heads were raised, and it looked at the light that exploded out. Its 18 eyes shone brightly. The energy beam that was filled with destructive power was actually considered beautiful by them. Maybe this was the simplest form of happiness for normal people. In the distance. Old Master, why does young master know how to use the Alliance's weapon? Old Wu asked. He was stunned by young master. If he hadn't personally witnessed it, he wouldn't have dared to believe it. You ask me, but who am I supposed to ask? I can't see through this kid anymore. Lin Wani said. Don't say too much. It was like seeing a ghost. Look at what the kid was doing. He laid on the chair like he had fallen asleep. Go-Zi was a good servant and was really loyal. Not bad, really not bad, he was worthy of praise. Old Master, why don't we go ask? Old Wu asked. Lin Wani said, there is nothing to ask. Just let him do what he wants to do. As for other things, we don't need to interfere. He suddenly had a thought in his mind. This unfilial kid was a little strong. To be more direct, he was a little outstanding. But he definitely wouldn't admit that. Okay, go back and rest. I sense a familiar aura over at the Alliance. Lin Wani looked into the distance. Old Wu looked at Old Master. A familiar aura? Did another strong general come? 20 years ago, Old Master was the main force against the Alliance, and the Alliance members he fought were all experts. 20 years later, Those experts became stronger and so did Old Master. The current situation was no longer the same as before. The Alliance's attacks became more frequent and intense. Was it more like he was staking everything on a single throw? Not long after, Lin Wani left. Why wasn't he sleeping at night? As for the cannon sounds, they were quite pleasant to the ear. Who knew how the Alliance was doing? Go Zi didn't slack off and paid close attention. As long as the energy bar was full, he would fire. The dazzling radiance was too dazzling. Looking at it for too long would cause one's eyes to go blurry. But even then Go Zi didn't relax at all. Artillery fire rose and fell, intense and shocking. Every time it fired, it was as if there was a waterfall of light flowing between heaven and earth. Although it was filled with destructive power, it was also filled with vitality. A collection of contradictions. Lin Fan had an endless amount of true energy in his body. Every time the particle accelerator cannon fired a shot, it would immediately recharge. It just needed some time to recharge. Patter. Fire. Crazily fire. The dark sky was always bright. The U-City experts stood there and raised their heads to look at the sky. The dark night sky would occasionally light up. A long while later. Late at night. Oh. Lin Fan had long entered dreamland and he couldn't sense anything around him. Go Zi was a little sleepy and his hand that was pressing the button felt numb. No, I can't sleep, I can't disappoint young master. Go Zi shook his head and then looked at Nine Demon. Use your tongue to lick my face to wake me up. Towards such a sick request, Nine Demon thought about it and felt like there was no need to reject it. Its red tongue gave off heat and it did a complete service for Go Zi. Go Zi's face gave off heat. After Nine Demon licked him, he was much more awake. Lin Fan didn't expect Go Zi to last for a night. If he was tired, then he would rest. Moreover, it was really boring to do the same action. But if he knew that Go Zi persisted, his jaw would have dropped. The sky was bright. Ah. Lin Fan opened his eyes and smacked his lips. He stretched and slept comfortably. Go Zi. He habitually called Go Zi that he needed to be served. Long. Instantly. A bright light exploded from the particle accelerator cannon, shocking Lin Fan awake. What was going on? Why were they still fighting in broad daylight? When he opened his eyes wide, he noticed that Go Zi was still pressing the button. As for Nine Demon, it was already asleep. Its 9 heads gave out a snoring sound. Go Zi, wait. Just as Go Zi was about to continue, Lin Fan stopped him. Oh my god, he thought about a terrifying possibility. Would Go Zi continue to press it until morning? If that was the case, then that was just too terrifying. Young master, I will prepare things for you to wash up. Go Zi's eyes were bloodshot and he looked a little tired. Lin Fan said, Go Zi, don't tell me that you pressed it for the entire night. Go Zi said, young master, I listened to you and pressed it until now. Oh my god. Lin Fan knew the strength of the cannon and it wasn't a joke. What was going on with the Alliance? He got up and looked into the distance. He couldn't see anything at all and was unable to see what was going on there. What a tiger. It was a little fierce. He estimated it. He estimated that it could fire 12 cannons in an hour. From last night to this morning, didn't that mean that they fired at least 100 cannons? Did they want the Alliance to be blown to death? In the distance, Zhu Daoxin's face was slightly white. He floated in the air and his arms were trembling. Lunatic. Those people from U-City were definitely lunatics. How was that possible? Deep in his heart he roared. He didn't even dare to believe everything that he had experienced. Damn, the feeling didn't stop at all. He didn't use much strength to rip open the dimension, but to do it so many times was just too tiring. The 9-star generals around didn't sleep. One could say that the people in the main camp didn't sleep at all. The continuous explosions made them break out in a cold sweat. If they weren't able to block it once, then it was basically over. Mao Shintai's expression wasn't calm either. Brother Zhu, we have to retreat. Even if we give up the main camp, we have to retreat, otherwise many people will die. Mao Shintai said. It was an unbelievable scene. The particle accelerator cannons didn't stop at all. Wave after wave was fired. Even when the Alliance was rich in resources, they couldn't consume so many energy stones. Zhu Daoxin panted and beads of sweat fell from his forehead. He didn't reply and was in deep thought about something. Brother Zhu, Mao Shintai rushed him. Zhu Daoxin was the person in charge here, and if he didn't want to retreat, then even he didn't have the right to do so. How do we retreat? Zhu Daoxin's voice was hoarse. That was true. How should they retreat? Mao Shintai frowned and was troubled by that question. His idea was simple, which was to retreat and get out of the range of the particle accelerator cannons. But Zhu Daoxun's words reminded him. If they retreated, maybe they would just retreat a little, but the alliance members would lose their morale. But if they didn't retreat, based on the situation, the U City people would definitely exhaust them to death. Brother Zhu, I know what you are worried about, but you have to think about it. If we stay here, we might not be able to hold on. You know the strength of the particle accelerator cannons. As long as one of them hits the main camp, it is hard to estimate how many people will die. Mao Shintai said the worst outcome. He felt like there was no need to worry about what Zhu Daoxun was worried about. If the main camp was wiped out by the U City natives, even if Zhu Daoxun was the strongest 9-star general, he wouldn't be able to answer to the alliance headquarters. Right, General Mao's words make sense. General Zhu, let's retreat. The other 9-star generals agreed with Mao Shintai's words. It made so much sense. There was no need to fight head-on. General Zhu, look at our people. They are all frightened by the particle accelerator cannons. If this continues, then even without the U City people attacking, their morale will be wiped out. The other 9-star generals didn't have any thoughts about fighting to the death with the U City experts. They just wanted to live. At the same time, they wanted to take down U City while paying a small price. They weren't like Gang Xiong, who was willing to give up everything for the alliance. When he was furious for his pride, he was willing to give up his life. Such an outcome wasn't something they could accept. Zhu Daoxun suppressed his anger, and after thinking about it for a long while, he sighed. He spat out the unwillingness in his heart. Were they convinced? We have to report this to the alliance headquarters. Mao Shintai said, Brother Zhu, I don't think you need to. Someone should have helped you. Zhu Daoxun was stunned. He looked into the distance and saw a person walking over. It was the old fellow from the research team. As expected. The people from the research team definitely wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. They would definitely report the exact situation right away. General Zhu, the alliance headquarters is looking for you. The old researcher gloated. He was really furious about Zhu Daoxun's actions. Now that such a thing had happened, it was time for him to take revenge. To them, this was all Zhu Daoxun's fault. If he didn't stop the natives from snatching the particle accelerator cannon, such a thing wouldn't have happened. So, the main culprit was Zhu Daoxun. I understand. Zhu Daoxun's face was dark and sunken. Everything had a cause and effect. What happened now was due to his carelessness and underestimation. Mao Shintai looked at Zhu Daoxun's back view and then at the 9-star generals who were watching like they were watching a show. He sighed helplessly. He actually didn't know what to say. Chapter 349. Mao Shintai looked at the smiling old man and said, We are all fighting for the alliance and our goal is the same, which is to break the defense line of the natives. For such a huge goal, we shouldn't fight amongst ourselves. The old man said, Fight? When did we want to fight amongst ourselves? If he hadn't found trouble with us so many times, do you think we would want to fight him? Moreover, this can't be considered fighting. He made a mistake and brought trouble to the alliance, so he has to take responsibility for it. But he pushed the blame to us. Ace, how were they going to fight Lin Wani like that? They weren't on the same level and they were actually fighting amongst themselves. It is normal to make a mistake. No one can be perfect. Moreover, we are all fighting for the alliance. Mao Shintai hoped that his persuasion would be useful. He wanted the researchers to stop fighting with Zhu Daoxun and to calm down. What was there to fight about? There was no point. Now wasn't the time to fight amongst themselves and they had to focus on the enemy. The old researcher sneered. Marshal Mao, that sounds nice. You can ask him how he did it. When the particle accelerator cannon was fired, it was set up by the natives. The cannon was tilted and accidentally killed some people. Not only did he not understand, he even thought that there was a problem with the thing we were researching. The particle accelerator cannon has been researched since my teacher's generation, and it was only perfected by us. Just a few words from him have erased the blood, sweat, and tears of so many people. He even killed a member of our research consortium in public. Mao Shintai actually didn't know what to say about such a situation. He thought about it. Zhu Daoxun did go a little overboard. One couldn't blame him for being angry and snitching on him. He asked for it. Now that he had a chance, he would definitely kill him. So what if he was an Alliance 9-star general? Did he really think that he could do whatever he wanted? To these old fellows, even if they weren't as strong as him, their research attainments were something that even 9-star generals couldn't catch up to. Simply put, one was a scholar and the other was a warrior. Mao Shintai thought about it. You are right. But internal strife is a disaster for the alliance. If the natives find out, they will laugh at us. What else could they do? He just wanted to ask what else could be done since things had already come to this. If he and Zhu Daoshan scolded the research team, then needless to say, there would be a huge conflict. Maybe before the U City people even attacked, they would collapse from the inside. This was why he felt that his goal here wasn't to fight U City but to resolve the conflict between both sides. The old researcher was really calm and didn't say much. Naturally, he knew about the situation. Zhu Daoshan was just too much and made them really unhappy. At the same time, Mao Shintai's words made sense. The Alliance headquarters and Zhu Daoshan's conversation revolved around the battle before. What they asked the most was why they didn't stop the natives from stealing the cannon. Also, how could the natives know how to use particle accelerator cannons? Had any traders told the natives about the use of the energy stones? Of course, they knew that the natives definitely did not know what energy stones were, so there was only one possibility. Someone in the Alliance was colluding with the natives? Apart from this reason, there was no other reason. If the natives had fired one or two light cannons, perhaps the experts on the natives' side had injected their own Jin Yuan into the cannons. But now this is a matter of once or twice. From night to morning, why don't you just fire at me? The Alliance headquarters' intentions were clear. They wanted the main camp to move away from its current location and back off. Zhu Daoshan objected to such actions. He felt that moving away would affect their morale and that they were no match for the natives. General Zhu, I hope that you can understand the current situation. The Alliance headquarters was helpless about this matter. How vicious. When they heard the news, they didn't believe it. The natives could continuously fire particle accelerator cannons. Were they joking? But looking at the situation, it was obvious that it wasn't a joke and it was real. What the fuck was going on? Zhu Daoshan kept silent for a long while. I understand. Although he agreed to retreat to Zhu Daoshan, he was still really unwilling to do so. The Alliance members in the main camp were terrified. Oh my god, I couldn't sleep last night. From night till day I've been listening to this continuous rumbling sound. To them this is a kind of torture. It was just too unbearable. Kid, you haven't stopped firing since last night? Don't you feel that it is really ear-piercing? Zhang Tianshan looked down on the Alliance's weapon. Wasn't it just bigger, stronger, and covering a wider area? Apart from that, what else was it good for? It was just useless. Zhang Tianshan, since you came to U City, you have become so arrogant. Don't forget that you are just the deputy sect leader and I am the sect leader. Lin Fan said. Zhang Tianshan smiled. Kid, you are in the wrong. Your father and I are good brothers, so it is okay for me to call you kid. So, it is not good to call you sect leader. If your father hears about it, he will definitely say that you don't care about seniority. Oh my god. He really didn't expect Zhang Tianshan to be so slippery. Although he knew that he was slippery in the past, he didn't expect him to be so slippery. He even dared to disregard the sect leader. Wasn't he just asking to die? Lin Fan didn't stoop to his level. Didn't you say that your formation was amazing? Why didn't I see it being used in so many battles? That was indeed the case. Where was the formation? He didn't even see a single one. Zhang Tianshan said helplessly, You can't blame me. I was laying formations outside the border, but who knew that they would fight their way in? The formations outside are useless, so the ones here are still stabilizing. But don't worry, I will definitely let you see how amazing they are. Lin Fan squinted. Zhang Tianshan's words were really unbelievable and he felt like he was just spouting nonsense. He didn't bother about Zhang Tianshan and was thinking about something else. The Alliance was definitely threatened by the cannons, but so far nothing had happened. He didn't think that the Alliance would give up on U City so easily. So, there would definitely be more intense attacks in the future. If I can attack them in front of the Alliance, that would be great. Such a thought appeared in Lin Fan's mind, but he quickly dispelled it. It was best if he stopped dreaming. Even if father and the others protected him, it was useless. The aura from a battle between experts was the most terrifying. If he got close, he would be affected. If he stayed far away from father and the others, he would definitely be targeted and it would be quite problematic. Forget it. Anyway, he had nothing to do, so he would just continue firing. The Alliance's weapons were really useful. Gozi, go and rest. Leave this to me. Gozi, who had fired for an entire night, was dispirited and it was obvious that he was too tired. As a righteous young master, he definitely wouldn't let Gozi continue as he would die. Gozi didn't insist. He really couldn't take it anymore and wanted to sleep. Young master, I will head over once I am done resting. Nine Demon laid there and had nothing to do. Lin Fan fed it the bug-controlling technique special true essence and it was pumped full of energy. Lin Fan placed his arm inside and continued to charge it. This matter was really boring. But if he didn't do this, then he had nothing else to do. Oh. The particle accelerator cannon exploded once more. The U-City experts blinked and were a little lost. One night wasn't enough and now they had to continue. That was a little vicious. Bastard, are you done yet? Zhu Daoshan ripped open the dimension. He was really furious and thought that this was the end. Who knew that it was just him thinking too much? Lin Fan had no intention of stopping. Retreat, all of you retreat. Zhu Daoshan suppressed the rage in his heart and hollered. There was nothing he could do. Lin Fan's shameless attacks made Zhu Daoshan feel really helpless and helpless. Brother Zhu, rest for a while. Leave this to me. Arrange for them to leave. Mao Shintai said. He had just come here for a short while and was facing such a problematic problem. How friendly. Zhu Daoshan was really strong, but if this continued he would run out of energy. The research team old man frowned and was thinking about how to destroy the particle accelerator cannon. Unfortunately he was helpless. There was actually nothing he could do. When they were researching the particle accelerator cannon, they didn't think about installing a destruction program. After all, the particle accelerator cannon was under tight protection and no one would be able to snatch it away from under their noses. The Alliance members in the main camp were in a mess. Run, the natives are firing again. If we are hit, we will all die here. Damn. Who said that the natives don't know how to use the particle accelerator cannon? Are we going to die to the weapon we developed? They actually knew how the particle accelerator cannon ended up in the hands of the natives. They didn't dare to scold him. Whoever had the ability to scold Zhu Daoshan would die without even knowing how they died. The 8-star generals wanted to suppress the situation but they themselves panicked. The particle accelerator cannon fired too frequently and if they were hit they wouldn't end up well either. Zhu Daoshan looked at the situation below and didn't know what to say. General, what should we do now? The members of the research consortium are all frightened and want to leave this place. A general came to report and they couldn't suppress it. They couldn't just suppress it with force. With their status they really didn't have the right to do so. Zhu Daoshan said, gather people and retreat. Yes. The 8-star general replied and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. They were finally going to retreat. That was great. That was also what he was thinking. If the marshal wanted them to stay here then there was nothing they could do. Perhaps they could only wait for death here. Chapter 350. After all, a life with cheats was somewhat abnormal. The particle accelerator cannon was indeed domineering, but it wasn't really that terrifying. However, if it could be fired continuously, then it would be truly terrifying. Boring. Lin Fan felt that his mental state was a little empty. After firing too much, it felt empty and lonely. There was no movement in the distance. The beam of light pierced through the world and shot into the distance, but it soon disappeared. Damn, Alliance dogs, you are the ones who destroyed the life I was enjoying. I will kill you bastards. He didn't care whether or not the particle accelerator cannon killed the Alliance. Anyways, it had already been shot so he just treated it as if it had hit. 9 Demon, look after Master's cannon. Don't let anyone else touch it. Lin Fan clapped his hands and left the city wall. He had to find his father and have a good talk. He couldn't just stay here. Although it was more dangerous to chase after the Alliance with cannons, as long as they were protected, there shouldn't be much trouble. Inside the house, Lin Wani looked at the map and frowned. The situation was getting worse. It was not the situation at the border, but the situation at the military fortress. Not good, not good. Patter. Father? Lin Fan didn't knock and just pushed the door open. Lin Wani was shocked and then he scolded, you unfilial kid, you don't even know how to knock. Get out. Lin Fan looked at his father and blinked. Then he backed out of the door and closed it. Lin Wani scoffed coldly. At the same time he felt a little gleeful. It seemed like his dignity was still there and he could subdue this unfilial kid. Dong dong. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Then there was a creak. Lin Fan pushed the door open and came in. Father, we don't need to go through so much trouble. Lin Wani looked at Lin Fan in shock. He didn't expect this kid to be so mischievous. Dad, why are you looking at me like that? Lin Fan touched his face. Could it be that he had become more handsome recently? This shouldn't be the case. He was a little haggard after firing continuously for a few days. Rage points plus 66. Lin Wani took in a deep breath and told himself to calm down and not be angry. If he continued to be angry, this unfilial kid would make him sick. What is it? Lin Fan said, Father, let's attack. His idea was to take the initiative to attack and not wait here. After obtaining the particle accelerator cannon, he had become slightly arrogant. Do you know what you're saying? Lin Wani frowned and asked fiercely. If they attacked, there would only be two outcomes. They would either break through the Alliance's main camp or the Alliance would kill many of their experts. No matter which outcome it was, it would be a loss to U City. On the other hand, although the Alliance would suffer losses, the Alliance would be able to make up for them in the shortest amount of time. This was the biggest difference between the two sides. They had backup. But U City didn't. Lin Fan said, Of course I know. Father, didn't I get the Alliance's weapon? I feel like if I use it to fire all the way, I will definitely be able to wipe out the Alliance. Okay, don't say such unrealistic things. The weapon you are talking about is a particle beam cannon. Although it is strong, it isn't of much use to Alliance 9-star generals. Just stay here and don't think so much. Lin Wani didn't want to say much more. This suggestion was no different from no suggestion at all. The most important thing was, this wasn't a battle that a single person could control. To Lin Wani, he just wanted to defend this place and do what he had to do. He wanted to pressure the Alliance so that the other cities would have less pressure. Lin Fan said, Father, why do I feel like you have no fighting spirit at all? Lin Wani dragged out his voice. What did you say? Nothing. How could Lin Fan not see through his father's situation? It was obvious that he wanted to beat him up. Forget it, since he couldn't convince him, then he should just retreat. Looking at the unfilial kid run away, Lin Wani shook his head helplessly. He continued to look at the map and think about what to do next. The Alliance's attacks were much stronger than before. Also, they had to chase the Alliance members from Jianghu City back. But what many of the border guards didn't know was that the Alliance's attack was the last and they wouldn't retreat. They were going to use the strength of the Alliance to break open the gates to rich land. With just the number of people at the border, they weren't a match for the Alliance. After Lin Fan left his father's place, he was thinking about what he could do. It wasn't wise to go alone, so it was better to be safe. In the distance, Lin Fan looked at Old Wu and his eyes lit up. He had an idea. Old Wu. He ran over and was prepared to tell Old Wu about the situation. He would then pull the U City experts closer to the Alliance to give him a chance to fire. As long as he fired, then the Alliance would have to call him father. Alliance headquarters. The people with the highest authority sat there, discussing the situation of the rich land. Everyone, the war between the Alliance and rich land has lasted for a long time. At such a time we shouldn't drag it out. We have to take down the border in one go. Based on the news we received, there are many sects in rich land and many experts. However, they aren't united and this is a chance for the Alliance. The old man in charge of the Alliance headquarters said. This was a chance. If the sects in rich land worked together, then there was no point in playing. I have already met with the people in charge of Hell Mountain and Ocean Emperor Island. We have come to an agreement that they will cooperate with the Alliance. In a few days, the Alliance will send people to attack the border. The people in the meeting room looked at one another. Which border should we choose? The old man said, U City. If we want to attack, then attack the strongest one. Everyone kept silent. U City's Lin Wani was a problem, and if they wanted to kill him, they would have to pay a huge price. This is the last chance for the Alliance headquarters. If we miss it, there won't be another chance. I hope that all of you can understand. Young master, we can't do that. With our strength, we can't ensure your safety. Old Wu rejected without even thinking. This couldn't be a joke, as someone might die. Lin Fan was helpless. Actually, he could protect himself. But he knew that it was useless even if he said that. Old Wu definitely wouldn't agree. As long as his father didn't agree, no one would bring him out. Actually, he felt like this was a chance. He could use the power of the cannon to fire randomly. That night. Old master, young master wants me to call some people to bring him to the Alliance. Old Wu told old master about what happened in the day. Lin Wani said, this kid is so arrogant just because he has some strength. Don't worry about him and don't allow anyone to bring him out. Keep an eye on him and don't let him head out alone. Old Wu thought about it for a moment. Old master, I think that young master's words make sense. We can't just defend here. Although I don't know how young master can fire so many particle accelerator cannons, If we work together with him, there might be a different outcome. Lin Wani didn't say anything and was in deep thought. He then shook his head. No, we can't take the risk. We have to think about the big picture. Now that we have stabilized the balance, if we continue to push forward, the alliance won't let us. They will gather experts to stop us. When that happens, it won't be the alliance who starts a war with us but us. Old Wu was worried. But old master, don't you think that the alliance's attacks are getting stronger and stronger? This has never happened in the past. I am worried that the alliance is really going to flatten the border. Lin Wani knew that Brother Wu's words made sense. He also knew that the alliance's attacks were getting stronger and that it was different from before. Okay, let's not talk about these things. The internal situation isn't good and the 3 strongholds have been occupied by King Wudong. Based on my guesses, they will occupy Zhou City next. The alliance wants to attack both internally and externally. Lin Wani said. Old man Wu shook his head and let out a long sigh. Master, this old servant will say something disgraceful. Why did you have to do all this? You should have brought the young master to a secluded place to live in seclusion. It would have been much better than being dragged into this storm without anyone to help. Are you afraid? Lin Wani looked at old Wu. If you think it is not worth it, you can leave. You are still my good brother. Pada. Old Wu knelt on the ground. Old master, I don't mean that. It is just that the imperial dynasty isn't worth you protecting. Although Madame's death wasn't caused by the imperial dynasty, it is related to her. Old master will defend you city to the end, but young master is your only bloodline. He doesn't owe the imperial dynasty or anyone else, so he shouldn't stay here. Lin Wani recalled something and waved his hands. Okay, let's not talk about all this in the future. I'm tired, so go out. Old Wu got up and wanted to say something but stopped. He then retreated out of the room. Lin Wani stood with his arms behind his back. He walked to the window and looked at the night sky outside. Shangri-La? He also wanted to bring Fan to live in seclusion, but now wasn't the time. Would Yu City be broken through? If it was in the past, Lin Wani could tell everyone that it wouldn't. But now he wasn't so sure. The alliance was slowly becoming stronger and Yu City was slowly unable to fight against the alliance. Although the gap wasn't huge. If this continued, Yu City would definitely be flattened. Even the other defense lines would be the same. The only way to save them was for the sects to send experts to help, otherwise the chances were slim. Lin Fan's mind was filled with thoughts. He had at least 70 to 80 ways to make the alliance cry for their parents, but his strength didn't allow him to act cool. The 9-star generals of the alliance were like dogs and that was really terrifying. If there weren't any experts protecting him, the 9-star generals would beat him up and injure him. But if they destroyed the particle accelerator cannon, then he would have no place to cry. On the city wall. Young master, are we firing cannons tonight? Gozi asked. Lin Fan scratched his head. Let's play a few firecrackers to liven things up before bed. Chapter 351. Cannons without a target were soulless. I really didn't expect such an outcome. Zhu Daoshan's expression was calm but deep down, he was really unwilling. They retreated. Under the attacks of the natives, no. It wasn't the attacks of the natives but the alliance's weapons. They retreated far away until they were out of the range of the particle accelerator cannons. At that moment, the light in the distance was really eye-catching. But what a waste. They didn't need to tear open the dimension. After the light reached a certain distance, it slowly disappeared. Brother Zhu, the headquarters sent news to tell us not to act rashly and to wait for them to arrive. Mao Shintai appeared behind Zhu Daoshan. Is the headquarters going to punish Yu City? Joy flashed in Zhu Daoshan's eyes like he had waited for a long time and finally received good news. Mao Shintai nodded. That is what they meant. It seems like the headquarters has zero tolerance towards Yu City. At the same time, they are under pressure such that they have no choice but to gather strength to wipe Yu City out. If Yu City is wiped out, then the other defense cities won't be a problem. When the alliance enters the rich land, no one will be able to stop them. Zhu Daoshan had waited for this day for too long. Mao Shintai smiled. Don't underestimate the top sects in the rich land. Zhu Daoshan wasn't stupid. He wouldn't say that they couldn't even defend the border. He knew that the top sects didn't appear because they were waiting for chaos. When that time came, they would all come out. Those top sects have other plans. As for us, we just need the rich land's resources. We don't need to disturb one another. Zhu Daoshan said. Mao Shintai smiled. The headquarters gathered experts over so they didn't have to work too hard. Of course, it seemed like they were confident, but actually, he knew that many people would die when they fought with Yu City. As for the 9-star generals, it would depend on who was unlucky. A few days later. How can you do that? Yu Yunming looked at Zhen Ming, who was covered in blood. Her eyes opened wide like she was stunned. Not far away. Zhen Ming stood in the ocean of corpses and his lips curled up. His smile was really cold. How can I do that? Haven't I always been like this? Moreover, these people offended us, so how can we not kill them? Zhen Ming waved his arm and a ball of black flames covered the corpses around and started to burn. If King Wudong saw this, he would definitely exclaim, "Brother, you did a great job." If Lu Xian were to see this, he would definitely be unable to breathe. Damn it. You even dared to wipe out King Wudong's vanguard army? You must be tired of living. It was a long story. King Wudong was forced into the 3 strongholds. He then sent troops to Zhou City and occupied some small cities along the way. Unfortunately, he was unlucky and bumped into Zhen Ming. Perhaps because the rebellion was about to succeed, the army was a little wild. He teased Yu Yunming and also scolded Zhen Ming. What happened next was needless to say. This was the result. The vanguard army without any experts was finished just like that. Yu Yunming didn't expect Zhen Ming's killing intent to be so strong. You promised me that without my permission you wouldn't kill anyone. Zhen Ming smiled and walked in front of Yu Yunming. He lifted her chin. What a dumb girl. Bah. Don't touch me. Yu Yunming smacked Zhen Ming's finger. Stop following me. Zhen Ming's expression turned cold and then he smiled awkwardly. It is nothing, they just deserve to die. Yu Yunming didn't bother about him and just walked forwards. Zhen Ming followed behind and felt a little suppressed. For some reason he suddenly felt annoyed. He looked at the burning corpses and then chased. Don't be angry. Zhen Ming was an expert from Hell Mountain who killed people like flies. He was really evil, but for some reason after meeting this girl he felt like he had become a bootlicker. This feeling was really magical. There were just too many women who wanted to follow him, so many that he couldn't even count them. But this was the first time he had such a feeling. The news of the vanguard army being wiped out spread out. Your Majesty, not good, the vanguard army has been wiped out. Huangdang. King Wudong kicked the table in front of him and stared in rage. What did you say? The soldier who came to report was terrified. He knew that King Wudong was furious. The vanguard army was intercepted and wiped out. Lu Xian and the others couldn't stand still. They didn't expect that someone would actually dare to do such a thing. Bring wine. King Wudong hollered in rage. He acted like it was real. His eyes turned red like he had suffered a huge blow when he heard the news. Very quickly the wine came. King Wudong didn't say a word and just started to drink. Lu Xian knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, the dragon body is important. He felt that this was a sign that His Majesty was sad. But he couldn't drink like that. If his body got sick, then who would bring them to rebel? Important, your mom. He was in a good mood and was really worried. Who knew that someone would help him? How delightful. King Wudong was so excited that he wanted to roar out. But he felt that it wasn't good and that he would easily expose himself. So, it was better to drink. Damn. The people around him really wanted to rebel. He felt helpless. Old Wei said, Your Majesty, I would like to fight. The vanguard army doesn't have any experts, so naturally they won't be a match for experts. Since that is the case, then please allow me to follow them. No matter who they are, I will be able to kill them. King Wudong squinted his eyes. Why did this old man have to act cool? Old Wei, there is no rush. They came prepared. Send people to investigate and see who did it. Once we know who did it, then we will ask Old Wei to kill them. Although he was annoyed looking at this old man, he had to admit that he was really strong. If he could drag it out, then he would drag it out. On a cloud peak. A few top sect leaders were gathered here. They had been paying attention to the border situation. If they worked with the alliance and surrounded them, there was a high chance that they would be able to destroy the border. But to the top sects, they wanted stability and wouldn't act on their own before they were 100% sure. The main reason why they were gathered here was to join forces. If the alliance broke through the border and planned to attack them, they would join forces to fight against the alliance. But if not, then they would just develop their own. They had even planned out the area. They would get close to one another and not interfere with each other's development. They would form an entire power and advance and retreat together. Now, they were just waiting for the alliance to break through the defense line. Imperial dynasty is about to be finished. Lin Wani has to die too. Everyone looked towards the sect leader like they wanted to ask how he was so sure. All of you don't need to look at me. I have my own methods. The Alliance is prepared to go all out. Even if Lin Wani has 3 heads and 6 arms, he will die. The entrance of the Alliance didn't make the top sects feel pressured. Instead, they felt like this was an opportunity. So they were all waiting. As long as the Imperial dynasty was gone, it would be time for them to attack. During this period of time, Lin Fan was really bored. He went to the Eastern Forest again, wanting to have a good chat with the Yin Demon King about life, the future, and ideals. Who knew that? He didn't feel any rage at all. The Yin demons all hid when they saw him. Who was the one who told him that even if the Yin demons faced experts, they wouldn't retreat and that they would come out and let him smash their heads? What nonsense. During this period of time, the 7 cities at the border stopped fighting. It was like something was going on with the Alliance and they didn't attack. This allowed them to take a breather, but as time went on, one would start to suspect something. What was going on with the Alliance? There was actually no movement at all. Qinzhong was still alive. When he wasn't fighting the Alliance, he stayed by Master's side and focused on cultivating Buddhism. The old monk closed his eyes and played with his Buddhist beads. He suddenly opened his eyes and frowned. He had a bad feeling. Master, what happened? I don't know, I feel like something bad is about to happen. The old monk shook his head. His cultivation was really high and his thoughts were accurate. He felt a little uneasy. But as for what it was, he didn't know. Yu City Alliance main camp. More and more 9-star generals arrived. They came from the other cities, but not all of them came. Each city had a 9-star general in charge. Laoshan City General Xianlong asked, I heard that the natives forced you to retreat. I didn't believe it at the start, but I didn't expect it to be true. Xianlong, if you don't know how to speak, then don't. Zhu Daoshan took a look and was a little annoyed. Brother Zhu, this matter has spread in the Alliance headquarters and it isn't a secret. You are facing Lin Wani, so it is normal that you were forced back. It is just that Gang Xiong was unlucky and actually lost his life. Xianlong said regretfully, but one couldn't see any sadness in his expression. Mao Shintai frowned. Xianlong, mind your words. Xianlong shrugged his shoulders and it was obvious that he didn't care. The Alliance headquarters is prepared to send 29-star generals over. Along with the 6 from Hell Mountain and Ocean Emperor Island, there are close to 49-star general-level experts. How can Lin Wani fight them? Xianlong smiled and felt that victory was in their hands. The Alliance had taken a huge risk. Xianlong, Mao Shintai, and the others were experts who occupied cities. Now that they all appeared here, if the natives found out, they wouldn't be able to help but counterattack. But they needed to be quick. As long as everyone was here, they would attack right away. They didn't care so much. At that moment, more people arrived. They were all 9-star generals from the Alliance headquarters. 3 of them were on the same level as Zhu Daoshan and were some of the strongest 9-star generals in the Alliance. With the 3 of them and Zhu Daoshan, even Lin Wani had to see whether or not he could hold on. To Yu City. This was a situation where they would definitely die. After so many years, their hard work didn't go to waste. Dozens of years ago, many top sects sent experts to deal a heavy blow to the Alliance. After plotting and roping them in, slowly the top sects stopped. As for their Alliance, after a few attacks, they slowly wiped out a lot of the experts guarding the border. As long as those top sects didn't attack, Yu City was finished. Chapter 352. Yu City was in a mess. Large amounts of Alliance 9-star generals gathered here and were prepared to deal the strongest blow to Yu City. It would be best if they could totally wipe out Yu City. Lin Wani and the Alliance had fought for too long. The Alliance headquarters had finally solved their internal conflicts and were able to gather large amounts of 9-star generals to suppress rich land. Although the Alliance headquarters was one entity in the past, their internal conflicts were really intense. Now, the conflicts had mostly disappeared. They wouldn't face any problems when they arranged for 9-star generals to come, so the Alliance would definitely win this battle. The 3 9-star generals that came were on the same level as Zhu Daoshan and were one of the strongest 9-star generals in the Alliance. Zhu Daoshan couldn't take down Lin Wani alone, so there were 3 more. So what if Lin Wani was strong? The Alliance headquarters had given him a chance to recruit him and even promised that if he joined the Alliance, they would make him the new ruler of the Imperial dynasty. Unfortunately, he didn't cherish it, so he couldn't blame others. A few days later, Laoshan City. Zhao Lishan was in deep thought and frowned like he was thinking about something. Master Zhao, do you think that the situation is a little off? Xianlong actually hasn't done anything at all. Old Shen was really confused. With the Alliance's personality, they definitely wouldn't not do anything for such a long time. What was going on? It was too mysterious and one couldn't understand. Zhao Lishan felt that something wasn't right. Do you think the Alliance is planning something? Old Master Wang, who hadn't said a word, said, with the current situation, I have a bold thought that Xianlong might not be there. The moment he said this, everyone around was shocked. Old Wang, don't make wild guesses. Old Master Wang said, it might not be a wild guess. We have all lived here for so long and this isn't the first time we have fought against the Alliance. To the Alliance, who do they want to kill the most? Even without me saying it, all of you should know. Everyone frowned and kept silent like they were thinking about something. They then said with uncertainty, based on what you are saying, the Alliance is going to attack Yu City? Old Master Wang said, these are all my guesses. I'm not sure about the exact situation, but all of you should know that Yu City is the strongest out of all the border cities. If the Alliance wants to break into Yu City, it won't be possible with just a dozen 9-star generals. Moreover, they won't be ordinary ones. At least above Dao Realm Stage 5. Your grandpa will always be your grandpa. Uncle Wang was right. It was just that the content of this speculation was a little hard to believe for the time being. I don't think it's possible, Old Shin said. Old Master Wang shook his head. Nothing is impossible. To the Alliance, they didn't do anything too extreme, mainly because they were afraid of Yu City. At the same time, they tried to occupy Maigu City to see what happened there. But you all saw the outcome. Lin Wani brought people to flatten the Alliance's main camp. That was 1-for-1, restricting the Alliance's movements. So, if the Alliance wants to improve, they have to take down Yu City. If they do, then what awaits us is destruction. In the end, we don't have enough people. If we had enough experts, then such a thing wouldn't have happened. The Alliance's experts were much stronger than their few defense lines. Zhao Lishan said, let's try and see whether or not Xianlong is there. There was no situation on the Alliance's side at all. This made Zhao Lishan suspicious, but he didn't think too deeply about it. Old Wang's words made Zhao Lishan feel like there was a problem. Okay, let's test their situation. Provoking the Alliance, that is something that I have never thought about. Very quickly, Zhao Lishan brought everyone to attack the Alliance. If they weren't fighting, then they were checking out the Alliance's situation. Other 9-star generals came out, but they didn't see Xianlong. This made Zhao Lishan more and more suspicious. He felt like what Old Wang said might be true. But looking at the faces of the Alliance 9-star generals, they didn't fear anything. It also made one feel like Xianlong was there. But the more that was the case, the more uneasy Zhao Lishan felt. Only when Zhao Lishan saw a person did his suspicions disappear. That person was Xianlong. He stood in the Alliance main camp and smiled as he looked at him. In the distance, a person dashed over. He came from Yu City and brought an important letter and mission. Laoshan City was his target. A few days later, Yu City. Lin Fan waited here. Although it was a little boring to destroy the Alliance, he just waited quietly. His thoughts were really simple. He brought experts to wipe out the Alliance. Why did he have to wait for the Alliance to attack? Why didn't he want to attack at all? Ace, it is still a problem of strength. If I was just a little stronger, I would wave my hand and pick up a cannon to shoot at your faces. Lin Fan laid on the chair and felt really helpless. Gozi massaged his legs. To go Z, serving young master was his final goal and dream. A while ago, young master left him on Martial Path Mountain and he felt really sad. Now that he could accompany young master again, he was really emotional. But Zhou Zhongmao wasn't here. Otherwise the group would be in order. Suddenly, something wasn't right in the sky. The calm clouds suddenly began to tumble violently like waves, wave after wave. What is going on? Lin Fan got up and his expression was really solemn. The laziness from before was totally gone and was replaced with seriousness. That aura wasn't simple. It was really explosive. It was like a million demons had broken out of a seal and were charging over. At that moment, numerous people appeared beside Lin Fan in the Alliance main camp. Lin Wani looked solemnly into the distance. Shock appeared in his eyes, but there was also a bit of calmness, like he knew about it. But maybe he didn't expect it to come so quickly. Fan or leave. Now, immediately, right now. Lin Wani opened his mouth and his tone was unquestionable. Lin Fan raised his head and looked into the distance. No, father, I won't leave. No matter what trouble it is, I am not afraid. He saw his father's hand trembling. In the past, his father gave him a really calm feeling like there was nothing he cared about. But now, he sensed seriousness and nervousness from his father. Even his father felt that it was a problem. He definitely wouldn't leave. Young master, listen to old master and leave. Old Wu's tone was solemn and it wasn't as gentle as usual. The situation wasn't right. The aura that gathered in the distance was too terrifying. The Alliance finally couldn't take it anymore and wanted to wipe out Yu City? It seemed like old master's guess was right. But he didn't expect it to be so quick. I won't leave. There is no need to persuade me. Lin Fan said. Nothing would change his decision. Since he had decided to stay here, then he wouldn't leave. Wasn't it just the Alliance? He wouldn't be afraid. Although he didn't understand why his father and the others would stay here to fight the Alliance, he didn't need to think about it. If his father wanted to go all out, could he just sit there and do nothing and just leave? That was impossible. 9 Demon, bring Gozi and leave. Return to Martial Path Mountain and tell them to hide. Lin Fan said without turning his head. Gozi was stunned and shook his head. Young master, I won't leave. I will go wherever you are. Even if I go down, I will stay by your side and serve you. What are you talking about? We haven't even fought and you think that I will die? Lin Fan said. Gozi said, Young master, I don't mean that. But no matter what, I won't leave. 9 Demon, what are you doing? Such a big body is just for show. Aren't you going to hurry up? Lin Fan said calmly. Although he was a little nervous, wasn't this a normal situation? Such an unknown battle really made one nervous. 9 Demon bit Gozi with one head. The remaining 8 heads turned around and looked at Lin Fan. His eyes shone with a weird emotion. Let me go. I want to stay here and fight alongside young master. 9 Demon, let me go. But to 9 Demon, Gozi was too small. It was like he was biting a piece of meat in his mouth. He didn't even have room to fight back. Lin Fan nodded towards 9 Demon and then turned his head. Father, did the Alliance gather many experts? When we fight, you don't need to take care of me. I have my own ways to protect myself. Can you listen to me? Leave this place and find a place to hide. Is that okay? Lin Wani said calmly. Lin Fan shook his head. No, I definitely won't leave this place. Father, don't think about knocking me out. I'm not weak now, so let's not waste any more time. Others who are weaker than me are all here, yet you want me to leave. I've done some calculations. If I stay here, I might be able to save even more people. Could it be that to you, Father, the lives of those who have followed you for decades are worth less than mine? These words made a lot of sense. Of course. To Lin Wani, he was just a brute who didn't study much. Actually, he didn't like Lin Fan trying to reason with him. When Zhu Shen and Zhang Xing saw this, they all wanted to persuade young Master Lin not to force himself here. It wasn't worth it for him to stay here. Master Lin had already sacrificed too much. No matter what the outcome was, he had to leave a successor behind. He couldn't afford to lose it. But before they could say anything, young Master Lin interrupted them. All of a sudden, they were speechless and didn't know how to persuade him. Young Master Lin was determined to stay here. When the people from Yu City learned about what happened at the Alliance border, they picked up their weapons and headed over. There were only Master Realm and Grandmaster Realm experts. They weren't enough to face the Alliance. But at that moment, they didn't fear anything. Chapter 353. I have to pay attention later. Lin Fan had a thought in his heart. He wasn't weak and was a dual cultivator at initial domain realm. He could suppress anyone at the same realm. After he turned into a bug, he would definitely be able to fight with Dao realm experts. But Dao realm had 9 stages and each stage had huge strength. He didn't know how many stages he could fight against. Long. A loud explosion spread out from the distance. A terrifying might blotted out the heavens and the earth as it crushed over. Naturally, the Yu City experts wouldn't allow the Alliance to be so arrogant. Many auras charged into the sky and clashed with the Alliance's aura. An invisible aura clashed with one another. Although one couldn't see it with the naked eye. However, he could feel how violent the collision between the two sides was. Zizi. It was like lightning was spreading. Amazing! Lin Fan exclaimed. He could sense that this battle would become really intense and terrifying. It wouldn't be as casual and simple as before. The Alliance was serious. In the distance, Alliance members covered the land and covered the sky. At the same time, there were more experts than before. The surrounding atmosphere was really suppressive. Lin Fan took in a deep breath and relaxed. He clenched his fists and then released them. His knuckles cracked. He, who hadn't been through many big battles, was a little nervous. Young master, since that is the case, then be careful and don't offend those people. When he saw the situation in the distance, old Wu's heart sank. Their gazes towards the Alliance members were different. How could there be so many of them? The Alliance wanted to totally wipe out U City. On rough estimation there were at least 39-star generals. With U City's strength, in terms of top combat strength, there was no way they could fight the Alliance. This battle would be a battle to the death and one would have to pay with their lives. I know what I am doing. Lin Fan replied. Actually, he didn't, or rather, he didn't understand how dangerous the situation was. The Alliance sent out too many 9-star generals. There was a 90% chance that U City would be wiped out. Maybe it was a 90% chance of survival. Lin Wani, the Alliance gave you a chance but you didn't cherish it. Zhu Daoxin said, to deal with you the Alliance headquarters sent many people you are familiar with. Shenlong, Mao Shentai, Shen, etc. Do you think that with your U City strength you can still fight? Lin Wani looked at everything coldly and didn't want to say anything. Lin Fan hesitated for a long time. If he didn't act now there wouldn't be another chance. What are you trying to act cool for? Have you forgotten how I poured shit on your Alliance? How dare you be so arrogant here? Lin Fan gathered his courage. Even if he was being targeted he had to attract a wave of hatred. Speaking of shit, there was a scene that many Alliance members couldn't forget. Even though it had been a while, it was still unforgettable. Rage points plus 999, rage points plus 999. A wave of rage points started to strike him. Lin Wani stared at Lin Fan in rage. He didn't say anything but his eyes were filled with rage like he wanted Lin Fan to shut up. The current situation was very dangerous. Now that this unfilial kid provoked him, the Alliance 9-star generals would definitely target him. With the current situation, as long as a war broke out, even he wouldn't have the energy to protect him. Lin Wani, I advise your son to speak nicely. Don't regret it when you die. Zhu Daoxin said coldly. Old Wu didn't expect young master to be so bold. He wanted to pull young master back and tell him not to do that, but it was useless. Lin Fan was prepared to lay all his cards on the table. If he still kept a low profile, then when they fought he wouldn't be able to help at all. Old man, stop talking nonsense. You make it sound like you are so strong. When Gang Xiong was killed you looked on. Just your dumb Alliance dogs want to break through the defense line? Stop dreaming. Lin Fan hollered in rage. Oh my god. The Alliance members behind all looked at this arrogant kid. How fucking crazy. Rage points increased. Zhu Daoxin was furious. This kid definitely couldn't be left alive. This damn kid was so arrogant at such a young age. Did he really think that the Alliance was easy to bully? Lin Fan looked at the accumulated rage points. Quite a bit. The main reason was because the Alliance was strong enough. He secretly improved. First, he cultivated a few cultivation techniques. The techniques he had didn't have Dao Realm ones, so he would have to rely on himself for the later ones. At that moment, Zhu Daoxin suppressed the rage in his heart and looked at Lin Wani. Lin Wani, you have seen the current situation. With your U City's strength, you won't be able to block us. Now there is a path in front of you. If you surrender, the Alliance can let everyone here go, including your son. Ah. Lin Wani laughed and then his expression turned cold. Zhu Daoxin, stop dreaming. The people who stayed here didn't care about their lives. U City might be wiped out today, but don't worry, I will make your Alliance pay a heavy price. Lin Wani's aura shocked the Alliance members so much that they didn't dare to say anything. Especially to the 9-star generals, they knew that Lin Wani was speaking the truth. To wipe out U City the price would definitely be huge. He had thought about it. At least half of the 9-star generals had to die to be able to kill Lin Wani. Mao Shentai said, if we have a chance, capture that kid and use him to threaten Lin Wani. I don't think he won't care about his son, right? Zhu Daoxin nodded. Understood. At that moment, Lin Fan noticed that Mao Shentai was muttering something into Zhu Daoxin's ear. Actually, he didn't need to think about it. She could also understand what he was talking about. Father, don't worry about me. These two people are talking so sneakily. They definitely want to use me as a hostage to threaten you. If they really succeed, then don't worry about me. Just do what you have to do. I will self-destruct and bring them away. Lin Fan muttered. Even what he would do when he was caught was described clearly. That was really terrifying. Zhu Daoxin looked at Lin Fan and actually didn't know what to say. Were the young people so fierce now? Lin Wani looked at Lin Fan. Although he didn't have much of an expression, he felt really helpless. Was he really going to die here? He wasn't afraid that he would die. He really didn't want Lin Fan to die here. The overly arrogant Lin Fan had always been the target of the Alliance members' rage. From the start till now, every single word he said was arrogant. The increase in rage points exceeded Lin Fan's expectations. Increase. Godbody's 550 value jumped and continued to rise. Before the battle started, he had to quickly raise his cultivation base. Lin Fan could sense that the power in his body was slowly increasing, but he was suppressing it. At that moment, Zhu Daoshan seemed to have received a notification. His expression changed like he didn't expect this to happen. Lin Wani noticed the change in Zhu Daoshan's expression and said, "Did you receive news that the various camps at the border are under attack? You knew about it long ago?" Zhu Daoshan was shocked like he didn't expect that. "You want to use your life and the lives of everyone in Yu City to restrict us and let them grab this chance. But how did you know?" Lin Wani smiled and raised his head to look at Zhu Daoshan. "Come, my existence has made your alliance unhappy. I won't be able to do much in my life, so the biggest thing I will do is drag your alliance down. When the sandpiper and clam fight, the fisherman benefits. Your alliance thinks that you are the fisherman, but what you don't know is that in the eyes of others, you are just a wooden club." He had seen through everything. The battle between the alliance and their border cities was a battle of attrition. One shouldn't underestimate those top sections. Maybe they weren't of the same mind. But when a fat piece of meat appeared and it wasn't too dangerous, they would crazily surge over. The Yu City battle ended. They were wiped out. A chaotic war would break out and the imperial dynasty would be hard to protect. The top sects and the alliance would suppress one another and naturally, many factions would break out. Lin Fan calmly improved. At the same time he looked at his father. This father who didn't study for many years and liked to read good books was obviously thinking about dying. No. But that definitely couldn't happen. No matter what, he wouldn't let his father die here. Zhu Xin held the machete in his hand and repaired it. The machete was still a little old, but it was enough to kill enemies. He shouted in his heart that he was going to fight 5 of them today. In the past he would fight 2. As for fighting 5, he didn't think that he would be able to survive. Kill. Zhu Daoshan's face was dark and sunken. He waved his hands and the alliance members headed towards Yu City. The Yu City experts hollered in rage and pounced towards the alliance members. As for the Dao Realm experts, they were searching for opponents. Their biggest enemies were those 9-star generals. Mysterious Sun Sky Flame Formation. Gung Metal Killing Formation. Rise? The unassuming Zhang Tianshan hollered in rage. He held a jade stone and smacked it towards the ground. Instantly, many streaks of light swept forwards. Long. Light surged into the sky from all directions, forming a light barrier that covered the area. "Kid, take a good look. This is how amazing I am." Zhang Tianshan shouted towards Lin Fan. The formation that he prepared was finally put to use. Some alliance members charged into the formation and were attacked by a fire dragon. They were wrapped around by the fire dragon and with a pung, they turned to dust. It is indeed amazing. This was the first time Lin Fan saw the strength of old Zhang's formation. It was indeed really strong, but to some experts, it wasn't strong enough to insta-kill them. "Zhu Xin, let's not be too far away and take care of one another. No matter what, don't let the alliance dogs leave," Zhang Xing said. Zhu Xin said, "Don't worry, I don't want to live today." Lin Fan took out the particle accelerator cannon and started to charge it. At the same time he raised his cultivation. Damn. They were finally going to fight. He was afraid. Chapter 354. Great, the Alliance sent 35 9-star generals. Zhang Xing took a close look and counted. His heart was really solemn. 35 9-star generals were enough to destroy any place. Now, the Alliance sent so many to deal with Yu City. Or rather, to deal with Master Lin. He knew that Master Lin was strong, but there was a limit. Facing so many 9-star generals, the outcome was obvious. Of course. Zhang Xing didn't know that there were a total of 38 9-star generals. 3 of them didn't show up and were waiting for a chance. This chance was to kill Lin Wani in one strike. Yu City didn't have many Dao Realm experts. This wasn't a fair battle. In the distance, Lin Wani held his halberd and faced the 4 9-star generals. Zhu Daoshan, Mao Shintai, Xianlong, Shen. Zhu Daoshan was the strongest and the other 3 were weaker. But even then they were a force to be reckoned with. At that moment, Lin Wani activated his domain and the terrifying domain covered the four of them. Zhu Daoshan released his two and instantly, two terrifying powers clashed with one another. Such a battle wasn't something that normal people could handle. Lin Fan stood there and didn't move. He continued to raise his strength and look towards the battlefield. Old Wu and Zhu Shen faced several 9-star generals and were under huge pressure. Very quickly they were at a disadvantage, but they still fought back. In the distance, the Yu City experts were in a chaotic battle with the Alliance members. Occasionally people would fall from the sky. The battle was really intense. DD. The particle beam cannon was filled with energy. Damn, I am going to blast all of you to death. Lin Fan chose a direction and pressed the button. Long. A streak of light exploded. It was really quick, and before the Alliance experts could react, they saw a streak of light strike them. They didn't even cry out before they were covered by the light and turned to dust. Arrogant Alliance dogs, I will send all of you to the heavens with one cannon. Lin Fan didn't say any nonsense and continued to place his hand into the particle beam cannon. There was movement from the Alliance. Particle beam cannon, that native is using the particle beam cannon. Everyone be careful. This is our Alliance's weapon, so how can we let the natives use it to hurt us? They hollered in rage. When they saw that person, they roared in rage. One of the marshals noticed this. He knew that the kid was Lin Wani's son and that the particle accelerator cannon beside him belonged to the Alliance. He wanted to go over and take him down. But the Yu City experts definitely wouldn't let him pass. You dog, don't even think about leaving my place. Zhu Shen hollered and slashed down with his blade. A terrifying power exploded and blocked off his path. In Zhu Shen's domain he could sense everything. At the same time he could make the quickest decision. Lin Fan was eager to level up. Damn it. He was really anxious without any Dao Realm techniques. He didn't know what the Dao Realm looked like and what it felt like. He really wanted to reach that realm. But he had already felt it. If he wanted to raise from Domain Realm to Dao Realm, the requirements were just too huge. It was too terrifying. DD. When the particle beam cannon was fully charged, it discovered that Old Wu was injured. Facing the combined attacks of the three marshals, it actually found that Old Wu was somewhat unable to hold on. Son of a bitch. Lin Fan hollered in rage. He aimed the particle accelerator cannon at the 9-star general and fired. Old Man Wu treated him very well. Now that he was injured by the marshal, he was still fighting. This made him furious. Strength. Without strength, everything was fake. Good kid. That 9-star general with a goatee noticed the danger. He waved his arm and ripped open the dimension. He was really quick as he was extremely familiar with the control of the dimension. Lin Fan grabbed his stomach and the sword seed floated out. With a shio, it reached the border of the dimension. Explode. There was a loud explosion. The explosion of the sword seed created a terrifying might that caused the dimension to become unstable. The goatee general frowned. He clenched his fingers and closed the dimension. He then slapped forwards and instantly extinguished the beam of light. Young master, I am still okay. Protect yourself. Old Wu hollered, and then his attacks became even more intense. Lin Fan was anxious. Rage points surged in, but it wasn't enough. He wanted more. In the distance, there was a familiar voice. Although he wasn't familiar with it, he knew that the fat old lady was the one who sold onions at the city gate. At that moment, the old lady self-destructed. The power from her self-destruction covered the Alliance experts around, causing the area around to become empty. He knew that the people in Yu City were all prepared to die. Old Wu told him before. The people here all had different identities. Some had committed heinous crimes and some were bandits. There were also elders and sect leaders of large sections. There were all sorts of people here. They came to Yu City. Some were attracted by someone's charisma. Some had beliefs that others couldn't understand and were willing to give up everything to come here to contribute. Old Wu had also mentioned something to him. One of the Yu City Dao Realm experts was an elder from a top evil sect. After wiping out a sect, he realized that the survivor was a blind brat. She couldn't see anyone and didn't know what had happened. The evil path elder looked at the brat and who knew what he was thinking about. Maybe he didn't know what the brat told him. He came to Yu City and had stayed here for decades. The people from Yu City said that. Don't be angry because of our deaths. Didn't they already know the outcome when they came here? Lin Wani, take a good look. How many people died because of your resistance? You can bring them away and the Alliance won't care. Zhu Daoshan said. Lin Wani was really strong. Even with Mao Shintai and the others, he was still the same. Mao Shintai and the others were actually injured. If it wasn't for him taking care of them, they would have been killed. Lin Wanni's aura rose and the light from the halberd in his hand became more and more eye-catching. What is the point of saying all this? Either Yu City is wiped out or the Alliance will retreat. There won't be a third outcome. Xianlong, go capture his son, Zhu Daoshan said. Xianlong looked at Lin Wanni and dashed towards Lin Fan. You are asking to die. Lin Wanni hollered in rage and the halberd in his hand gave off a bright light. The halberd seemed to become bigger and bigger as it smacked towards Xianlong everywhere the halberd passed. The space around it exploded. The aura was shocking and it had the power to destroy heaven and earth. Xianlong sensed the terrifying aura and turned his head. A look of terror appeared on his face. Zhu Daoshan, what is the meaning of this? He didn't expect that Zhu Daoshan didn't stop him and instead told Lin Wanni to attack. Are you trying to sell me out? Zhu Daoshan's expression changed. At that moment he grabbed the chance, attack. He didn't say that to Mao Shintai and the others. Instead he said it to the 3 9-star generals who were hiding. At that moment, the 3 9-star generals who were hiding in the dimension appeared. Some waved their fists and some slapped their palms. The aura they gave off pierced through the sky. There was a loud explosion. It landed on Lin Wanni's body. Lin Wanni, I told you that you would do anything for your son but you didn't believe me. Zhu Daoshan laughed coldly. Lin Wanni hollered in rage and didn't worry about them. He pressed down with the halberd and killed Xianlong right away. Zhu Daoshan was stunned. He didn't expect that he wouldn't be able to stop Lin Wanni. But forget it. Sacrificing a 9-star general to heavily injure Lin Wanni was just too worth it. Lin Wanni, you have always wanted to kill me. Unfortunately, you are going to die to me. The 9-star general who spoke was like Zhu Daoshan. He was known as the strongest 9-star general in the Alliance. When Lin Wanni heard this familiar voice, his expression changed. He turned around and looked at him. When he saw the face that he hated so much, he exploded. Wu Zhiga, I want you to die. Lin Wanni hollered in rage. A terrifying aura exploded from his body. Instantly, a shockwave blew forwards and forced the 3 of them back. Astronomical phenomenon. Wu Zhiga found it weird. He didn't expect Lin Wanni to actually use it. This was a secret technique that required one to burn energy at God Dao Realm Stage 4. At this moment, Lin Wanni was 100,000 feet tall and his aura became even more terrifying. Every time he raised his hand, he would be able to cause an unstoppable storm. Father. Lin Fan took everything in. When he saw his father being sneak attacked, he felt like he was about to suffocate. In the end, did he distract his father? But looking at the situation, father had become more overbearing. Guys, let's work together to kill him. It is like killing his wife. Wu Zhiga said coldly. Zhu Daoshan frowned. Things had already reached such a stage, so why did they have to provoke him? He would really die. 4 of the strongest 9-star generals, along with Mao Shintai and Shen, a total of 6 9-star generals turned into 100,000-foot giants. As their auras were too terrifying, the surrounding space started to collapse. Lin Wanni hollered in rage and swept forwards with his halberd. The aura was just too terrifying, causing the ground to crack and space to shatter. Even the sky was ripped apart. Lin Wanni's body gave off a golden light. As he exploded, the golden light became thicker and thicker. Dao Realm Stage 5 Saint King appeared. There were 9 stages in the Dao Realm and each stage had a special ability. But if one wanted to use it, it would consume a huge amount of energy. Onglong. Onglong. The battle here was earth-shattering, and the power was too terrifying. No one dared to approach this place. Ah, save me. Puchi. The halberd pierced Shen's body. This 9-star general was much weaker than Zhu Daoshan, and the moment Lin Wanni pierced his body, he knew that death was about to descend upon him. Shen's body exploded and his 100,000-foot body fell to the ground. He shrunk and was only left with some minced meat. 8 Desires Extreme Dao. Wu Zhiga hollered in rage. He pushed forwards with his palms and with a loud explosion, he struck Lin Wanni's back. Puchi. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. You are asking to die. Lin Wanni turned around and slashed down with his halberd. The entire power of heaven and earth seemed to have been drawn in, turning into a streak of light that exploded. Wu Zhiga suffered a heavy blow and retreated. His eyes were filled with shock. So strong. Suddenly, Lin Wanni noticed that a Yu City Dao Realm expert had died and the 4 Alliance 9-star generals were heading towards his son. He was shocked. But at that moment he stopped in his tracks. Father, don't come over. I can deal with them. Lin Fan hollered. Slowly, a terrifying aura exploded from his body. Dao Realm Breakthrough. Lin Fan added points and both internal and external cultivation reached stage 1 of Dao Realm, Dao Pattern Realm. Phenomenons occurred. I have cultivated too many techniques, which is why it is so difficult. But I am the strongest. Chapter 355. Dao Realm Stage 1, Dao Pattern Realm. This was the most crucial step from Domain Realm to Dao Realm. There was once an expert who said this. Although Dao Pattern Realm was just the entrance to Dao Realm, it would affect everything in the future. Damn this kid. The 4 9-star generals looked at the eye-catching scenes in front of them. They were so shocked that they didn't know what to do. They were all Dao Realm experts and naturally understood what would happen when one broke through from Domain Realm to Dao Realm. At that moment, this was the start of the change. There were simply way too many secret manuals that Lin Fan cultivated. Not including heart cultivation techniques, there were already 63 of them. Some people might say, isn't it just 63 sects? I can also cultivate that many. However, he had cultivated all 63 cultivation techniques to the highest level. Returning to true, the Dao was extremely simple. Every move he made was compatible with the Dao. At that moment, numerous streaks of light exploded out from his body and wrapped around him. If one looked closely, one would notice that there was a small person in the light that was using some deep and indiscernible cultivation technique. These were all the cultivation techniques that Lin Fan cultivated. When he reached returning to true, these cultivation techniques underwent shocking changes when he broke through to Dao Realm. A streak of light charged down and instantly drowned Lin Fan. In the light, Lin Fan clenched his fists. The cultivation techniques that he cultivated in the past slowly turned into Dao patterns. Heart cultivation also changed at the same time. A total of 73 Dao patterns were formed and they were all returning to true, complete Dao patterns. Long. A terrifying aura spread out, causing everyone to be unable to open their eyes. What terrifying power! The 4 9-star generals were shocked and filled with disbelief. Lin Wani was shocked and muttered, "My son has reached Dao Realm." No matter who it was, even Lin Wani himself found it hard to believe. Zhu Daoshan hollered, "What are all of you doing? Kill him." The 4 9-star generals had a troubled expression on their faces. It was like they were saying, "General Zhu, aren't you making things difficult for us?" The aura that this person gave off was a little terrifying and we might not be able to block it. At that moment, Lin Fan floated in the air. His long hair shot into the sky and his wave-like aura continued to boil. The changes to his god body were a little shocking. Many black patterns appeared on his skin. To put it simply, these were Dao patterns. It was a wonderful thing. Lin Fan specially asked Zhang Xing what would happen if he cultivated his god body to Dao Realm. The answer he got was that it would be amazing, but there definitely wouldn't be any Dao patterns. Could it be that I've cultivated my cultivation method to a very high level, resulting in this change? After thinking about it for a while, he felt that it made sense. Oh. Lin Fan let out a breath of air as the aura that was coiling around him spread out. Good opportunity kill. The 4 marshals who were in a daze couldn't help but roar in rage when they saw this. The opportunity was here. It was up to them to grab it. Shio. The 4 9-star generals weren't weak and were around Dao Realm Stage 2. Lin Wani was shocked by his son's breakthrough. But when he saw the 4 9-star generals attack, he was shocked. A breakthrough was a breakthrough, but it was just Dao Realm Stage 1. Without a solid foundation, how could he be a match for these 4 marshals? Fan, be careful. Lin Wani exclaimed and wanted to charge over to help. It was impossible to rely on Zhu Shen and the others. They couldn't even protect themselves, so how could they protect him? Wu Zhiga's lips were covered in blood. He realized that Lin Wani was injured and still wanted to protect his son. As expected, this was a good chance. Lin Wani, watch how your son is beaten to death. It must be painful to lose 2 important family members. This is what happens when you go against the alliance. No one will feel pity for you because everything you do is meaningless. Wu Zhiga laughed maniacally. But at that moment, it was as if the entire world was shaking. He looked into the distance and his pupils constricted like he had seen a ghost. The 4 9-star generals who attacked Lin Fan know there were only 3 now. As for the last one, he had disappeared. If one had to say where he went, maybe he was in that bottomless hole in the ground. Just now, that 9-star general charged really quickly and was right in front of him in the blink of an eye. However, with just a single punch, Lin Fan realized that the power that burst forth was simply way too horrifying. It was as though the void before him was about to explode. It formed a shockwave that covered an extremely wide area, encompassing that 9-star general entirely. He is already so strong. Lin Fan was only at Dao Realm Stage 1 Dao Pattern Realm. But the power that exploded out was just too shocking. This was the amazing thing about dual cultivation reaching Dao Realm. Everyone at the scene was stunned. Young Master, Old Wu's injuries became more and more serious, but he looked on with his mouth agape. He couldn't bear to see Young Master die, but who knew that the situation would change? One of the 4 9-star generals who attacked Young Master was actually killed by Young Master. This change was just too quick. Everyone was unable to react at all. Father, I have already become a Dao Realm expert, so don't worry about me. Today the two of us will fight to the death with the Alliance. Lin Fan hollered. To be honest, he was really nervous. Was he strong? He was definitely strong. But the key was that the Alliance's 9-star generals were really strong too. If not for his father and the others, his thoughts would have been really simple. If he could run, then he would run. If he didn't run after acting cool, then he would be killed instead. But he couldn't. He couldn't abandon his father and leave. This was why he could only grit his teeth and stay here to fight the Alliance. Lin Wani was delighted, but he was filled with shock and disbelief. But now wasn't the time to think about such things. He felt slightly more at ease. It was good that Fan had the ability to protect himself. Zhu Daoshan frowned and then looked at Mao Shintai. His meaning was obvious. Take the chance to kill this kid. Mao Shintai panicked. Again. He knew how Xianlong died. He listened to Zhu Daoshan and headed over to kill the kid. He was killed by the furious Lin Wani and he witnessed all of that. Now he actually told him to go. That was just a beast. Mao Shintai nodded his head and acted like he understood what he meant. He was thinking about how the kid did it. He had just broken through to Dao Realm but was actually so strong. That was just impossible. Also, it was unheard of for someone to become a Dao Realm expert at such a young age. If such a person really appeared, then naturally he was a monster. He couldn't be left alive. All the Alliance 9-star generals were thinking that he couldn't be left alive. If he was left alive, then he would be a problem. It was hard to imagine how strong he would become if he had enough time. Maybe he would grow to a point where no one could stop him. Lin Fan could feel the swelling power in his body. This was a whole new realm. Strong, really strong. He opened his arms. At that moment, 10,000 swords hung in the air and gave off a sharp, destructive sword intent. The sword seeds had turned into Dao patterns. Their strength increased by another level. The sword Dao that he occasionally played around with had unknowingly become so terrifying. At that moment, Lin Fan was floating in the air. His long hair danced in the wind and he looked like a sword god. The Alliance members raised their heads. The light was a little eye-piercing, but the sharp aura wrapped around their hearts. Hee hee. Lin Fan chuckled. Stretching out his palm, he then pushed it down. Shio. A sky full of sword shadows swept forwards. It was really quick. A buzzing sound reverberated throughout the area. Other people would slowly increase the strength of their moves, but Lin Fan didn't fear anything. Each time he attacked, he used a huge move. Moreover, it wasn't a normal move but one that could kill. Very quickly, the Alliance members sensed how terrifying Lin Fan was. One sword sliced their throats. Some of them didn't even have the chance to scream. Why is there such a huge gap between people? The U City experts were confused. They weren't weak, but young Master Lin's moves were just too eye-catching. Moreover, they were really strong. Lin Fan was really calm. He waved his arm and the scattered sword intent gathered together, piercing the chest of a domain realm expert. Kid, you are asking to die. The Alliance 9-star generals couldn't take it anymore. He was just too arrogant. What did he treat their people as? He was just asking to die. A 9-star general slapped forwards. The space shook and the dimension ripped open like it was trying to absorb all the attacks. Unfortunately, it was obvious that he had failed. Your dimension isn't that strong, Lin Fan said. Under the astonished gaze of the other party, the sword will pierce through the dimension and appeared once more, slashing towards the other party. Rage points plus 999. Luo Tian. The 9-star general hollered in rage. A terrifying power pressed forwards and blocked Lin Fan's sword. It continued to suppress it, causing the sword intent to collapse and shrink. Kid, don't be too arrogant. You just entered Dao Realm, so just comprehend it. You dare to provoke me who is at Dao Realm Stage 2. What ability do you have? This 9-star general was also at Dao Realm Stage 2 Dimension Control. He was a normal 9-star general in the Alliance. Dao Realm Stage 9, and each stage was really tough to improve. Who knew how many geniuses thought that after they stepped into Dao Realm, they would be able to fly into the sky. But very quickly, they realized that Dao Realm was different from Cultivation in the past. Each stage was just too difficult. Lin Fan chuckled. Grabbing out with his 5 fingers, he pulled out a long sword from the torrent of swords. He then roared out and slashed out. The 9-star general was shocked. He sensed an unblockable sword intent heading towards him. He raised his head. That sword that seemed like it could split open heaven and earth struck towards his head. For some reason it made him feel like he couldn't block it at all. How is that possible? He just entered Dao Pattern Realm, so why would his sword, Puchi? When the sword landed, there was no blood at all. It was like an invisible thing had pierced through his body. Slowly, the sword in his hand disappeared. This was a sword formed from the strongest sword intent. At that moment, a light shot out from the 9-star general's body. His body trembled, and in the end, the light dissipated. The second 9-star general had fallen. Lin Fan's strength left everyone in awe. He was unreasonable. Chapter 356. Father, do you think that I am strong? Lin Fan looked at his father and smiled. He really wanted to be mischievous. But at this moment he really couldn't be mischievous at all. His father's injuries were imprinted in his eyes. Father was really strong. If not, the Alliance wouldn't have sent 3 of the strongest 9-star generals. Along with Zhu Daoshan, there were 4 of them. This was already a terrifying battle prowess. Perhaps apart from his father, no one would be able to withstand it. A smile appeared on Lin Wani's cold face, like he was happy. But very quickly he retracted his smile. Wu Zhiga and the others attacked right away. They took the chance to kill Lin Wani. Lin Wani, you are a strong person, but your son is better than you. Not only will you die today, but even your son will die. Wu Zhiga said fiercely. He could see Lin Fan's terrifying talent. If he continued to develop, he would definitely grow into someone even more terrifying than Lin Wani. This was why he had to suppress him before he grew up to solve all future problems. Lin Wani smiled. He wasn't laughing at him, but because he was praising his son. It made him happy. He wanted his son to become a dragon in the past, and now he finally did so. But what he had to face was something that others couldn't imagine. Lin Fan knew that the Alliance 9-star generals remembered him. But all of that didn't matter. He could only fight them to the death. But with the current situation he could still kill them. Who knew what kind of 9-star generals would suppress him? Domain activated. Lin Fan's domain started to change. Maybe because of the merger with the Darkness God domain, his domain was different from others. Domain expanded. 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters. Until it covered the entire battlefield. Everyone looked at Lin Fan in shock. What kind of domain was that? Their eyes turned gray, and there was even a dark aura covering the area. Kill him. Who knew who shouted, but it was definitely an Alliance 9-star general level expert. The remaining 2 9-star generals looked at one another. They knew that they weren't Lin Fan's match and instantly retreated. General Zhu, we aren't his match. We need help. They obviously didn't dare to be careless. Didn't they see how the other 2 died? Even Dao Realm Stage 2 experts weren't his match. How did he cultivate? He was just at Dao Realm Stage 1 Dao Pattern Realm. Mao Shintai, what are you doing? Zhu Daoshan hollered. They couldn't split up, and only when the 4 strongest 9-star generals fought with Lin Wani would they be able to pressure him. Although Mao Shintai was strong, it was hard for him to be of any help to Lin Wani. Since that was the case, why not kill this kid? Mao Shintai wanted to move, but he realized that Lin Wani's aura was locked onto him. Fuck. What kind of a maniac was this guy? He was being held back by 4 of the strongest 9-star generals, but he could still pay attention to him. However, he really had no choice but to go now. He gritted his teeth. If he couldn't beat the old, how could he not beat the young? Without a second word, he charged towards Lin Fan. Lin Wani, don't even think about saving your son. He's dead and you'll die too. Wu Zhiga was really arrogant. At the same time, he would mention Lin Fan from time to time. It was obvious that he wanted to distract Lin Wani. In a battle between true experts, all of them had to be completely focused. They absolutely did not dare to be distracted. That was because the situation was changing at every moment. Lin Fan raised his head and looked into the distance. Mao Shintai was heading towards him. This was an expert. He was different from the 9-star generals he faced and was much stronger. But even then he didn't fear anything. He realized that his father was paying attention to him like he was going to save him. Father, if you want to fight, then fight properly. Don't worry so much. If I die, then take revenge for me. If you die, I will take revenge for you. Lin Fan hollered. He hoped that his father could fight those few people properly and not be too careless. Otherwise he would really die. Lin Wani wanted to smash this unfilial kid's head. He cared about him and he dared to lecture him to fight properly. Forget it. If he could survive this, then he would teach him a lesson. But Lin Wani was really worried. Mao Shintai wasn't weak and one could even say that he was really strong. He couldn't think too much about it. He had to deal with all of this quickly to have a chance to save him. If not, everything would be useless. Damn, eat one of my cannons. Lin Fan aimed the particle accelerator cannon at Mao Shintai and fired. The light exploded. It was really quick, but to Mao Shintai the particle accelerator cannon could deal with some kids, but it was just a dream to deal with him. Mao Shintai slapped forwards and destroyed the light beam. He didn't give the particle accelerator cannon a chance at all. It is useless. Lin Fan kept the particle accelerator cannon into the dimension. Facing Mao Shintai, his heart was beating really quickly. He was about to exchange blows with him and who knew what the outcome would be? He had to use all his strength. Long. Lin Fan hollered. All the power from his dual cultivation exploded out. Alliance dogs, if you have balls, then come. I will fight you to the end. All his strength exploded out. His physical body had become a Dao body and those black patterns were Dao patterns. This was something that no one else had. As expected, he is really amazing. Leaving this kid alive will cause problems in the future. Luckily, Lin Wani didn't hide him, otherwise in just a short while the alliance would be in huge trouble. Mao Shintai loved people who thought they were geniuses. Not only were they not low profile, but they were also arrogant. Lin Fan turned into a streak of light and struck towards Mao Shintai. A battle had to be intense and one couldn't retreat. If one was afraid, then that would be the start of the loss. At that moment, Lin Fan reached out and clenched the air. The ground exploded and a giant stone hand shot out. With a smacking sound it grabbed Mao Shintai. What a small technique in the domain. Mao Shintai scoffed coldly. With a peng, the stone hand exploded and turned into stone shrapnel. Lin Fan was calm. He waved his arm and everything in the domain was under his control. A gray mist formed into a sword and with a shio, it struck towards Mao Shintai. This kid's domain is a little strong. Mao Shintai was shocked and was even filled with disbelief. But to him these were just small tricks. The gap between the two of them was a gap that couldn't be crossed. Lin Fan could kill a Dao Realm Stage 2 expert and that was already shocking. But to fight Mao Shintai there was still a huge gap. The explosions continued. Before Lin Fan even arrived in front of Mao Shintai, he had already used so many skills. Suddenly, Mao Shintai appeared behind Lin Fan. Kid, die. Lin Fan was calm and sensed Mao Shintai's actions. He turned around and punched. The two powers clashed with one another and a terrifying shockwave exploded out. So strong. Lin Fan frowned. Mao Shintai's strength exceeded his expectations. He thought that even if he was strong he wouldn't be so overpowered. But at this moment he realized that he was thinking too much. Lin Fan's body seemed to have suffered heavy injuries. He fell to the ground and smashed a deep hole. Brat, the gap between us is like heaven and earth. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth just because you have some strength. You are simply courting death. Lin Wani, look at what happened to your son. In my hands he is just trash. Mao Shintai laughed coldly. For some reason he started to mock Lin Wani. Damn. What was he saying? Suddenly, Mao Shintai felt like there was something wrong with his head. Why was he saying all this? Lin Wani and Zhu Daoshan were having an intense battle. Wasn't he just asking for trouble for himself? Zhu Daoshan frowned. He realized that Lin Wani's attacks were getting stronger and stronger. Mao Shintai, that dog. If he wanted to kill him, then just kill him. Why was he talking so much nonsense? Lin Fan flew into the air. He was injured and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Trash, if you have balls, then come at me. Long. The phenomenons in the domain exploded. Lin Fan cultivated so many techniques and activating all of them consumed a lot of energy. But at this moment he had to use all his strength to fight him. Maybe it would be a little difficult. At that moment, Zhu Xun, Zhang Xing and Old Wu stood back to back and talked to one another. They were all panting. Brother Wu, are you okay? Zhang Xing asked. Old Wu looked into the distance at where young master was. His eyes were filled with worry. I am okay, but my young master. No, I have to save him. He isn't Mao Shintai's match at all. Calm down, it is useless even if you go. At this moment, you should think about how to delay these 9-star generals before Master Lin wins. Otherwise, if they all attack Master Lin, no matter how strong he is, he will definitely die. Zhu Xin said. His machete was already broken. He and Zhang Sheng blocked a total of 10 9-star generals, trading injuries for lives. The two of them killed a total of 5 9-star generals. This was already their limit. Yu City only had 5 Dao Realm experts left. The rest had all died in battle. They didn't die for nothing. Before they died, they took away many Alliance 9-star generals. Even if they didn't, they were badly injured. To the Alliance 9-star generals, they had a tough battle. Facing these bunch of crazy people who didn't care about their lives was a huge headache. They weren't even afraid of death and their combat strength exploded. Even if they were ganged up on, they could still deal a heavy blow to the Alliance at the last moment. Zhu Xin's eyes were red. Brothers, I will attack first. Listen to my commands and find a chance to kill a few more. Old Zhu, what are you thinking of doing? Zhang Xing had a bad feeling. Kiki. Zhu Xin laughed and struck towards the 9-star generals. Stop talking nonsense and look at the chance. This is the only chance. My brilliant life is about to begin. At that moment, Zhu Xin's broken machete continued to give off a red mist. Seal open. Hong Long. At that moment, a low voice spread out from the broken machete. A beast roar reverberated throughout the area. Didn't all of you ask me how I walk the path of cultivation? Let me tell you now, it is because of a pig. Zhu Xin smiled. He looked at the machete that was about to break and recalled something. Zhang Tianshan, I said that you were a coward in the past. I'm sorry. Zhang Tianshan, who was laying out formations, looked into the distance and was stunned. At that moment, the pig's slaughtering knife instantly shattered, and a gigantic wild boar with needle-like hair and ferocious fangs appeared in the air with a terrifying aura. The wild boar looked at Zhu Shen, who was standing in front of it, and swallowed him whole. The wild boar roared, causing the space around to shake and shatter. Its red eyes gave off a ferocious intent. Suddenly, the wild boar stopped and it felt like something was wrong. The red light in its eyes dissipated and looking closely, Zhu Shen's face appeared in its eyes. 3 breaths. That is enough. The wild boar seemed like it was being controlled. Its hooves stepped in the air and it charged towards the 9-star generals. There was a loud explosion. What kind of monster is that? The 9-star generals were shocked. Pucci. One of them didn't react and his body was pierced by the wild boar's fangs. The fangs shot out spikes and from the inside, the 9-star general was turned into a porcupine. One hit. He immediately found another 9-star general and charged over. That 9-star general was shocked and didn't think much. He slapped the wild boar's head but he was sent flying. His body felt like it was about to explode and he couldn't help but spit out fresh blood. Shortly after, the wild boar's front hooves landed and instantly trampled the 9-star general to death. It is too late. Zhu Shen, who was controlling the wild boar, was really unwilling. He controlled the power in the wild boar and it started to go berserk. Old Wu, I am counting on you. A terrifying aura exploded. There was a loud explosion. The wild boar self-destructed. A shockwave spread out and covered the nearby 9-star generals. The shocking power caused their blood to boil and they couldn't help but spit out blood. Zhu Shen. Old Wu and Zhang Sheng were really sad but they definitely couldn't let Zhu Shen die for nothing. They disappeared from the spot and hollered as they pounced towards the 9-star generals. Die. Chapter 357. In the extreme distance. 9 Demon, let's go back. Gozi grabbed 9 Demon's head and shouted. Instantly 9 Demon stopped. It lowered its head and placed Gozi on the ground. Gozi climbed up and raised his head. Bring me back. 9 Demon's 9 heads shook and one of them pointed forwards. The meaning was obvious. I will send you here. You can walk the rest of the way and I will go back myself. 9 Demon, bring me back. Gozi's eyes turned red. I know that it is dangerous but young master needs my care. Without me by his side he will be really lonely. Oh. Hot air spurted out from 9 Demon's nostrils. He bared his teeth and raised his legs. He didn't dare to use strength and slowly pushed Go Z forwards. He was really afraid that he would step on Go Z to death. If he could speak, he would say, "Why would I bring you back? You are so weak that you are like the wild meat that I usually eat." He didn't bother about Go Z and turned around to leave. Nine Demon, who was like a small mountain, stepped down and it was like an earthquake. He ran faster and faster. Nine Demon felt like the power in his body was about to explode. His body started to grow bigger. Shortly after, two meatballs rose up from his back. With a poochie, the meatballs exploded and a pair of wings appeared. When they spread out, each wing was hundreds of feet long. He waved his wings and caused a storm. Instantly, he turned into a streak of light and flew towards you city. Nine Demon, you bastard, I took care of you in the past. Go Z chased and scolded Nine Demon. But he was just a normal person, so how could he catch up? Jushin. Lin Fan saw that Jushin had died. That Jushin who sold pork had actually died. Maybe to them they had thought about this outcome when they went against the alliance. Even if they died, they didn't regret it. War was just like that. No one could live forever. But what Lin Fan hated was that the war happened too quickly. It was so quick that no one was able to react. If it was slightly later, so many people definitely wouldn't have died. Experts below Dao Realm. Be it you city or the alliance, many died. Both sides had people who weren't afraid of death. It was just that the alliance was slightly more afraid. The 9-star generals cherished their lives. They had salaries. Although there was the so-called glory of the alliance, that was just to bluff the naive. Only the naive would say that everything was for the alliance. It was glorious to die for the alliance. Motherfucker, this kid is too tough. I hate training my body. Mao Shintai was furious. He was at Dao Realm Stage 5, but he beat up a Dao Realm Stage 1 kid and actually didn't die. That was just so embarrassing. But there was no other way. The main reason was that Lin Fan's cultivation state was too low. However, there were too many internal and external cultivation techniques. Furthermore, they had all been raised to the return to true realm. Ordinary people would not be able to defeat them easily. Only Mao Shintai, who was at Dao Realm Stage 5, was able to suppress Lin Fan. Fuck, it really hurts. Lin Fan consumed 50,000 rage points to raise the Blood Demon Reversal technique to Dao Wheel, which was the highest realm. There were many wondrous uses, but he didn't dare to be too sure. Mao Shintai, can you be faster? Zhu Daoshan hollered. The four of them ganged up on Lin Wani and weren't able to take him down. But Mao Shintai, a Dao Realm Stage 5 expert, couldn't even take down a kid. Don't you feel ashamed? Or are you just a piece of trash? You have a high cultivation level but no actual strength? Mao Shintai was a little anxious. What did he mean by that? Why don't you try it yourselves? This kid had a problem and it wasn't what they thought. Lin Fan looked at Mao Shintai and then at his father. There was nothing and the battle was really intense. But his father was really strong and even if he fought 1 against 4, he was still able to do it. Suddenly, laughter spread out from the distance. There were 2 people standing in the air. Lin Fan thought that there were experts who came to help, but looking at the situation, it didn't seem like that. Their expressions didn't look like they were here to help, but more like they were here to watch. I haven't seen Lin Wani fight in a long time. As expected, he is really amazing. He is fighting 1 against 4 and is actually not at a disadvantage. I respect him, I really respect him. The person who spoke was Guisian Island sect leader Su Yuanming. But his face was a little blurry and it was tough to tell who he was. Lin Wani's battle stopped. Zhu Daoshan frowned and looked at the 2 of them in confusion. Su Yuanming, I remember your voice. If you are here to fight against the alliance, then I welcome you. If not, then scram. Lin Wani said fiercely. Su Yuanming smiled. I didn't expect that I would be recognized. How helpless. Lin Wani continued to fight. White Lotus St. Purity Mountains Guyuan and I are just here to see you. Benefactor Su, how can you point me out? Guyuan shook his head. Master, don't be angry. I just spoke too much. Su Yuanming said. Naturally, they didn't come here to help but to take a look at the U City situation. No matter what, Lin Wani's existence made many people respect him. His terrifying strength also terrified many people. They passed by here to see how amazing the battle between Lin Wani and the Alliance 9-star generals was. Lin Wani was furious. These bunch of trash. Zhu Daoshan said, do you see that? I really don't understand what you are protecting. Everything is just a joke to you. If they were willing to help you, then the Alliance would have nothing to do. But unfortunately they are smarter than all of you and know what they want. As for you and these dead people, you will never know what you want. Zhu Daoxin said to the two of them, Sect Leader Su, Master Gu, persuade this old Master Lin. What is the point of fighting back? He is just asking to die. Murder and arson earn money, repair bridges and roads without a corpse. You thought you were doing a good job, but in the end, no one even came to collect your corpse. If he didn't fight, Zhu Daoxin could consider it. Given the current situation, he was really tired from fighting. Although they had a chance to kill Lin Wani in the end, a few of them would die. The two 9-star generals beside Wu Zhiga were badly injured. If they continued to fight, the outcome would be tough to predict. Su Yuanming said, we can't persuade him. We are just passing by and won't interfere. Okay, continue to fight. We will leave first. Zhu Daoxin took in a deep breath. These top sects were really cunning and it was impossible for them to help. They wanted the alliance to kill Lin Wani. At the same time, they hoped that more people from the alliance would die. Needless to say, they understood what he was thinking. Trash. Lin Fan looked at the two of them in rage. He would remember the names of these two sects in his heart. As long as he didn't die, one day he would wipe them out. At the same time, he felt bad for his father and the other experts. What was the point? But he knew. His father would definitely reply that if others didn't want to do it, then so be it. As long as he wanted to do it, then he would continue. In the distance, Su Yuanming and Gu Yuan talked to each other. Do you think Lin Wani will be killed? It is hard to say, but there is a high chance that he will. Half of Yu City's defense has been broken through and too many people have died. They aren't a threat anymore. We just need to wait quietly. The battle at Yu City exploded once more. Zhang Sheng and Old Wu worked together to kill many 9-star generals. They didn't expect Zhu Shen to actually do that. Continue to kill, we can't let Zhu Shen die for nothing. The two of them looked at one another and smiled. At this moment they had totally relaxed and didn't need to worry too much. Old Wu had been worried about young Master. But now he had thought it through. Young Master had grown up and he stayed here to fight against the alliance. He was mentally prepared. He didn't dare to say anything else. But he could ensure that he wouldn't die later than young Master. Long. Lin Fan's body flew backward and smashed into the city wall. Fresh blood spurted and his injuries weren't light. Lin Fan was a little strong and until now he hadn't gained any advantage. What a hateful fellow. Damn. He was going to go all out. Bug transformation. Lin Fan gave off a special true essence that covered the area. He wanted to merge with all the bugs and turn them to the extreme. ZZ. A sound spread into his ears. The bugs that were covered by the bug controlling technique's special true essence started to change. Some grew wings, some turned golden, and some revealed sharp teeth. Lin Fan looked at Mao Shintai in the distance. He saw the smile on his face. Was that a playful smile? How displeasing. I am going to turn ugly once more. Lin Fan muttered. Very quickly, numerous bugs crawled on the ground and surged towards Lin Fan. Long. The ground shook. Lin Fan sensed a familiar aura. He turned his head and saw 9 Demon. Why did it come back? Didn't he tell it to leave? He was such a happy person, but he had to face such an annoying situation. He felt really helpless. 9 Demon hollered. Instantly, its body turned into numerous pieces and attached to Lin Fan's body. 9 Demon can merge too. Just as he had such a thought. Instantly he felt like his mind was being attacked. I have never felt such a feeling before. Lin Fan's expression turned vicious. Instantly he felt like he had reached the extreme. He hollered and a black pillar charged into the sky, covering his entire body. Mao Shintai was shocked. What was going on? Where did so many bugs come from? Moreover, these bugs even covered the other party. No, what was his relationship with Monster Emperor? Monster Emperor saved this kid last time and now he used a similar move. Was it? He was a little confused and couldn't think of anything. Lin Wani paid attention to Lin Fan's situation. When he saw those violent scenes, his heart shook. Insect Valley's secret bug controlling technique. He had really cultivated it to the highest realm. Just at that moment, there was a loud explosion. Lin Fan, who was covered by the pillar, gave off a shocking aura. One could see that there was a monster within the pillar. Chapter 358. Lin Wani was really worried. Since 9 Demon came to Yu City, he had noticed it. He had seen the main body before, so naturally he recognized 9 Demon right away. But 9 Demon was different from the main body and had probably mutated. This aura. It makes me feel really uneasy. Zhu Daoshan smiled and was really shocked, like he didn't expect the kid to have such a trump card. But the shock was just a facade. Lin Wani, to be honest, we're quite envious of you. Talent and bloodline inheritance, allowing the next generation to become even stronger. It's a pity that we're also very grateful that you're able to send a genius to us. A genius who hasn't grown up yet is like a beautiful jade that hasn't been carved. We can destroy him however we want. Wu Zhige's killing intent boiled. This battle would definitely shock the world, and it would even be recorded in Alliance history. The 4 strongest 9-star generals of the Alliance would suppress the strongest native expert and open up a glorious era for the future. Just thinking about it made him really emotional. He remembered that when the Alliance first invaded rich land, there was a 9-star general who had many merits. Although he fell in the final battle, it was still recorded in history. When they were young and in school, it was recorded in the textbooks, which made people yearn for it very much. At that moment, Mao Shintai was the one who had the biggest shock. His gaze turned sharp. He was going to face the unknown, so it was useless for them to say anything else. Although Lin Wani was strong, that was just on the surface. How could he be like this? It was totally confusing. Suddenly, the black pillar of light dissipated. What replaced it was a golden light that covered the land. A terrifying shockwave spread out, causing the ground to crack. Some people around couldn't block the aura and were blown all over the place. It was a little terrifying. This. Mao Shintai's eyes opened wide like he had seen a ghost. He was filled with disbelief. What was that? At that moment, Lin Fan was already 10,000 feet tall. A pair of wings grew on his back and his body gave off a golden glow. Instantly, with a gulp, a lump of flesh appeared on Lin Fan's back, and with a bang, it exploded. 9 hideous heads stretched out their long necks and extended out. 9 demon and Lin Fan's merger totally suppressed the changes of the bugs. At the same time, he merged with different bugs and Lin Fan took on all sorts of forms. Is this a monster? Mao Shintai muttered. He sensed an inhuman aura from Lin Fan's body, especially that golden light, which made him feel annoyed. Lin Fan's eyes also turned into golden vertical slits. If 9 demon could speak, it would say that Mao Shin was too weak. It wasn't that Mao Shin was too weak, but that master was too weak and couldn't bear the power brought by the fusion. He couldn't even activate all of his power. TSK, so what if you're a monster? Although I don't know what you are, I can still crush you with my strength. Mao Shintai came back to his senses and smiled coldly. Lawful embodiment of heaven and earth. Rumble. Mao Shintai was naturally not weak at Dao Realm Stage 5. His body grew to a height of 10,000 zhang. Looking down from above, he said, "Lad, I don't know how you did it, but you're still very weak. This is a fact that will never change." The 9 heads behind Lin Fan roared into the sky. Instantly, 9 different colored pillars of light shot out from the mouths of 9 demons' 9 heads, piercing through the clouds and causing the void to seem like it was about to collapse. Where are you attacking? I'm so big, can't you see? As expected, you are blind. Mao Shintai smiled. But at that moment, his smile stopped. The space above his head opened up and the dimension appeared. A pillar of light descended from above and smashed onto Mao Shintai's body. It was too quick and one didn't have a chance to react at all. Mao Shintai was shocked. The pillar of light came too suddenly and he couldn't even stand straight. The power was like a waterfall that poured onto his body. Kacha. The ground cracked. What is this? Mao Shintai was filled with disbelief. His face was really vicious and green veins appeared on his neck and face like they were about to explode. Damn fellow, you want to rely on this to crush me? You're just dreaming. With a pung, Mao Shintai hollered. A heaven-piercing power charged forwards and clashed with the pillar of light. Long. The pillar of light was forced back. To Mao Shintai, his expression became more and more solemn. Lin Fan's change in strength was a little huge. He actually felt pressured. But that was impossible. Was he really at Dao Realm Stage 1? Even if he was overpowered, he shouldn't be able to fight someone at Stage 5 at Dao Realm Stage 1, right? Kacha. A crisp sound could be heard. Mao Shintai was stunned and looked over. He realized that Lin Fan's body was actually showing signs of breaking down. He was delighted like he had discovered a huge secret. So that's how it is. I was wondering how this kid could be so powerful. So it turns out that he's using some kind of secret technique. However, this secret technique has its drawbacks. It can't last for long. As long as I wait for a moment, it will self-destruct without me having to do anything. Mao Shintai laughed to himself. Since that was the case, then let's see how long you can last. Lin Fan stood on the spot. Behind him, 9 demons' 9 heads gave off a fierce look. But to 9 demon, Master was a little weak and he didn't know how long he could last. Kacha. Just at that moment, cracks appeared on the ground beneath Lin Fan's feet. With a pung, Lin Fan disappeared from the spot. His speed was extremely fast, and the wings on his back seemed to be able to help him pass through dimensions. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Mao Shintai. He clenched his fingers into a fist and punched at Mao Shintai at an extremely quick speed. A little terrifying power. Mao Shintai was shocked, but he was still really calm and didn't panic at all. It was like he was passing through dimensions. He shifted his position and dodged at an unbelievable speed. Long. Lin Fan's fist missed, but the fist wind was too overbearing. It struck the space in the distance, causing it to crack. The ground was struck by an invisible force and a deep hole was formed. One couldn't even see the end of it. So terrifying. Mao Shintai frowned. Lin Fan's strength exceeded his expectations. This wasn't something that a Dao Realm Stage 1 could have. Suddenly, just as Mao Shintai was shocked at this terrifying power, he sensed an even more terrifying power brewing. Lin Fan clasped his hands together and pushed forwards. A shocking aura exploded. Mao Shintai's astronomical phenomenon was struck. Light flowed around his body like water ripples. Kid you, before he finished, the 9 heads on Lin Fan's back spat out a multicolored light. Some corroded the space, some burned like the sun, and some were so cold that even the space around was frozen. This, Peng, Mao Shintai cried out. He wasn't able to react at all and his giant body started to crack. With a loud explosion he was pressed to the ground. Kacha. More and more cracks appeared on Lin Fan's body. He was like dry soil that was falling apart, piece by piece floating in the air. Damn. Mao Shintai didn't die and his body was just injured. He was furious and his eyes were spitting flames. Who knew that a Dao Realm Stage 5 expert would actually fall for this kid's tricks? When Mao Shintai saw that Lin Fan's body had shattered, he laughed out loud. He said that it didn't make sense. It was obvious that Lin Fan's strength had reached its maximum and he was about to die. He didn't even need to personally attack and Lin Fan had already killed himself. Not bad, I admit that you are amazing. You are able to injure me at Dao Realm Stage 1. That is something to be proud of. Mao Shintai smiled. Right as he was about to tell Lin Wani that his son had turned into pieces. But he heard a weird sound. Kacha. It was really crisp. The stones that were giving off heat started to shake. With a peng, the stones shattered and an intense storm swept out. Mao Shintai took a close look and his expression changed. How is that possible? It was obvious that he didn't believe what his eyes were seeing. That kid actually didn't die. When the kid became 10,000 feet tall, he was thinking about how the kid wasn't even at Dao Realm Stage 4, so how could he use astronomical phenomenon? However, the current situation left him somewhat dumbfounded. Lin Fan shrunk back to his original body and turned from gold to black. His black body looked like it was about to split open and a magma-like river flowed out. Nine Demons' existence was really special. Insect Valley's bug controlling technique was also really overpowered. When they were combined, the power they formed would be really terrifying. At the same time, the wings on his back were retracted and attached to his chest, forming something like armor. The 9 heads, arms and legs merged and their eyes were all closed. The moment Lin Fan lifted his foot, all of those eyes that were shut opened up as a ferocious aura swept out across the entire world. Pada. Mao Shintai took a step back and his expression was a little unnatural. How did this happen? What was this fellow? 9 Demon, who had merged with Lin Fan, felt like this form was too much for Master. He knew that there were 3 forms. The first one was something that Master couldn't handle and the second one wasn't something that Master could handle. Luckily, 9 Demon's own strength wasn't as strong as the mother's. If not, just the first form would have been enough to crush Lin Fan. But the second form was about to make Master collapse. The cracked skin and magma-like red liquid were signs of collapsing. Slowly, Lin Fan's body started to collapse like it was about to shatter in the blink of an eye. 9 Demon felt that something was different. Recover. He used the Blood Demon reversal technique. The body that was about to collapse actually recovered. The moment it recovered, Lin Fan disappeared from the spot. Instantly, Lin Fan disappeared from where he was. However, the moment he disappeared, that dull sound that was emitted from his body was still reverberating through the entire world. This kid, Mao Shintai, felt like things were bad. He was so strong so he wouldn't die here, right? Chapter 359. Impossible. Mao Shintai definitely didn't believe that he would die here. It was just a fantasy. Lin Fan looked strong but he was just a weakling. Suddenly, Mao Shintai's expression changed. A person appeared in front of him. It was the kid that he looked down on. Lin Fan didn't attack and just calmly appeared in front of him like he wanted to let him know that he was standing in front of him and that he would kill him in a moment. At that moment, it wasn't that Lin Fan didn't want to speak but the power in his body was too violent and it made him feel uncomfortable. It was as if something wasn't flowing smoothly and he was suppressing himself. You are dead. Lin Fan uttered those 4 words with much difficulty as he punched out. His fist was shrouded in a dim glow and was extremely fast. Perhaps it was because the speed of his punch was too fast, but wherever his fist passed, the void cracked inch by inch. Keep dreaming. Mao Shintai hollered in rage and raised his head to block. How could he be suppressed by this kid? If not, that would be the greatest humiliation of his life. Even if Lin Fan's fist had the ability to split the sky and land, he didn't fear it at all. This was the confidence of a Maigu City Dao Realm Stage 5 general. But right as the fist and palm were about to clash, something shocking happened. How is that possible? The kid's fist actually punched into the dimension and passed right in front of him. He passed through the dimension and appeared right in front of him. Lin Fan hollered. A bright light exploded from his fist and smashed onto Mao Shintai's body. Mao Shintai also slapped Lin Fan's chest. Just one palm caused Lin Fan's bug body to be a little unstable. Long. The two of them fell and smashed into the ground, creating a giant hole. Shortly after, a circular shockwave exploded. The battlefield was riddled with holes and it was really intense. Young Master. Old Wu looked at the scenes in the distance and was really worried. He saw Young Master's explosion and he was really strong. But it wasn't enough. Lin Fan was really strong too. Mao Shintai was a Dao Realm Stage 5 Saint King expert, so he definitely wouldn't lose like that. Zhu Daoshan frowned and hollered, Mao Shintai, how can you be so trash? This kid is only Dao Realm Stage 1 and you actually can't take him down. He paid attention to the situation here. When he saw Mao Shintai being punched to the ground, he was infuriated. How could he be so useless? What was he cultivating to reach such a realm? Zhu Daoshan, stop daydreaming. Wu Zhiga roared. Lin Wani's strength was beyond his imagination. With the 4 of them ganging up on him, Imperial territory was about to collapse. Wang Yu was one of the strongest 9-star generals in the alliance and he was really strong. Lin Wani's halberd struck his back and he was badly mutilated. His aura was really unstable and it felt like he could disintegrate at any moment. But Zhu Daoshan actually had the time to think about other things. He was sick in the head. Crack. Mao Shintai, who had been smashed into the ground, was furious to the extreme. His body shook slightly and he could fall at any moment. His 10 fingers gripped the ground and his expression became fierce and terrifying. Motherfucker, this hateful guy actually made me lose face. Damn it, damn it. Mao Shintai was totally infuriated. Perhaps this was the dignity of the strong. Even if Lin Fan merged with 9 Demon and had the bug transformation body, he wouldn't be able to gain Mao Shintai's recognition. One's own weakness was weakness. Mao Shintai's lips were dry and one could see blood and flesh. He pinched his chin and it instantly returned to normal. Speed is okay, strength is okay, aura is okay too. Then I can't let you live. Mao Shintai floated in the air and his aura slowly rose. Pui. Lin Fan laid in the deep hole and spat out fresh blood. His eyes were a little dazed and there were many cracks on his body. This can't end, I still have to fight. Recover. Blood Demon Reversal Technique was raised to the highest realm, the Dao Wheel. It instantly recovered his body to its peak. 9 Demon, hold on. Lin Fan stood up and disappeared from the spot. He once again clashed with Mao Shintai. He knew that with his current strength he could hit Mao Shintai, but it was impossible for him to kill him. But no matter whether or not he could, at least he couldn't drag him down. Darkness God Domain, what is the use of you? Can you let me feel it quickly? Lin Fan shouted. He had too many trump cards. But they were just too cunning and until now they hadn't appeared. Go to hell. Mao Shintai hollered in rage. The aura of heaven and earth gathered into a fist that descended from above. Under this terrifying aura, the ground sank and the sky seemed to have sunk by a lot. Long. Before the fist even arrived, the power that could destroy everything covered and pressed down on Lin Fan's body. Many streaks of light exploded from Lin Fan's body and charged into the sky. It was extremely eye-catching and clashed with Mao Shintai's power. There was a loud explosion and the ground sank, instantly collapsing. Mao Shintai played with the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements. There were even signs of laws, and with a wave of his arm, a power swept the area. The explosion continued. Not only did Lin Fan bear the power from above, but there was also the aura from all around. Reverse. Lin Fan hollered. Heaven and earth flipped and space shifted. But to Mao Shintai these were just small tricks. Mao Shintai clenched his fingers and with a pung, the space exploded and swept everything. As for Lin Fan, he was affected by this power as well, and his body was severely injured. So strong he is much stronger than before. Lin Fan thought about it. Mao Shintai squinted his eyes and looked at the slightly chaotic area. He said in disdain, "You are just an ant. I just need to be a little more serious and you won't be able to block me. This is the gap between realms." He raised his head and looked forward. Zhu Daoshan and the other 3 weren't successful in killing Lin Wani. Although they had injured Lin Wani, the 4 of them were injured. Especially Wang Yu, who was the most seriously injured. "You still say that I am weak?" The 4 of you surrounded Lin Wani and ended up in such a state. Some of you even died. How embarrassing. Mao Shintai thought about it, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. Otherwise, who knew what kind of problems he would face? He locked his eyes on the kid and wanted to see how he was doing. He was shocked. What was going on? How was he fine? Lin Fan stood up from the ground and scathed. Although he looked fine, his clothes were dyed in blood and that was enough to show how badly injured he was. "Jiao, can you become even stronger?" Lin Fan wanted to make himself stronger and he thought that he would be able to kill Mao Shintai. But in the end he knew that he was thinking too much. Mao Shintai was really strong. He wasn't his match at all. 9 Demon didn't reply. Maybe he understood and didn't want to reply. The 3rd stage wasn't something that Master could handle. Maybe during the transformation he would die. That's all. Lin Fan was really unwilling. Father wasn't in a good situation. It wasn't that he was going to lose, but as time went on, his father's battle became more and more intense. Not only was he injured, but even the other 4 9-star generals were injured. If this continued, someone would definitely die. Old Wu's situation was still okay, but it wasn't much better. As for the other areas, he couldn't bear to look on anymore and couldn't bear to. It was too tragic. They were all exchanging their lives. Ah! Lin Fan bellowed out as the power within his body burst forth. Just like a flood, it surged up into the sky and blanketed the entire world. What thick and thick power! Mao Shintai exclaimed. This kid's realm wasn't high, but he didn't expect the true essence he contained to be so terrifying. At that moment, the situation in the area changed. The thick true essence actually formed many sword intents. The sword intents hung in the air and surged forwards. One could say that they covered the entire area. He activated all his cultivation techniques. Endless Tao patterns gathered on the sword intents. To other people this was an unbearable consumption, but to Lin Fan this was all he could do. Mao Shintai raised his head and smiled. "Kid, you are at the end of the road and are prepared to use this to kill me. Don't you think that you are thinking too much? Do you dare to take it?" Lin Fan raged. "Ah!" Mao Shintai laughed out loud. "Why wouldn't I dare to take such small things?" "Come, I will stand here and see how skilled you are." Mao Shintai didn't change much from his previous shock to his current calmness. The strength that this kid displayed was really shocking. But when he used his true strength, it was just SOSO. He just had to praise him. This kid really could take a beating. He didn't even die from that. What did he rely on? Lin Fan opened his arms and a current connected him with the sword intents in the air. He injected the strongest power in. Zhu Daoshan looked over out of habit. He was dumbfounded by what he saw. Then he seemed to have thought of something. "Mao Shintai, what are you doing? Hurry up and kill him." Damn. What was this fool standing there for? He wanted to wipe out the alliance members and didn't he know? Mao Shintai smiled. "There is no need to be nervous. Wait for me to take this move and when he is in despair, I will send him on his way." You. Zhu Daoshan was about to speak but he was instantly stunned. Just at that moment, Lin Fan pressed down with his palms and the sword intents in the air fell down like rain. This was the only thing he could do. He really couldn't kill Mao Shintai as he was unexpectedly strong. But even then he had to do something. Mao Shintai's lips curled up in disdain. But suddenly he realized that the situation wasn't right. Kid, you actually lied to me. Mao Shintai was shocked. It wasn't that he was careless but that he was really a fool. The place where the sword attacks were headed was where the Alliance members were. Alliance 9-star generals, block for me. His furious shouts weren't of much use. Half of the Alliance 9-star generals were dead. Even the remaining 9-star generals weren't able to react in time. Damn. Mao Shintai wanted to block but suddenly he realized that he couldn't. Lin Fan actually looked towards Zhang Sheng who was fighting with the Alliance 9-star generals not far away. In an instant, a thought appeared in Mao Shintai's mind. If he went to help, then he would definitely kill those 9-star generals. Chapter 360. In the end, Mao Shintai decided not to save them. This was a form of torture. The Alliance experts who were killing each other. They thought that the Alliance could suppress the natives, but as the battle progressed, they realized that they were wrong. Everything was wrong. This was a battle to the death and there was no way out. Looking at the people around them die one by one, they slowly went mad and gave up on the possibility of survival. Zhao Su was a yin-yang realm expert from the Alliance. He sensed danger above him and raised his head. He realized that there were dense sword intents heading towards him. He was terrified and wanted to flee. But suddenly, he felt like he couldn't move. He lowered his head and saw a pair of arms hugging him tightly. A cold voice spread into his ears, "Don't think about running, let's die together." "You are crazy, let go of me." Zhao Su hollered and struggled. "Haha, remember, all of you are just asking to die by coming here. Today I have killed 7 of your Alliance experts, that is enough." The U-City expert laughed out loud. He raised his head and looked at the sword intents that were about to land. He didn't fear them at all. Zhao Su hollered in rage. Slowly he knew that resistance was useless. He raised his head and looked at the sword intents in the sky. Some people said that when one died, everything that happened would be replayed like a slideshow. He slowly grew up and started to cultivate from a young age. He fought with his parents to serve the Alliance, entered the college and learned from his teacher. When he was 30 he became a 4-star teacher. At the same time he married his teacher's daughter and had a son. The kid didn't have martial arts talent and became a researcher. He got married and had a cute granddaughter. He loved it when his granddaughter called him grandfather. He loved to bring her out to eat all sorts of delicacies. 61 years old, a 7-star Alliance expert. He didn't dare to say that his position was high, but it wasn't low either. A smile appeared on Zhao Su's face like he was looking at his own life once more. He then hollered. "The Alliance will win. U-City will win." Zhao Su self-destructed. The U-City expert also self-destructed. Long. The shockwave spread out and swept everything around. "No, I don't want to die." Some Alliance experts cried out in panic. With a shio, the sword intent landed and pierced his body, pinning him to the ground. Screams rang out. Some Alliance experts realized that the sword intent didn't harm the U-City natives. They thought of a way. As long as they stayed with the natives, wouldn't they be fine? Very soon. They were entangled with the natives. But what they didn't expect was that the native in their eyes didn't give them any chance at all. As long as there was an opportunity, he would grab them. "Young Master Lin, don't hesitate. Kill." Too many people died and they didn't expect to survive. This battle was U-City's proof to the world. At the same time, it was to let the Alliance know their determination. Shio. The sword intent spun in the air and pierced the Alliance expert's head. "Don't doubt my control over the way of the sword." Lin Fan was in a bad situation. Mao Shintai looked at him like he wanted to eat him up. Since things were already like this, what was there to be afraid of? "Mao Shintai, have you ever felt like your intelligence is being played by others? Now this is how you feel. Look at the way he's looking at you. It seems like he's saying that as long as you're alive, we'll meet in the military court. It's obvious that he wants to skin you alive." Lin Fan laughed. Gradually, his soft voice turned into an unrestrained laugh. This laughter made Mao Shintai go crazy. Rumble. "I will tear you to pieces." Mao Shintai struck Lin Fan and his aura swept everything. The people around were affected and they could only move further away. Lin Fan twisted his neck and it cracked. He cultivated 63 cultivation techniques and they turned into 63 Dao patterns. At the same time he cultivated 10 heart cultivation techniques and they all turned into Dao patterns. A total of 73 Dao patterns. One should say that he was the person with the most Dao patterns in the world. Alright, these 73 Dao patterns were all returning to true, complete Dao patterns. There was a limit to one's strength. Normal Dao realm experts would be lucky to have 10 complete Dao patterns. As for 73, there was no need to talk about it. If not for Lin Fan, maybe such a thing wouldn't have happened. After merging with 9 Demon and activating the incomplete second stage, his strength would soar. He would be able to casually kill stage 2 Dao realm experts, so he didn't need to worry too much. Maybe it was the same for stage 3 Dao realm experts. But at this moment he was facing Mao Shintai, who was at stage 5. Mao Shintai's strength was at the top of stage 5 Dao realm experts. It was already not bad that Lin Fan wasn't instantly killed. Long. Kid, go down there and repent. The ferocious attacks were earth-shattering. The unwillingness in Lin Fan's heart wasn't because he had met a strong opponent. It was because his strength was slightly lacking. But he had already done his best. The Alliance's casualties were even more terrifying than Yu City's. This was what made him happy. Lin Fan was smacked to the ground by Mao Shintai and he spat out mouthfuls of blood. Recover. Damn, even if you are stronger than me, you can't bully me like that. Lin Fan made sure to remember the other party. Damn it. Remember, I won't forgive you. Slowly. Mao Shintai realized that the situation wasn't right. Why wasn't the kid dead? To him, that was impossible. He had suffered such heavy injuries, so no matter who it was, they would definitely die. Who knew that in just a short while, the kid would be full of energy once more? Mao Shintai, what is going on with you? Why are you so slow? Zhu Daoshan hollered. He thought that Mao Shintai would be able to kill the kid and then help the other 9-star generals. Who knew that he would still be playing with the kid till now? Are you a traitor or not? Are you a member of the Peace faction? Zhu Daoshan couldn't help but suspect that a Dao Realm Stage 5 expert like him actually hadn't killed him after such a long time. Even if he was going easy on him, he shouldn't have done that. You can't malign me. Mao Shintai hollered. The feeling of being maligned was really annoying. To say that he was from the Peace faction was just nonsense. He really wanted to kill the kid. But for some reason the kid was always so lively and it really gave him a headache. Forget it. Since that was the case, then he would just watch. He would definitely beat the kid to death. After a long while, suddenly, there was a scream. Lin Wani seized the opportunity and a terrifying torrent of power fiercely pressed down on Wang Yu, instantly crushing him into flesh and blood. But Lin Wani himself was also punched in the back by Wu Zhiga, opening a bloody hole. Puchi. Lin Wani spat out blood. He grabbed it with his fingers and slapped forwards. The blood turned into a blood rain that swept towards them. It instantly turned into a blood ocean that wrapped up Wu Zhiga and the others. Lin Wani's mouth was covered in blood. His eyes shone viciously as he struck towards Lin Fan. When Mao Shintai saw Lin Wani attack him, he was shocked and terrified. He knew that Lin Wani's eyes were bloodshot. I will leave now. Mao Shintai was a coward. But suddenly, Lin Fan, who was lying on the ground, grabbed Mao Shintai's ankle. Don't think about leaving. Kid, you are asking to die. Mao Shintai wanted to raise his leg and smash Lin Fan's head. But when he thought about Lin Wani, he was terrified. Lin Wani, I didn't do anything to your son, so don't. Puchi. The halberd slashed across and Mao Shintai was sliced in half. Lin Wani grabbed Lin Fan and struck towards Old Wu. At the same time, the halberd in his hand turned into a streak of light and shot towards the 9-star generals who were fighting Old Wu and the others. Lin Wani is here, run. Those 9-star generals panicked, but how could they run? The halberd pierced through them. Old Master. Old Wu looked at Old Master's injuries and panicked. He didn't know what to do. Cough cough. Lin Wani coughed out blood. If it was a normal injury, he would have recovered long ago. But those few people were at the same realm as him, so it would be tough for them to recover. Brother Wu, bring him and leave. Lin Wani said. Old Wu said, Old Master, I can still fight. Lin Wani shook his head. No need, we have already lost. Bring my son and leave. I will cover you. At that moment he felt that his injuries were getting worse and worse. If this continued, no one would be able to save him. Puh. Wu Zhiga and the other two broke out of the blood ocean and looked at Wang Yu, who had turned into minced meat. They were furious. Who knew that one of the strongest 9-star generals would really die? Lin Wani, don't think about running. The Alliance has sacrificed so much to kill you. Now that one of the strongest 9-star generals has died along with you, you should be satisfied. Wu Zhiga's eyes turned red and blood was about to drip out. Zhu Daoshan's hands trembled. He sensed death descending on him many times. If not for them having so many people and working together, he would have been the one to die. "Father, I will accompany you," Lin Fan said. Lin Wani grabbed Lin Fan's collar and pulled him in front of him. He said solemnly, "Listen up, you are my son and you can't die here for nothing. You will help me complete what I haven't finished. Remember, don't be greedy and don't offend others. I can't protect you anymore." Lin Fan looked at his father and clenched his fists. He was really unwilling. Don't be unwilling. This is the general trend. It is already not bad that we are able to do this. Don't forget that we are going up against the entire alliance. Lin Wani patted Lin Fan's shoulder and his eyes stopped on Lin Fan's face like he wanted to take a few more looks at him. He waved his hands. With his back facing them, he looked towards Wu Zhiga and the others. Lin Wani placed the halberd in front of him and smashed it into the ground. He held it with both hands and stared at Wu Zhiga and the other two. "The three of you are the strongest 9-star generals in the alliance. If I can bring all of you away, that might be a good choice." Kacha. The halberd split apart and a silver pillar of light was grabbed by Lin Wani. "This is..." Wu Zhiga frowned. He felt that it was a little familiar and he had a bad feeling. Lin Wani smiled. "Time source, I obtained it by chance. Follow me to the other world to fight." "Not good." Wu Zhiga was shocked like he had seen a ghost. Long. A bright silver light exploded from Lin Wani's body. At the same time, a stable dimension tunnel appeared behind them. "Let's go," Lin Wani said. Old Wu and Zhang Sheng looked at one another and nodded their heads unwillingly. They pulled Lin Fan towards the dimension tunnel. "Old master, I am useless." "You have tried your best. Remember, protect the Lin family." Lin Wani smiled and looked at the three of them who were slowly walking towards the dimension tunnel. "Fan, you are really amazing. I'm happy." Lin Fan's throat moved. "Father, will you die?" Lin Wani smiled and looked at Lin Fan. He kept silent for a moment. "I won't." Lin Fan smiled. When old Wu and the others entered the dimension tunnel, he slapped and caused it to collapse, cutting off their path. "Father, since you won't die, then once this ends, I will carry you away." Chapter 361. The battlefield was silent. Lin Wani looked at Lin Fan with a stunned expression. This was the unfilial son that he wanted to talk about and the son that he was most proud of. But things had already reached such a stage. "Why didn't you leave? Father understood your thoughts and I am really happy." Based on Lin Wani's past experience, when this happened, he would leave his unfilial son. From then on, the unfilial son would roam the world alone. This was a form of growth for the unfilial son. But what was happening now? He had no idea what was going on. "Father, don't worry. I will be with you." Lin Fan saw that his father's gaze towards him was a little weird. He was a little confused and didn't know if he was too outstanding, which touched his father. Maybe that was the only explanation. Just like what his father said, "You city lost." They didn't lose in terms of aura but because they had several times the number of alliance members. At the same time, they lost in terms of top combat strength. To be able to drag the alliance down and make them suffer heavy losses was a good thing. Everyone only had one thought in their mind. It was to let the alliance know that if they wanted to invade, they had to pay a huge price. No matter what others thought, as long as they guarded here, they wouldn't let anyone in. Lin Fan cut off all paths of retreat. He was prepared to advance and retreat together with his father. If he were to die, then so be it. As the saying goes, life has always been forgotten. Anyway, he had nothing to fear. With just one sentence he would just do it. Silver light covered the entire battlefield. Zhu Daoxin, Wu Zhiga, and Shun Jingtian, the three strongest 9-star generals, were all stunned. He was going to use his ultimate move. Lin Wani was going to die together with them. If an expert wanted to die together with you, one wouldn't be able to survive. Especially someone like Lin Wani. The area around was locked down by the silver light. They sensed that this wasn't a normal power but a foreign one. Wu Zhiga hollered, "We can't all die here, otherwise, it will be an unbearable disaster for the Alliance headquarters. Shun Jingtian, self-destruct and break this lockdown." Shun Jingtian looked at Wu Zhiga with his mouth agape. He couldn't help but holler. "Wu Zhiga, are you fucking sick? In the past, when people said that you were sick, I didn't believe them. Now I can see that you really are sick. If someone wants to self-destruct, it should be you." He didn't expect Wu Zhiga to say something so shameless. Could he at least have some self-awareness? Zhu Daoxin didn't expect Wu Zhiga to say such words. But he agreed with what Wu Zhiga said. Letting Shun Jingtian self-destruct to open up a path for them was a good choice. But he didn't say anything. The current situation was not suitable. It was better to let Wu Zhiga communicate with Shun Jingtian. The situation is not good. Maybe we will be taken away by Lin Wani, Zhu Daoshan said. He sensed that the spacetime power around was getting thicker and thicker. This was something that terrified him. He didn't expect Lin Wani to be so strong. 4 of the strongest 9-star generals of the Alliance came to kill him, and one of them was actually killed. The 3 of them were injured before they managed to injure Lin Wani. They really didn't know what to say. Lin Fan didn't know what would happen next. However, he knew that his father would not let him off easily. Suddenly, the silver light dissipated and the sky became clear once more. Father, you. Lin Fan was confused and didn't understand what his father meant. Why did the silver light suddenly disappear? Was it because he used up too much energy and couldn't support it anymore? Lin Wani sucked in a deep breath and said slowly, "You unfilial kid, I told you to leave, so why didn't you?" He was so infuriated. What should he do later? Dying with the 3 of them was the worst thing he could do. With just the few of them, they want to exchange their lives with mine? Dream on. But the unfilial kid staying here messed up Lin Wani's tempo. It even made things a little tough for him. Father, you just said that I was a good person. Why did you change just like that? Lin Fan said helplessly. He could see a different feeling in his father's eyes. How should he put it? It was like he was prepared to do something, but because of Lin Fan's existence, he was unable to do anything. As expected. Just like what he said, his father was someone who had a backup plan. Thinking about it, it made sense. How could such an outstanding person like his father allow himself to be captured? In Lin Fan's words, if he died with these few fools, it would be embarrassing. Lin Wani, what are you doing? Zhu Daoshan hollered in rage and acted like he was calm. They were really frightened just now. The main reason was that the power fluctuations were just too weird. It actually made them feel like they had cut off contact with the outside world. Zhu Daoshan looked around and felt really helpless. Yu City had lost, but so had their alliance. They had no one left. They really fought till the end and there was no one left at all. Corpses lay all around and blood energy surged into the sky. He was thinking, was all this worth it? No. How could he have such thoughts? Everything was worth it. Father, what is going on? Lin Fan didn't understand what his father was doing. Was it because of his existence, so he wanted to bring him away and not fight with them? Although it was a waste. He didn't want anything to happen to his father at all. It was enough that he had done so much. Even if he left, no one would say anything. Wu Zhiga said, Lin Wani, I think you should surrender and stop resisting. As long as you listen, I can ensure that you and your son won't die. Ah. Lin Wani laughed out loud like he was amused by his father's words. He then looked towards Lin Fan. Fan, remember, no matter what you see, you are not allowed to laugh. Lin Fan was a little confused. He didn't really understand what his father was talking about. Laugh? Why did he have to laugh? With such a situation, what was there to laugh about? Father, I won't laugh. He didn't know why his father would say something like that. Could it be that something was about to happen? Very quickly. He knew why his father said that. Space-time interception. At that moment, Lin Wani hollered. The silver light that formed the halberd spread out like it was locking down a small area. Again. Zhu Daoshan felt that things weren't right. Lin Wani's methods were a little weird and even they couldn't sense it clearly. Lin Wani sighed. He didn't want anyone to see it and just wanted to leave him to fight the 3 9-star generals. But now that his son was here, what else could he do? Lin Fan felt like something was off. There was a weird energy flowing around his body. Lin Fan's eyes opened wide and he looked on in disbelief. His arms seemed to turn into sand and when the wind blew, it started to scatter. Lin Wani, what did you do to us? Zhu Daoshan hollered and his face was filled with panic. They were the same. Their bodies started to turn into sand and they tried their best to flee. But the surrounding space wasn't the same as before. Damn. What was the space-time source? Lin Wani's cultivation base had already reached the level where he could comprehend the power of essence. If he was really that strong, they would have been killed by him long ago. I will let you experience a different battle. Alright, don't let me beat you up. Lin Wani laughed. There was a loud explosion. The silver light destroyed everything. Lin Fan couldn't see anything in front of him. His eyes were filled with silver. Oh my god, what was father doing? Why did he feel like something bad was about to happen? Very quickly. The silver light dissipated. Lin Fan felt like something wasn't right. He took a look and exclaimed, "Damn." He stretched out his arms. Who did those short arms belong to? Also those legs and his clothes. Why was there only a piece of white cloth covering his crotch? Father. When he shouted, he realized that his voice was really immature. How did he turn into a kid? Just what in the world was going on? This was impossible. This was simply impossible. Vent here. In the distance, a tender voice spread out. Although it sounded like it was really solemn, no matter what, it couldn't be faked. Lin Fan looked out, and when he saw the person in the distance, he was stunned. That was his father? Zhang Ye's father had also turned into a child. He looked to be about 4 or 5 years old. His hair was tied up in a ponytail, and there was only a piece of white cloth wrapped around his crotch. His body was slightly thin and not very strong. Father, you. Lin Fan was speechless and didn't know what to say. What was going on? If he hadn't personally witnessed it, he wouldn't have dared to believe it. Fan, this is the use of the time source. I can't control it now, so I can only take a small portion. Lin Wani said. But to Lin Fan he looked really weird. Also, was his father like this when he was young? Lin Wani, what are you doing? What is going on? Why did this happen? When the 3 strongest 9-star generals saw him, they were all stunned. How did this happen? Very quickly. They saw Lin Wani. Although they couldn't recognize him, apart from him, who else could it be? Lin Fan looked at the 3 9-star generals. These people were really evil. They actually ate so much that they were fat and their bodies were much stronger than theirs. Fan, beat them up. If you hurt them here, it will affect their main bodies. This space can't last for long and will be destroyed soon. Take this chance. Lin Wani said. Just as Lin Fan was about to say something, he saw Lin Fan's father striding forward with his short legs, raising his fists and shouting ferociously as he ran towards the 3 of them. Although it was a little weird, what in the world was going on? He had no strength at all. It was like he had become a normal person. Damn. Chapter 362. Lin Wani knew that this would happen. He even treated this as his last resort. Zhu Daoshan was stunned and didn't come back to his senses for a long time. When he saw the kid running over, he laughed out loud. Lin Wani, you actually looked like this when you were young. What a joke. One couldn't blame him for laughing. When Lin Wani ran, the sky rocket cannon on his head shook, and that added to the hilarity of the scene. But Lin Wani's goal was clear, which was to kill the 3 of them. He wasn't joking at all. Zhu Daoshan came back to his senses and retracted his smile. He saw killing intent in Lin Wani's eyes. Damn, although I don't know what you did, looking at the situation it seems like no one has any strength. Do you think we will be afraid of you? Zhu Daoshan hollered in rage. He raised his fist and punched Lin Wani. Lin Wani was really agile. He tilted his head and released his fist. He raised 2 fingers, stab his eyes. Zhu Daoshan cried out and covered his eyes as he rolled on the ground. Lin Wani, you bastard, you actually used such a despicable move. Lin Wani stabbed Zhu Daoshan's eyes and his 2 fingers hurt a little. He was just a normal kid with no cultivation at all. He couldn't even beat adults. Zhu Daoshan's eyes turned red and tears flowed out. Lin Wani hollered and stepped on Zhu Daoshan's body. He raised his fist and punched Zhu Daoshan's face. Unfortunately, strength came from both sides. His fist landed on Zhu Daoshan's face and it did hurt a lot. But Lin Wani's hand hurt too. What are the 2 of you looking at? Aren't you going to hurry up? Zhu Daoshan hollered. Wu Zhiga and Shun Jingtian reacted. Out of them, Shun Jingtian should have had the best family background. He was actually so fat at such a young age. He dashed forwards with his slightly fat legs and knocked Lin Wani to the side. He sat on Lin Wani's body and didn't care about anything else. He raised his fist and punched Lin Wani. Lin Wani opened his mouth and spat at Shun Jingtian. His saliva splattered and it was like a mountain of gold. You're too disgusting. Shun Jingtian cried out in shock as he wiped his face. He had always been a clean freak since he was young. To think that someone would spit on his face right now, he had to wipe his face immediately. Lin Wani seized this opportunity and inserted 2 fingers into Shun Jingtian's nostrils. Shun Jingtian cried out tragically. It was simply too painful that his nose was bleeding. You fellows want to fight me? Lin Wani immediately climbed up and tightened the white cloth around his crotch. He had always been a fighting tyrant since he was young. Even if it was 1 against 3 he wouldn't be afraid. To be able to become a 9-star general in the alliance meant that their family backgrounds weren't ordinary. Naturally, they were pampered from a young age and they weren't as good at fighting as Lin Wani. Suddenly, Wu Zhiga removed the white cloth from Shen Jingtian's crotch and used it to strangle Lin Wani's neck. "I'll strangle you to death." Wu Zhiga's chubby little hands gripped tightly onto the white cloth, and a fierce look appeared on his tender face. But how much strength could a 4-year-old child have? Even if he wanted to exert force, his strength was limited to that level. Lin Wani grabbed Wu Zhiga's hair. Wu Zhiga was about to die from the pain. He felt like his head was about to split open. "Let go. Let go of me." Damn. He didn't expect Lin Wani to be so shameless. Even if everyone had changed, he shouldn't have used such a despicable method to beat someone. Shen Jingtian was so angry that his guts were about to explode. Shen Jingtian was so angry that he was about to explode. He was a 9-star general, and even if he turned back to when he was young, he would still be a 9-star general. "Wu Zhiga, you are just too much." In the distance, Lin Fan was stunned, and when he heard the shouts, he came back to his senses. Damn. He actually hit my father. The first thing Lin Fan thought about was the small support system, but it disappeared. Thinking about it, it made sense. He didn't care anymore and just charged up to fight. Suddenly, he realized that there was a stone on the ground that looked like amber. There was something small inside. 9 Demon also came along. But it turned into this. He tested it in his hands and it was a little hard. Okay, he would use it as a weapon and charge up to fight. Lin Fan wasn't used to his current body, but he still ran towards his father. Without saying a word, he raised the fist-sized stone and smashed it towards Wu Zhiga's head. "Fuck your grandma." This strike didn't have much force behind it, but it still landed on Wu Zhiga's head. In an instant, Wu Zhiga's head swelled up, and a huge bump appeared on it. Wu Zhiga hugged his head and screamed. It was so painful that tears flowed down. "You two bastards actually have weapons. If you have balls, then put it down and fight." Wu Zhiga hollered. Tears flowed and he stared at Lin Fan in rage. "Fan, where did you get the stone from?" Lin Wani asked. "Father, this is 9 Demon. I didn't expect the time source to make 9 Demon like this." Lin Fan said. Lin Wani panted. The fight was too intense and he used up too much stamina. He was a little tired and wanted to sit on the ground to rest. "I got the time source by chance. Till now I still haven't figured it out. But it is good that we have weapons. It is a huge advantage for us." Lin Wani's cultivation was high, but it wasn't high enough to comprehend the source. He was thinking about whether or not the time source would allow everyone to travel back to when they were young or bring their memories back. It was hard to say as it was too complicated. But all of that wasn't important anymore. The 3 fellows in front of him had been beaten to a pulp by his own play. Shen Jingtian had a huge problem with Wu Zhiga. He snatched the white cloth from his hands and clumsily used it to cover his crotch. Damn. He was just an animal. He actually took away his white cloth. If he wanted to take something, he should have taken it from himself. Why did he take someone else's? Despicable, dirty, shameless scum. To Lin Fan, the time source might have really caused time to flow back, bringing his memories back to when he was young. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to explain where his small support system went. Zhu Daoshan's eyes were still red and a little swollen. "Don't split up. We are much stronger than the 2 of them. 3 against 2 isn't a loss. At least if we have a chance, we will fight them to the death." Wu Zhiga said, "Damn, we are too weak. We don't have the strength to do many things." "Fight." Instantly, the 5 children yelled and started to fight. Lin Fan raised the amber stone in his hand and smashed it towards Wu Zhiga. Wu Zhiga raised his hand and grabbed Lin Fan's wrist. "Kid, you are weaker than your father." Ping. Lin Fan raised his leg and kicked Wu Zhiga's crotch. "Oh!" Wu Zhiga clenched his leg and his mouth turned into an O shape. His body twitched as he retreated. It was so painful that his eyes started to roll back. Pain, it was really painful. He didn't expect this kid to be even more despicable and shameless than his father. A 4 or 5-year-old kid definitely wouldn't be able to use that thing in the crotch. However, being kicked was still very painful. Luckily, Lin Fan was also a kid and didn't have much strength. Otherwise, that kick just now would have been a total loss. To Lin Fan, he was just thinking about whether or not he should enter the kindergarten to rape them. But now it seemed like they were on the same level. It was just a matter of who was dirtier. He looked out. He realized that father was biting Zhu Daoshan's ear and one of his fingers was in Shen Jingtian's nose. His nose was bleeding. Dirty. What a dirty move. How could father be so overbearing? Lin Wani, let go of us. As an expert, you actually used such a despicable move. Don't you feel ashamed? Are you a fucking dog? Lin Fan was at ease. Father was fighting 1 against 2 and wasn't at a disadvantage. Wu Zhiga was his target, so how could he be arrogant? Without saying a word, Lin Fan charged forwards with his short legs. He raised the amber stone and smashed it towards Wu Zhiga's head. Wu Zhiga's face was ashen white and he broke out in a cold sweat. He turned around and wanted to flee. Lin Fan growled and lifted his leg to kick. Wu Zhiga fell to the ground and Lin Fan also slipped and fell. His body quality was just too weak. It was such a simple combo, yet there was a problem. How embarrassing. But all of that wasn't a problem anymore. Lin Fan climbed up and chased. He was shorter than Wu Zhiga, so he jumped up and smacked his head. Wu Zhiga's head swelled up once more. He cried out. It was so painful that it tore at his heart. Go to hell. Lin Fan hollered. The amber stone smashed down on Wu Zhiga's head. Although it wasn't enough to make his head bleed, it was enough to make Wu Zhiga's head swell. Then Lin Fan looked towards father and realized that he was fighting with the 2 of them. Father was fighting 1 against 2 and wasn't at a disadvantage. Even the white cloth covering the 3 of them was removed. Chickens clashed with chickens and rubbed against each other. Damn. Damn. The 3 of them cursed in rage. Lin Fan got up right away and charged towards father. When he saw Zhu Daoshan laying on father's body and sticking out his butt, Lin Fan was furious. He kicked Zhu Daoshan's butt. Lin Fan hugged his leg and gritted his teeth. It was so painful. Zhu Daoshan's butt was an unbearable pain from that kick. Lin Fan picked up the amber stone and smashed it towards the back of Shun Jingtian's head. Shun Jingtian screamed and laid on the ground, not moving at all. You learned so quickly. Lin Wani picked up the white cloth and covered his crotch. Kill one first. Father, we are too weak, so how can we kill them? Lin Fan asked. That was indeed the case. They were just too weak. There was already an amber stone on his head, but he still didn't bleed. They were just too weak. Wu Zhiga and Zhu Daoshan didn't climb up and just cried out in pain. Lin Wani turned Shun Jingtian around and wrapped his arms around his neck. Smash his face. Shun Jingtian, who was acting like he was unconscious, came to his senses. When he saw Lin Fan walking over, he panicked. Don't be rash, we are just kids. Son, your head. Lin Fan didn't show mercy and smashed the amber stone towards Shun Jingtian's face. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.